speed through mountains, I've seen water on the sky and fire burning on the lake.
Yo, follow the blind who lead the blind, following the sign behind the confines, kept divided, still hard to find. Dusty, busty poetry, apparitions are letting go of me. Full of loss and emptiness, I want no part of me. Serenades evasive, replace generosity with the hate. Have we not met before this once tragic day? It was your mistake to make for others to speculate. Never mind to misplace, another victim died in his place. Too late to replicate all that you have forgot to mention. Escalating tensions, divulge yearning for redemption. Teach these adolescents well and let them excel. Beyond the boundaries of all suffering, I hope you're coping well. I know I begged until my wretched knees bled. We take borrow and still another night under bed. The old hag in the hat shop instead. In her web much went unsaid as we lay in her bed. I should not miss a thing from that day to this. In bits to be dismissed, I slowly lost my grip. I remained motionless for hours staring at these flowers. With every sip I took, I poisoned myself into I was devoured. White feather spiraled downwards towards all these cowards. Encounters with the unkind, the relations have now soured. Every force left numb, 23 personas in one. Return to engage an enemy pointing with their guns as we run through these pastures with no chance to prosper. The blade doctor in this offering inheritance to squander. All strangers along the way flashing signs of danger. In a bit of anger he cut his ear off with a blunt razor. Wavering well wishes snipping at my whiskers. Using in the pictures he was one of life's many drifters. By this time next morning I shall be born again. As the silent woman kept calling out at the end.
I don't want to wait.
What was she looking for? Some kind of peace before the war kept springing forth, but yet still you wasn't sure. You were torn between the bored and withdrawn in more obsessions. One final message left infested with your rejection. Unload the full spectrum, aggression swayed in my direction. Found many an ally and skeptic in my own objection. All lacerations resurfaced, turned septic and burst. I am the zenith that lies above the observer on earth. Conversing with these birds I wish to see but never see them. My tongue bleeds as I weaken at the east of Eden. A wizard's brew, you bitches know I'm clever too. Oh Lord, please forgive them for they know not what they do. No new resolutions counting down the institution. I have spoken to provoke these echoes of a revolution. A diary found dissected opened up to acquiesce as she whispered my initials with her very last breath.
It's an unfinished line that I find lies before me. An open-ended dream. I don't want to wait. Across so many rivers in search of crystal fountains, I found
I have shut my balcony because I do not want to hear the weeping. But from behind the gray walls, nothing else is heard but the weeping. The weeping is an immense angel. The tears muzzle the wind.
If a few caged pigeons and captured linnets are more able to interest the patience of Bethlehem and to remind me of their own loss of liberty, what interest would not these patients derive from hearing the free songs of the lark and the blackbird when he sings at his best in the hawthorn?
Portraits of disorientation, unholy miscalculations, abhorrent stirrings holding the hand of a dying patient. The fragrance of the feet a fly in the ice cube. What lies beyond I decided to entice you. As she came along the path, stepping on all the snails, how their crushed shells drew smiles when all else has failed. Blue bells and vivid reflections of hell, get off me. The goldfinch on my arm, come sing it to me softly. There I was standing all alone in your thoughts again, surrendering, assembling all these moments you won't be remembering. How these aches became scars that never left us as this gloomy contentment grew more infectious, and the precious heart is the muscle that never rests. A feather on my pillow now that all else is left. No utterance could obscure your creaking hollows. If you had all the answers, would you still be here tomorrow? Would you still be here tomorrow? If you had all the answers, would you still be here tomorrow? And from the other side, I will follow. I will follow.
I take with me where I go a pen and a golden bowl, poet and beggar, step in my shoes, or a prince in a purple shawl. A crooning bird on a crystal bough, and oh, a sad, sad world.
They say that time is lost in memory. We cannot touch, see, or control time. We are essentially prisoners in this fourth dimension. And one day, all of this will be gone. Yet, for some reason, we don't seem to care too much.
Dimensions, shapes you can't see. Phone entanglement, what do you believe? Communication, military, technician of speech. The young man, they taught nicely, his grandmother sleeps. The source of all light is in the darkness of the deep. We carving rapper seeds like we harvesting the wheat. The more you know, you less you speak. You love your own physique, your deals bleeding on the streets. Your organs leaking on the beast. Fairness 3 degrees, you're cutting angles off the sea. You utilize these demons, teach straight defeated from the weak. We like the organs off the sea, picking lions off the beach. A lion Ryan's bill, electric pyramids of G. Clip the wings of fallen angels, blast lyrics on the streets. You can't compete. Reincarnated inside the mind of a subbasil spreads design. I drank too many cups, I think I lost my mind. Skynet, I'm down 10 nails in my pyrex. These cuts are stealing souls of the mindless. The savage is not off the name of the highest. We swim with whales and dolphins, silhouettes of psychophagos and minds. Cold giants, fiction of tyrants.
My operating weapon is opening intestines. Coming at you brutally, fit for a direction. I can't teach you lessons in surgery dissections. The demons cutting cuts, we ultimate perfection. Your succulent flesh, stuck between my teeth. Plunge it to your teeth, your bloody models of defeat. There's no chance in hell you're surviving an attack. From me apex, predatory traits in my family. I'm fish calling, Glasgow City, mother town city, full of lucky doom and dirty junkie rooms. Fuck a gun, we use blades since the 1920s. Shove a kitchen knife inside your face and you'll be smelling pennies. Raise a facelift, 300 stitches. Cut you for your chinny hair like the babe sides you ripped me.
A child, touched by fire, delivered from heaven to be our greatest warrior, destined for victory.
What's going on, everyone? I'm trying to see if I could get I was trying to see if I could get a guest to join today, but I think that they didn't understand. But if they happen to be watching this Southern Israelite fellow that I found online. If you're watching, sir, I did happen to drop this link here because I reached out to you. I tried to make it a time. I started early so I could find out if you wanted to join the conversation. And so if you do happen to be watching at this time, you can go ahead and join the conversation, but I'm not going to have the panel open for anybody else for a little while. And I hope I'm coming in clear there for everyone. But yeah, we're going to be talking about different things today in a lead up to enlightenment thought. I'm going to try to find this one article, show you guys. And give me 1 second, guys. Let me go turn my TV off. All right. Thank you. And yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me. You know, we're going to be talking about enlightenment. What is the Enlightenment? You know, where did science and all that stuff come from? You know? I'm going to be reading a bunch of shit here. And I'll show you guys a few things. But yeah, I was actually anticipating that a guest would show up here with me. So I don't know if they got the, message there. But we are looking for a friend, named Southern Israelite. If you feel like joining, sir, I would like you to report to the stage because he made all these videos claiming that Christianity is Neoplatonism. Actually, let me just start playing his videos. Maybe he'll come out then. Let me see if I can find some of his videos. Because I'm actually trying to have him come over here and explain some things about Protestantism or on that scale about what he's talking about here in these videos, but he has a bunch of videos. Let's see. Hmm. See if he'll join if we summon him by playing one of these videos, because the link is pinned at the top there. If you would like to join there, sir. But yeah, I guess Biblical law. Some interesting titles for these videos. J. Dyer meta narratives refuted. Okay, let's just play this one. That's a popular
channel. This is the summary of the Southern. Okay. All right, I'm on. I'm live. All right, let's see. We got green here.
Anyways, if you happen to be watching, you're welcome to join.
That means it's
because the link is pinned.
It's good data. And the volume's working fine. Yep. This is the summary of volume's working fine. All right, let's keep eating. Put that there. Make sure I know when everything's streaming right. All right, men. Going to be doing a series here on Jay Dyer's new book, Meta-Narratives, Essays on Philosophy, Symbolism, Critiqued and Refuted. And this is a new review that I did.
Oh, so he's got his review already written out. That's interesting. And it's got all these sources and text from his actual book or something like that. That's a pretty thorough analysis of some guy's work. For real.
When I got down here to South Africa, I've been reading the book on the way down, on the plane and all throughout the airport and whatnot. When I got here, so I thought I would finish the essay on it. And some gentlemen were generous to fund the effort. I appreciate that. And then who funded the work here. So I'm going to have to bring up a number of links here. A lot of this is going to be in my my Flat Earth Encyclopedia, and this is not going to be a one-part series. This is a huge undertaking, so this is going to be a multiple volumes here on this matter. So the primary theses of Jay's new book, Meta-Narratives, Essays on Philosophy and Symbolism, is that, and I quote, this is a direct quote from him on page 1, modernity, in its quest for self-destruction, has more or less rejected metaphysics. So Jay tells us that metaphysics is the solution, and materialist empirical atheism is the enemy. That's what's destroyed everything. All right, that's that.
Well, that kind of seems like, so far it seems kind of correct, right? Because materialism is kind of the worst thing that's going on in today's society, isn't it? It's both psychological, there's spiritual materialism. People do like certain religious things so they could store up all these treasures for the future, for some other world. There's also, so there's spiritual materialism, there's physicalism, so it's just materialism. That means that there's no, nothing other than the material. That's one way of looking at it. so there's philosophical materialism, there's spiritual materialism, and there's also another type of materialism, which is psychological, which means that you're attached to material things, But yeah, anyways, materialism is the downfall. I mean, yeah. I mean, that seems like it makes sense.
That's the main narrative of Jay, and I mean that's just pretty standard Christian apologetics. It's pretty much everything I was told as a Christian, and the Church of Scotland that I was part of. I mean, they at least some people gave some emphasis on the papacy, but the heresy of preterism has so thoroughly infiltrated among the Presbyterians that a lot of that Protestant political focus was lost in all this metaphysical jargon. So,
yeah, see, preterism. I don't know. I don't even know what preterism is. If you're in the chat and you know what preterism is, let me know. Preterism. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Jay tells us that the big problem in the modern world is that it has accepted materialism. I mean, these are the schools of thought that he blames the death of the West on: materialism, positivism. Okay, if you're not familiar, positivism is the idea that all knowledge comes through empirical observation. Okay, they don't believe in a soul. They don't believe in if they're consistent. They don't believe in metaphysics. They don't believe in anything transcendent. And you have guys like Ernst Mach who took that so consistently that he rejected atomism because no one's ever seen an atom. And being a positivist, he rejected atomism. And I mean, from what I remember, he pretty much just gave up on Western science after that. And Ernst Mach was one of the most respected Western scientists ever. And then he says, and finally, the negation of all meaning and purpose. Well, it's not finally, because Jay later adds some other categories, postmodernism, which I maintain is totally Christian. It's based on the doctrine of the analogy of proportionality, that God is transcendent. Okay, the analogy of proportionality says that God is transcendent. And so if God ever wanted to communicate anything to other people, he would have to modulate the truth. And so human language is kind of human language is more or less
Yeah, so that would fall within Protestantism, I think. Here, let me see. Preterism. Preterism. Okay, so it says historically, preterists and non-preterists have generally agreed that Jesuit Louis D. Alcazar, 1554, he was born. That's what they theorize. He wrote the first systematic exposition. And he was a member of the Counter Reformation. So that's going on at the time of all that shit. Yeah, I see you. I see you back there, Cecil. But I gotta actually wait for one of my guests to show up that I'm trying to get on this show. So I'm not gonna open up the panel until a little bit. So just hold tight for a minute, you know. But yeah, bless you, man. And yeah, to all you other guys, you know, I don't know if this guy's watching, but yeah, man, you're welcome to join. The link is pinned if you want to come up and have a discussion about your views.
uh, conventional accommodation that doesn't really have any intrinsic meaning to it. And I mean, that's just the foundation of postmodernism. Nihilism. I maintain that Christians are the biggest nihilists of anybody. And humanism, sophism. Everybody knows, followed my platform. Everybody knows the Christians are the biggest sophists in the world. I wrote a whole book called "The Conquering the Verbal Sorcery of Trinitarianism." If you want to get the details on that, Darwinism, skepticism, progressivism, relativism, and empiricism, which he calls, and I quote, the death of the West. So these are the philosophies and schools of philosophy that Jay blames the problems that we have in the West on. Okay. Now that's page 4 of his book. So first, regarding metaphysics, okay, everyone should know, if you've followed this platform any time, you probably know I'm a flat earther. Just scandalous to many people, but sorry, it's what the Bible says, and clearly has the weight of the evidence.
Yeah, but I can't talk about that science stuff. I just want to talk about the claims he makes about Christianity and Neoplatonism. You know,
in the scientific realm. But if you've followed my work at all on the flat Earth matter, you would know that the globe Earth is completely engulfed and founded and grounded in metaphysics. And I have a quotation here from Sir Isaac Newton in his Principia, page 36. Okay, so I mean, Sir Isaac Newton's Principia is without a doubt the most authoritative text on the history of modern science. Sir Isaac Newton is regarded, without any controversy, as being the most influential Western scientist to ever exist. And this is from his Principia, page 36. He is not eternity or infinity, but eternal and infinite. He is not duration and space, but he endures as and is present. He endures forever.
all right, Southern Israelite, if you're listening, we'd like you to join. You know, but yeah, guys, that's a sample of his work there. Um,
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, what's going on?
What's up, dog? What y'all got going on?
Nothing much. I'm waiting for this guy, Southern Israelite, to show up here so I can have a discussion with him. But I don't think he's actually gonna show up. You know what I mean?
It be like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's avoiding that conversation for a reason.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, man, what you got going on tonight?
Nothing. I thought you was actually in the middle of a discussion with that dude. I didn't realize it was like a video or something.
No, not really. Yeah. But yeah, I tried to talk to him through his community page. And he told me that he would come have a discussion with me. Let me show you guys what this page looks like so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Because I actually reached out to him like 2 days ago
So I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe you're right. Maybe he is like avoiding, you know what I'm saying? But like I don't know, because I told him I just talked to him. I'd have like a calm discussion with um with this dude about what his beliefs are. But yeah, Southern Israelite. That's what this guy's called. Cause I seen a lot of his debates online. I seen one of his debates with this guy called Vocab Malone. Man, it was fucking
Oh,
crazy.
yeah. I heard of Vocab Malone before, bro.
Yeah, do you know about him?
Yeah. Fucking
Yeah, that
he's
dude
like
was.
an apologist or whatever, right?
You want to come over here?
Like a street apologist.
Thumbelina?
He
was
tried
some-
to like go and battle all the Hebrew Israelites and shit.
Yeah.
I don't know what this dude was on, but he was accusing this dude of racism. He was accusing him of breathing hard into the mic. He was like, "You're breathing too hard into the mic." I was like, "Dude, this dude is using like tactics, like weird shit, like this vocab Malone, like fellow. Like I don't think I'd ever debate like somebody like that. Like that guy seems very disingenuous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't necessarily like him because
Like in his presentation, yeah.
he
But this
brings out
is
a lot of points, right? And some of them are valid, but like he also uses shit that isn't valid. You know what I'm saying? And if you're trying to pretend to be a Christian, that doesn't really you can't operate like that. It's disingenuous.
I don't know where. I fucking had this. All right. So can you guys see this page right here? So I don't know. I gotta zoom into this. So this is so this is the guy that I was trying to get on the show, right? So I go to this comment here. I don't know where this is from because I couldn't find it when I went back to this comment. But yeah, I said, look, like I said all this shit to him, like a paragraph. I'm like, do you want to talk about this one phrase? Christianity is Platonism for the people by Friedrich Nietzsche. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever you were talking about how you read a bunch of shit. Did you ever read Nietzsche?
I mean, I read a little bit of you know what I mean, Thus Spoke Zarathustra. I think is that Nietzsche?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that is Nietzsche. Yeah.
Like I definitely see the Christianity that was put out by like Constantine and Constantinople and Rome, like mainstream Christianity. I could definitely see how that's, you know, affiliated with the mysteries because it's all written right in there. You know, you got, you know what I'm saying? You've got the virgin mother, right? You've got the child, you know what I'm saying? You've got the father, right? And like that also goes all the way back to, you know what I'm saying, Egypt with fucking Ishtar and, you know what I mean, you got Semiramis and, you know what I mean, and they had the virgin child because Osiris was murdered, but like he's somewhere in the sky now. He's the sky father, but we got another incarnation of him. You know what I mean? It's his son through the virgin mother, right? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? So like Christianity, the mainline shit is connected to all the ancient mysteries. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's like a weird phrase, you know, when people ask you, are you a Christian? Like, I'll say, yeah, because it's easier to explain, but like, not really. You know what I'm saying? Because like most Christians and what I believe are just the opposite thing. So it's like it's a weird thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like that's what this guy is like. He doesn't believe in the Trinity, but he tries to prove that through the Bible. So he looks at history. I mean, he's like like he considers himself a Protestant. So he considers himself to be like sola scriptura. Do you know what that means? Sola scriptura.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with sola scriptura.
Did you grow up Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yo, I grew up a Catholic and went to like Catholic school as a
Okay.
young child. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So like I know what it is. And like sola scriptura, right? You could literally take, if someone says that they believe that the Bible is the unaltered word of God, you could just take the Bible and use that to destroy that argument. You know what I mean? That's kind of the problem with the Bible. You know, like if you were ever a Christian and you really cared about it and you sought and you went to seek God in honesty, then you had to actually study the shit out of the Bible. And in doing so, you realize that it's contradicting itself a lot. And we got a lot of problems. And then you get into the etymology of the words and we got more problems. And then we got like who created the Bible and we got even more problems. You know what I'm saying? So that's the problem is like if you are sola scriptura, then you need to actually study what you believe is the word of God. And in doing so, you're going to realize that it's not the word of God. It can't be. So now what do? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So yeah, I get what you're saying. So you're saying that you can't believe sola scriptura because the Bible itself was changed, right?
I'm saying you can't believe sola scriptura because if you do, then you literally believe in a contradiction. Like you believe in someone that just told you white and black for the same answer. Because you got to understand, if you're sola scriptura, then God in the Bible says, I dwell in deep darkness. He also says, I am the light. Right? You can't have these things. You can't. This is a contradiction. It says in the Bible that the devil is the author of confusion. Well, if the Bible's bringing confusion, then who authored it? You know what I mean? This is the problem. If you can't just throw stuff out and say like that might have been inserted, you know, because we got Jesus being hung on a cross in the Bible, but we also have him being hung on a tree. You know what I'm saying? So was he hung on a cross or was he hung on a tree? You know what I mean? There's a lot. I mean, I could go forever on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not necessarily debating you on it, but I'm just saying these are some of the examples. You know, you could look at the 4 gospel accounts. They don't line up. You know what I mean? We don't actually know who wrote the gospels. We assign names to them. They are unknown authors. You know, the dude who wrote Revelation, John of Patmos, is not the Apostle John.
Right. Right. Nobody knows.
He never walked with Jesus. This is just some guy that was exiled on Patmos. And then they, you know, Erasmus, who compiled the Greek Textus Receptus, which makes up the New Testament, the compiler didn't even want to put Revelation in the Bible. But the powers that be were like, you got to put this in there. And they leveraged and pressured him to put that in the Bible. But the guy who compiled the New Testament, you can look this up, he didn't want to include Revelations. Then you got to look into the Piezo family and their numerical code that can be found throughout the scriptures. You know, it gets deep. What was that? What was that family? They was messing with Da Vinci. The not the Merovingians. There was something with an M. Oh man, the name escapes me right now. They were like a monarch class during the time of Da Vinci. They were starting with an M.
The Medici.
Yeah, the Medicis, right? So the Medicis.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about that because I was gonna talk about Machiavelli.
It's all connected.
Yep. Because if you look at Machiavelli's book The Prince, he actually wrote it in dedication to Lorenzo de Medici.
Yeah, he was in prison, and he was trying to
Yeah,
like
he was in
write
prison, right?
to get out. You know what I mean? He was writing to demonstrate his worth to get out of prison.
Yep.
But that's why he wrote so good. His life was on the line with this book. You know what I'm saying? He's pulling it all out.
Yeah, because he got popped for going out with this dude, fucking Pope Savonarola. They tried to take over shit. Him and Machiavelli.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem that I had with Machiavelli is that like he just be taking shit over. You know what I'm saying? He may not be wrong. It just doesn't, it doesn't resonate with me. I used to
Yeah,
be
that's how he got. Yeah, that's how he got thrown in jail.
Yeah.
By the Medicis, as you said, the Medicis threw him in jail.
Yeah.
And he was kind of writing the Prince as a job application.
Right.
But he inadvertently created basically political science.
Yep.
Because he's kind of talking about, politics. He wrote he wrote different works. He wrote one on republics and one on principalities, and the one he wrote called The Prince, is really influential. He talks about how you got to balance these two forces, fortune on the one end and virtue on the other end. And by virtue, he meant power, and by fortune, he meant what nature or your inheritance just kind of gave you in life, like what you were born with, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely a studied dude. You know what I mean? I think also I think the Prince is included like in the Art of War by Machiavelli. It might be that the Prince is a part of it, or the Art of War might be a part of the Prince.
No,
I'm not sure which one it is. I'm saying
yeah, it might be. Yeah, it might be that it's part of the Art of War, because I actually don't have that. I've never read the Art of War.
It's the Art of War by Machiavelli though, because there's the one by Sun Tzu,
I know.
which
I
is
know
also
what you're talking
dope.
about. Yeah, that one's also dope. You're right. Yeah.
Oh. It's like one of the best books, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it is one of the best books.
I studied that as a little kid, bro. Like really inadvertently. I just was really into like that movie, the Last Samurai, when I was a kid. So I got into like the samurai stuff, and I got into the Art of War. But that actually put me on to a lot of stuff that I used later on in life, in like business and relationships and just like everything. Because it's not just about war. It's just like the study of human nature. And it's like the study of perception. You know what I'm saying? It's a bugged out book. But like that book, The Prince, Propaganda, like these are some of the most important books to our universities.
Yeah.
Because that's what's making the political system. You know what I mean? And like I was saying, it's the Protestant, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant movement that really took over the whole university system and started creating all this shit like Skull and Bones and, fraternities and all that shit within the school universities. And that was to bolster the activities of these secret guilds in the society, because the participation had died out like it has today.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody can see this. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much visible. I mean, unless you're fucking blind, I don't know how you can't see that, but it says Savonarola's contemporary Niccolo Machiavelli discusses the friar in chapter 6 of his book The Prince. He says, if Moses, Cyrus, Theseus, and Romulus had been unarmed, they could not have enforced their constitutions for long, as happened in our time to Girolamo Savonarola. So him and Machiavelli got imprisoned for him trying to take over the papacy. He like took a lot of the church property and burned it, and yeah, he was like this crazy reformer of the church. But yeah, and that way, a lot of people consider him a Protestant, a proto-Protestant reformer.
Hey, yo, you ever read The Shortest Way with Dissenters?
No. What type of book is that?
It's a short book that came around this time, and it was involved with all of this. Hold on a second, let me see if I can pull it up for you. So it was written by Daniel Defoe, published in 1702. And I'm pretty sure they killed him for writing this. But it was like the proposals for the establishment of the church. And it's a short pamphlet. You definitely want to check that out, because that's going to really break it down. And I believe that's the time period, talking 1700s. You know what I'm saying? It's like the equivalent of like Thomas Paine wrote Common Sense. This was like the OG Common Sense.
That's what I was talking to.
Daniel Defoe. What's the book called again?
It's called The Shortest Way with the Dissenters, or Proposals for the Establishment of the Church. Because books had two names back in the day.
Hey, at least you guys got a movie. I ain't even got a movie in my house.
It's the same dude that published Robinson Crusoe.
I don't know. It's somebody plays the same thing over and over.
You know what I'm saying?
I've seen Rio Grande. I don't know how many times.
Yo, here's a link to it in the private joint.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I can't find it on this fucking.
That's the book right there, bro.
All right, let me see. Because I actually tried looking it up. What's going on? Poor Man's Plea.
It's absolutely awesome.
Okay. Okay, let's see what this is. this about? Okay, there it is. Daniel Defoe. Yeah, if you guys don't know what Robinson Crusoe is, that is a interesting book. It's like a book about a man on an island, you know, who kind of grows up on a, and it's kind of based on this Arabic work. Let me see if there's any mention of that here. Let's see.
This book is prior to Robin Crusoe.
Robinson Crusoe.
He originally didn't publish this under his own name because they would have killed him like on sight. It was an anonymous publication that he put out like on some pirate shit.
I don't know how you could just read this whole book through this. This is crazy. That's wild. Anyways,
I have a printed copy of the PDF I could send you. I don't know if they messed with this, but like this is Google's version. I just wanted to have something for you to look at real quick. I don't really trust the internet, you know what I mean?
is this a fiction book?
No,
Like
this
a
was
story?
published like, you know how Thomas Paine published Common Sense? Like it was an appeal to the people. You know what I'm saying? Like it was
Oh, okay.
you know, this is some rebellious work right here.
Oh, okay. It's like a manifesto.
Yeah, and it was against like the church in the current, you know, state it was in. He was like, yo, you know what I mean? This ain't right. But it wasn't just to the church, because it was also to like, you know, the monarchy was controlling everything. It was like the rulership, you know what I mean?
Oh shit, yeah, he's breaking shit down.
He goes
Wait,
in.
hold on. Yeah, let me see. Cause over here, see on this first shit. Well, wait. I don't know where the fuck I was. I was going down. He was talking about a lot of shit. The man with the gold ring. I don't know what that shit is. Poor commons. Drunkenness. That brutish vice. Damn.
This dude knew what was up.
Justice of the peace is a passive magistrate. Okay, yeah, he is doing some Thomas Paine type shit, huh?
Straight up.
What is all this? Oh shit. What is this? This is some crazy shit, yo. He starts doing poetry in the middle of this shit. Is that
This
what it
dude's
is?
no joke, bro.
This is more like some fucking. This is crazy.
Bro, he went at these dudes, bro. This is like the first, like conspiracy, like BitChute movie. You know what I'm saying? Like,
BitChute movie.
This is like, them conspiracy flicks, bro, where it's just like.
But it's weird. It's like he's got like poetry in the middle of like his political, like polemical writing. Like this shit is crazy. Cause look at this. This is poetry. Pride, the first peer. Oh wait. Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to pause at this shit. Pride, the first peer. The president of hell. What the fuck? To share Spain, the largest province fell. The subtle prince thought fittest to bestow on these the golden mines of Mexico. What the fuck?
So, like, I mean, he had to speak in a way sometimes where he could say stuff and people would understand, but not everyone.
But
Because,
how did?
like,
But that's crazy. Yeah, I guess all the way in 1701. You said 1701.
yeah. I think it was like 17 something. Because I know 1717 was like Robinson Crusoe. So hold on. I want to give you the right date.
Got a clear spot for the baby.
1702. It was published anonymously.
Give me that.
What you got?
I don't ask questions.
Yeah, so it's crazy that he knows where all these places are, huh?
I mean, this dude knew what was up,
Because he knows where Mexico is. He knows where Peru is. So yeah. I'm still waiting for my guest there to show up. If he does show up, I will backstage the panel and have a discussion with the Southern Israelite if you're listening. But I don't think he will actually come up because I think there's a time discrepancy because he thought I was talking about 7 o'clock Pacific time, but I was talking about 7 o'clock Eastern time. So that would actually be 3 o'clock Pacific time, isn't that right?
What time
Or
are you? What time do you have there, TML?
4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. I mean,
What time do you have there?
Isn't that right, Neuro? It's 4 o'clock where you're at, right?
It's 4:49.
4:49.
Yeah, 4:49. Okay, yeah. So it would be well within the time limitations that he alluded to in those messages. So I don't know, but yeah, we'll see if he shows up a different day, maybe. But yeah, he may have gotten busy today, so it's no pressure.
Why is Southern Israelite so cool?
I don't know if he's cool, but he did have a funny debate with Vocab Malone, in which he made a number of interesting claims in that debate, and Vocab Malone accused him of being a white nationalist. It was a very interesting debate. I thought it was funny. It was a really entertaining fucking debate. Like one of the most entertaining ones I watched recently.
What's wrong with the white nationalist?
That's what this guy. Yeah, that's what the Southern Israelite guy was laughing at him. about his position on that.
And he
But
said he
thought-
might be a Aryan I or a Aryan Y or something.
Well, he
or
thought
maybe-
he thought that he might be a British Israelite. And that's funny because I just did a presentation on British Israelism.
Well, isn't
last time.
that's kind of funny though. Like, I think there is a connection between white nationalism and British Israelism and Zionism and all this shit. I don't know exactly what it is, but I have my suspicions that there probably is a tie-in somewhere along that line. Could be just my my stupidity, but that's kind of like a conspiracy theory I'm thinking of floating out there.
Yo, you want to know the reality?
Is it British origin?
Nah, the reality is that basically, you know what I'm saying, the people who are claiming to be Israelites just stole it. You know what I mean? Like they just stole the idea.
So they're the real whitey. They're the real whitey then, right?
So it's not about white, right?
No,
It's
I mean
mainly-
colloquially, you know, they say whitey keeping down the brothers, right? So I'm just saying, like, they're the real whiteys.
I mean, a lot of these different things have been set up in a way to pit certain peoples against other peoples, but at the end of the day, it's always been one ruler ruling over all of it. You know what I'm saying? So like it gets really crazy because all right, the enemy is notorious for basically doing fucked up shit, blaming that on their enemy, and then assimilating into who their enemy was after they destroy them to no longer hold the blame.
How far back do you think this phenomenon goes back?
It goes back to Sumeria.
Dude, the Khazarians are known for possibly being some of the, maybe not the first, but some of the most famous identity thieves in history. There's a bunch of stories about people who used to go to like visit these people, like go over to their land, and then all of a sudden those people that were visiting them like disappeared, and then there was somebody else going somewhere else claiming to be those people, but they originally tracked it back to the Khazarians and basically impersonating those people.
So there's some truth. Go ahead.
Oh no, well I was just gonna say my theory, which I'm kind of making some broad assumptions, so I put that up front because that's why I consider this like a legit conspiracy theory rather than a legit one. Like, meaning I don't have proof for what I think, but I'm just going to put this out there and see if anybody has the pieces to my puzzle. I think that if you start looking at around the time of like Plato and the pre-Socratics and perhaps around the time of Moses and these kind of things that were going on, some of these people were probably not Israelites or Greeks or whatever in the way that we think of them as now. What I mean is, like, a lot of these ideas were coming in and out of different places, and they were kind of being amalgamated around the time of Plato and around the time of the Septuagint and all this. And so I think that my conspiracy theory is that phenomenon that Cecil just talked about is much older and probably goes back much further than what people think. And I think that
they don't know about all that shit's been found under the Euphrates yet.
Say again.
Oh, that was somebody else. Sorry about that. I thought I had my mic muted.
Oh no, go ahead. I want someone else to jump in and see what they think about my conspiracy.
That was my homie just asking questions from the background.
Yeah, you gotta mute up that shit.
My bad, dog.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah.
No, but it's all good. I want someone to jump in on my conspiracy theory and see if there's any.
So, I was just
breadcrumbs.
going to say about the Khazarians, right? Because I did believe in that too for a period of time. But the whole Khazarian thing was designed to basically throw people off the scent. You know what I mean? It's like even right now, you'll see a big push, right? Where a lot of people are like, yo, it's the little hats, it's the little hats, it's the little hats, right? And that's essentially what they want you to believe, right? The truth is that there is no the little hats, there is no the Vatican, the Jesuits. This is all just front organizations. And the people that are operating in these organizations do not follow or believe what these organizations represent. However, they represent them in order to maintain.
I gotta mute Cecil too because of his phone. But yeah, Cecil, I gotta mute you too.
Well. Let me back up for a second, just because I want to contextualize what I said and what you're saying, if you don't mind. You started off talking about how early Christianity was aware of, aspects of the Greeks and aspects of the Egyptians, and of course I would also add in the Persians and perhaps even the Hindus and probably the Buddhists as well. That's my personal opinion, but what I'm saying is there's definitely a connection with the beliefs of ancient Egypt, just as one example, and what the Jews and the Christians believe. I was on a panel recently, and I tried to bring this up to some people who were, strongly anti-Christianity, and I said, well, Christianity doesn't make sense unless you take into context all the other religions and belief systems that were in existence in and around that time. And again, I think that to what you just said there about people hiding behind other organizations and other representative groups, I totally agree with that. And it's one of the reasons why a lot of Christians are pissed off at me, because they're looking for their scapegoat. And I'm trying to say, well, if you're finding a scapegoat that is so obvious, and then you take into consideration how complicated, bare minimum, that history is, then you're finding an easy solution to a very complex problem. And I think that that's probably a sign that you don't have the right scapegoat. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of where I was trying to get at with everything I brought up.
Hey, I need to address something that was said in the chat real quick to our poll about dropping a link. I don't think I can drop those links on YouTube, but if you Google your own name, especially the poll part, you'll see that's what I was just showing right now. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
So, at the end of the day, you got to realize this is all part of the mind control, that's happening. And you got to realize that it's not like people believe like, oh, all right, the mind control is happening only on the left, and the right-wing people are the people who are woke and they know what's going on. And then you got the right-wing people who are actually mind controlled. And then you got the left-wing people thinking like, all right, well, we're the only people that have any sense. And these people are just religious extremists, right? And the reality is both sides are 100% deceived. And it's all a lie, which gives you the very few majority standing in the middle. Like, what the fuck is everybody doing on this earth? And that's, what I'm saying? That's kind of the problem. Because if you get polarized to one or the other side, they are controlling your direction. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they've set up the thesis, and they've set up the antithesis. And what they have is, to have control, they need synthesis. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about. It's all about the synthesis. You know what I mean?
I agree with you. I guess what I'm trying to get at with you, because you seem to know a lot about the history. How do you think that the ancient history ties into what's going on now? Because there's obviously some connection from what you said earlier.
Okay, so what we have as far as ancient history is a very limited window. The people who would have the most ancient history would be the Vatican, but they're hiding it in 5 miles of tunnels. And then you have to wonder where they got all this information and why they're hiding it. And then you have to look into the connections that they have with all of the organizations that deal with artifacts and skeletons and fossils and stuff like that. And then you start to realize that there was a cataclysm at some point on this earth that caused the main controlling civilization, who had advanced technology to fall. They sent out emissaries starting additional civilizations. And what we essentially have is them retaking over the earth through the means of, you know what I'm saying, the Vatican, Rome, etc. We have the information being hidden, you know.
That certainly leads into what a lot of secret societies apparently supposedly tell their initiates, at least in some degree. Yes, I mean, it seems to be like their hidden version of history to some degree, for sure. And it does seem to be that they're almost like, I think that the alien disclosure thing is almost like a distraction from the fact that they actually seem to be disclosing the mystery school religion and externalizing it in different ways. And I'm not going to get too deep into that because that's a whole nother giant rabbit hole, but I'm just putting that out there as kind of like a part of what I'm trying to get at.
If you look in like the Vedic texts and the different texts of India, you'll notice that their texts are actually like preserved from time periods that we have breaks in our history. And the stuff that they describe mirrors the stuff that was being described by the Romans and the Greeks and the Egyptians in that time. And so what you got to realize is that
I totally agree with you.
These people were in contact with other entities that were not human, right? And we try to, in this time, you know, just say, oh, well, these were, you know, archetypes, and these were, you know what I'm saying, these were just, you know, created by man, and they worship these false gods. But the reality is they all have the same pantheon with the same attributes found in cultures around the world that we don't believe they could have even traveled that far at these time periods, right?
Well, I was at a library recently, and I opened up a book about ancient Egyptian history, and also about the Knights Templar, but that's a whole other thing. But let's just say that when you look at Egyptian theology, you know, they had a concept of something approaching logos, right? But we think of it as a Greek invention, right? But probably it went back further than the Greeks, for example, right?
The Greeks Greeks tie Christianity to the celestial events of the solstice and the crooks in the sky that's made in the celestial. And then they take Christ and they turn Christ into a philosophy, into a mind state, into a consciousness, right? And I mean, you see a lot of different bastardization of the truth when you get into like Gnosticism. It's all basically the same mind control system. You know what I'm saying? It's just different flavors. It's like Baskin Robbins of Luciferianism.
Yeah, but you said you said you saw this guy before, Vocab Malone.
Yeah, but that's not Vocab Malone he's on the bottom on the left.
No, I know, but what of his work have you seen before?
Yo, I've seen him basically, you know, going at Black Hebrew Israelites, just all of that content, you know, because I wanted to see what he was gonna basically, you know what I'm saying, try to rebuttal.
Yeah, I've seen some of those videos of Black Hebrew Israelites debating on the street.
Yeah, that's the ones that I've seen with Vocab Malone, and he goes up to like one of the dudes of like a GMS or something, like a leader, and he's like trying to hit him with, you know, some spiritual bars, and the dude just kind of won't deal with him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he takes a traditional view of the...
I think he's a Calvinist, and I'm pretty sure he's paid by an organization to do what he does. So right off the bat, you know what I'm saying?
But yeah, you see what it says? It says Vocab Malone debates a supremacist.
Well, I have to admit that if that dude's Southern Israelite, he does appear similar to other people who claim to be a white nationalist. I'm just saying, like I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying he like, I get like, you know, the aesthetics of it, you know, kind of, I kind of get it.
Okay, I have a question. I have a question for Mr. Machine Lies.
Huh?
I'm not sure how versed in the internet you are, but I was just curious. Do you know what an image board is?
No.
Okay. So an image board is a type of website. I believe the software is called Futaba or something like that. Anyway, it's for posting images, and a lot of these image boards are for sharing like anime pictures and stuff like that. But this particular image board that I'm on right now is for like political discussion. And there's this page over here that's for like paranormal discussion that I also frequent and check out. There's lots of discussions about various topics. But I think you might find some of this stuff interesting. They bring up some pretty interesting topics.
Ignorance calls.
What'd you call me?
No, that was just accidentally I pressed play on that video.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, I've never heard of that. But yeah, I'll look into that later.
If you just Google like popular image boards, I'm sure you'll find some ones that are used quite a bit. Let's see. Our poll knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. This one website, it kind of sounds a little bit like you're saying fortune. But yeah, anyway. I haven't been on this thing in freaking years. It's because I'm a little bit too busy, but
Well, Cecil, since you're here, last time we were talking about stuff, we got kind of derailed, and I can't remember where we left off. So if you do, please bring it up. But on a side note, I wanted to ask you a question because you seem to have been around the internet, and specifically around some of the places I came from, as far as my research and my worldview around, the Jays and white nationalism and stuff like this.
okay.
What do you get a sense of these internet quote unquote trolls and communities of people that are coming after everybody for seemingly no reason? What do you think they are associated with anybody in particular, or?
Well, I mean, you've brought up the ADL in the past, right? You've also got JIDIF. I don't know if you've ever heard of that one. JIDF. It's the Jewish Internet Defense Force or something like that.
I don't understand what this is. Is this just like websites that don't work?
I mean, JIDIF soldiers are mostly autists. I mean,
like, what? Like, look at this. Like, is this what you're talking about?
No, bro, no. Put a 4 in front of that word that starts with a C and Google that.
Because if you click on any one of these, it goes to a website with a bunch of weird shit on it.
And that's why the FBI is going to come knocking on your door tomorrow. So anyway,
have you guys ever seen this?
He's saying don't click on those, is what he's saying.
Yeah, don't click on those. Which actually, I'm kind of surprised that you would ask me that question, Neuro, because you seem like somebody who would surf image boards. I don't know why to get that impression of you.
No, I've never looked at image boards before, ever.
Yeah, me neither, bro.
That was
me neither. I'm not looking at an image board right now. Okay.
No, I really haven't. I've really never been to one before.
Okay. 2chan was started by the Japanese to share anime pictures, and this website here was started for the same reason, but at English language base. But it grew into a community besides that because English is one of the most spoken languages on the planet. And it's used by, there's Aussies on here, English people on here, all kinds of people. And this one's been in existence since I want to say 2006 or something. Millions and millions of posts every day. But I mostly hit up their politically incorrect political discussion. It's like a news aggregate, basically. Have you ever heard of Styx Hexenhammer?
Yeah, I have heard of that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he has his origins or some of his origins,
Oh, I definitely believe that.
That dude's a Satanist, though, isn't he?
Come here.
I mean, probably. He tries to play it off by saying he's like a paranormal expert or something like that, but
No, he says he's an expert on the occult. Like he doesn't even hide it. Like he actually just says he's just like a Satanist. Yeah.
I don't know if you can see, but I got somebody who's an expert on the occult right here. As a matter of fact, this guy right here. You ever seen this guy before?
No, that's just another Satanist. That's Anton LaVey, dog.
Yeah, that guy claimed to be an expert on the occult too.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty good with the occult, but I don't fuck with Satanists. You know what I'm saying?
Well, here's the interesting thing. There's people in some of these communities that I just mentioned that claim to have some connection with these guys, and now connections with the new community. So it's kind of small world, occultishly speaking.
Satanism started the New Age movement. Satanism is the reason why we had Woodstock.
I think you're right, but I think also there are roots of New Age that go back pretty far.
I'm just trying to say that they created this New Age movement. Like all of this shit was all ideological subversion. You know what I mean? They destroyed the nuclear family in that generation also. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I don't disagree with you, but I think that there's a lot of stuff going on. I mean, even let's just say that their primary goal was to use the New Age stuff to destroy the nuclear family. I think that to what end then, right?
They wanted to.
There's other things wrapped up in that.
They wanted to be able to introduce the American population into the paganism without it being paganism. You know what I'm saying? Like, because the American population was in the knowledge of the Bible, they couldn't just throw them some straight witchcraft.
Couldn't you argue that they did that with the King James version of the Bible, for example?
What about it?
Well, it was written with the involvement of some occultists and stuff.
It was written by Shakespeare, Sir Francis Bacon, and it was written for King James, who were both 33-degree Freemasons and homosexuals. So, I mean, yeah, they constructed the Bible. But what I'm saying is, they didn't make, the original texts. They just compiled it after Tyndale because they had to cover up whatever Tyndale had exposed. So they wanted to make a new universal Bible to cover up whatever Tyndale was putting out. You see?
Right. Well, what I'm saying is they contextualize the text in a very specific way for at least obfuscation, as you claim, but also probably, to generate a new set of principles to base society on. I guess a new form. I mean, I'm talking out of my ass, but I'm just gonna say it maybe a new way to create he's gone. Hello. Weird. But maybe I was just going to say, I think that perhaps a project like that could have been a new form of Plato's The Republic or something to that effect, like a new way to structure.
It wasn't a new way, and the reason why I could tell you that it wasn't a new way is because it was all done by the same secret societies. You know what I'm saying? They already had this plan in the works, and like the work of Plato, Pythagoras, this is all accepted by these people because Plato and Pythagoras, they were all teaching what they taught in public, but what they were really teaching, we'll never really know, because that remains within their mystery schools that they created. Like they were all dealing in the mysteries themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Well, even Plato basically said, "You'll never know what my goals and my aspirations really were."
Right.
Because I've hidden them so well, essentially.
So that's the thing about all these famous people, right, of antiquity. We know about them because they were held up on these pedestals by the people who created the different societies, right? And they were held up because they were their secret society brothers. You get what I'm saying? But we don't act like George Washington, all these people. What we know about them is not what they're really regarded for. They were given these historical, awards to be famous as part of something else that they had done in the underworld. That's why, they live by as it is above, so it is below. When you see people being rewarded on the surface, it's for what they're doing in darkness. You know what I'm saying? And so they just give out these things. You know what I mean? This prestige. They just give it out. They're the ones who are creating the prestige for the future. You get what I'm saying?
No, I definitely do. I mean, a lot of this stuff is like, you're definitely more knowledgeable to me on the specifics, but
I feel like
a lot of this stuff confirms what I've long suspected since I was pretty young. So
I feel like without giving you the whole story, you'll never really understand because there's always going to be missing puzzle pieces. And I don't know if anybody has anything else that they wanted to break down, but I could try to break down the entirety of the story, and maybe that would help, unless, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to take up too much time.
I mean, I'm happy because I'm going to be a little distracted. And I think, as much as people come after Cecil, I think Cecil has a lot of important puzzle pieces that fit into around recent times. And I think my puzzle pieces are scattered all across. And I think that if you can just kind of give us a general narrative from at least Pythagoras or before, or at least tell us how that time period amalgamated things that came before, and then since then,
so
just give us a general narrative to work around, right?
Right.
Like, if you don't mind.
Let's start with the beginning of this timeline, because I don't know so far back. Let's start with what we have records of, right? We have records of Sumeria, right? These are the oldest forms of writing we could find next to Sanskrit, right? Okay, so if we look at the cuneiform texts that we have stuff like, the Epic of Gilgamesh, we have the Enuma Elish, we got the Sumerian Kings List, we got all these different texts. And then we get into, Sumeria evolves into basically what is now Babylon. And then at some point we have the story beginning in the Bible, where biblically they give you all these different stories, and then they're in captivity in Babylon. So we got to make the connection that we got Babylon, right? And we got the Israelite story starting their records, right? From that point and under the reign of King Cyrus in Babylon. So what we have prior to that is you have to realize that the stories of these people in the Bible have to be about Sumerians and Babylonians, maybe going by different names, but these are roughly the same people in the same region. So when we look at the beginning stories of the Bible, we're going to start to notice that we have essentially the same stories being mirrored in these Sumerian texts and these Babylonian texts and even other texts. So the Jews claimed that their Torah, the books of Moses, the books of the prophets, these books they claim were oral tradition, and they were not written down until the Library of Babylon. And they had claimed to have lost it and had to have rewritten it since then multiple times. But the first time we actually have it being written down and not being an oral tradition is in Babylon. So we have Moses claiming to write it, right? But we have the books being written from an oral tradition that they remembered as they're in captivity in Babylon. Okay, fair enough. So now when they do this, when they put this together, we start to see, well, why is there all these texts that mirror the Sumerian Kings list, that mirror Hammurabi's code, that mirror the Enuma Elish, that mirror the Epic of Gilgamesh, right? So we can assume that the Bible stories that they put in there is an amalgamation of Sumerian and Babylonian texts that was put together in a book by Jewish scribes while they were in captivity in Babylon as scribes. So that being said, it appears that they wrote themselves into these stories as the chosen people, and they were never the chosen people in these stories to begin with. So if we continue, right, after the reign of Cyrus, now the Israelites are set free because of things that were in their Torah that they just produced in the Library of Babylon. So they go and they show Cyrus, they're like, look, we just wrote down our Torah and it says that you're going to let us free. And so they get let free, right? But not all of them stay there. This is when they're considered to be getting scattered abroad, right? So they don't stay there. And this is when they scatter to all these other nations. And this is where you can begin to see the work of a little thing called the Sumerian swindle, where they get into banking, financing, they form different types of merchant guilds. All right. And so now we have these merchant guilds who are claiming to be Israelites. And if you look into the first origins of the Israelites, you're going to see stuff about like the Phoenicians. You know what I'm saying? The reason why you're going to see that is because these were the shipping guilds. They had the same type of dress wear. They had the same type of oars. So they're spreading all over the world. And what they're doing is they're assimilating the cultures that they land on, and they're basically infiltrating everything with a plan at this point. And this is where we get the understanding that of the Khazarians spreading out and creating these financing networks. It's like when you really look at the Hebrew words, right, and the letters, you can compare them to Viking runes, and they're identical. You can compare the languages of the Hebrews and the Vikings, and you'll notice that we have a common language where they speak Yiddish.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna have to stop you right there.
Yeah, stop me. I gotta find my point.
Okay. So, yeah, I will agree that, there are similar modes of transportation found in both places. For like example, a Viking drakkar, that type of ship. You can also find examples of that in Greece. The Greek, like some of the reed ships and the
No, I'm not talking ships. I'm talking their language.
Yeah, I get that part, but
their words.
Also the military tactics are very similar between the Greeks and the Vikings, using the round overlapping shields and whatnot. However, the Vikings didn't have a written language. I mean, they were one of the last people to develop a written language because they relied very heavily on memory. And
I'm talking about the ruins.
Tradition.
What about the ruins?
I mean, that I would. Futark is far from. I mean, that's not a written language like cuneiform or what the things that the Jewish scribes use.
I'm saying the runic language is the identical characters of the ancient Israelite language, Paleo Hebrew. It's the exact letters found on the artifacts in Egypt and in Scandinavia. It's the same artifacts.
Right, I get that part. Well, this is because the Scandinavians, the Vikings, or whatever you want to call that, they came from an hospitable region, and they traveled around, and they went to places like Greece, and the Grecians interacted with the Egyptians. Anyway, they weren't sitting in an area that was where the ground freezes for 6 months out of the year. They went around and went places.
No, I'm trying to explain that the original Jews were the Vikings. They were the Jews with a D, the Jews. And if you really look at the culture, right? The Israelites are supposed to be bearded. The Vikings are bearded. They both believe in blood sacrifice to their gods. The original Phoenicians, right, who the Jews don't want to be associated with, but it was them. The original Phoenicians were actually doing human sacrifice just like the Vikings, and they were shipping guilds. They were deeply tied to the sea. They were merchants. You know what I'm saying? I mean, these are the same cultures. And what I'm trying to explain is that it all came from one source.
Yeah, from the north down to Mediterranean, right?
Well, it also goes through India. I mean, it's all over the place.
Right. There's parts of the Vedas where they speak about a people called the Aryas.
The Aryan, right? These are the same people. These Aryans
came from the northern glacial region, and these people came and taught them things like grammar and geometry and yoga and all this other shit.
Those are the original Israelites. Those are the people who created the Vikings, the Israelites, the Phoenicians. This is the same culture. They created the Greeks, the Egyptians. It's all the same thing.
Right. So how did somewhere along the lines the word Israelite get conflated with Jewish?
Here's what you need to realize. Is stands for Isis. Ra stands for Ra, the sun god, and El stands for Elohim, the gods. Israel. That's all it is. Solomon, sun, neutral moon. This is polarity. This is the system of a polarity system. Solomon. The Bible is an encrypted text. It's not literal, but you can understand what literally happened by understanding the Bible. If that makes any sense. It's an encrypted codex.
I think of it as like multiple layers.
It's like if I wrote a story for the secret societies, if you don't have the code book, you can't really decipher it. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know history, you can't fit the pieces in. But at the end of the day, you know, what they're talking about the two seeds, right? And in this earth, we have two different bloodlines. You know what I'm saying? And we have evidence of it if you look in the humans, and that's why they came up with the whole evolution nonsense.
I think you're talking about RH positives and RH negatives.
It's much more than that. We have Cro-Magnon, Neanderthal, Homo erectus. You know what I'm saying? And then we've got other things that they won't even let us know about. There's other hybrid bodies that they've found, and the Smithsonian hides thousands of them in a warehouse.
Right.
We've got
Basically,
found forever.
you got people that are descended from monkeys, and you got people that have extraterrestrial DNA.
So what you have is you have the original mankind, right? And then what you have is you have a hybrid of mankind, and you can call it extraterrestrial DNA, right? Or you could just call it fucking fallen angel DNA. It doesn't really matter. You know what I'm saying? We have these advanced beings that hybridize their DNA with the human being, and they've created this parallel bloodline. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Following.
So essentially, the parallel bloodline, these descendants, these original descendants that were created, were considered the gods because these were mighty men. This is what gods meant. God meant mighty one. And so when you have these advanced beings mixed with mankind, to man, these things seem like mighty beings. You know, like you got Hercules and Achilles and you know what I'm saying? But now Hercules and Achilles were descendants of the original hybrids. The original hybrids were considered gods. They lived long lives. They had super abilities. Their descendants with mankind were considered demigods. Hercules, Achilles, these different, you know, half god, half man. The original things that created the hybrids are the sons of the creator of the universe. Like whoever created all things, these are his creation. These are infinite beings. And so the almighty creator of all things created mankind. But now in the garden, right, this serpent bloodline mingled with mankind's bloodline. You know what I'm saying? Because the garden's an analogy. Mankind was one with this earth. We weren't separate from it. We were like the animals of the field, right? We were one with it. And then here comes this other thing in the garden and hybridizes us and tells us, yo, you're going to be like God. You're going to know good and evil. Okay. But now that we know good and evil, right? Now we got to die. Now we got to kill. Now we got to do all this crazy shit because we know good and evil. We're no longer one with the earth. We don't have our own nature anymore. And you see the occultists try to tell you this was a blessing given to you by Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods. You know what I'm saying? But that's not reality. Prometheus fucked up the creation of the Almighty God and corrupted it into something that it is now. Right? You guys following?
I am following.
Yeah. I mean, stop.
Do you know who?
We're out of craziness.
Do you know who? Do you know who Jim Bob is?
No.
Yeah, because this whole chat is saying that you sound like Jim Bob over somebody that you know.
I don't know any Jim Bob, bro.
Jim Bob, yeah, because one time because I got P-bombed so many times, so I made Bunny cam up in the background, and you didn't look like no Jim Bob, so
yeah, I'm not Jim Bob. I'm Italian. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even Italian. I'm Sicilian, bro. All right, we're totally different.
Shout out Sicilians.
But
from New Jersey, you said, or
I'm from Staten Island.
Right.
Originally,
right.
Originally, though, you know what I'm saying? Now I live in the mountains.
That's where the Wu-Tang Clan is from, isn't that right?
Yeah, bro. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I like Wu-Tang Clan. You would actually see them on the island. You see like Redman and Method Man and shit. They'd be out there in the mall. Like, they're real people. You know what I'm saying? They really be in the projects and shit, just chilling. I don't know about the other ones though. I ain't never really seen the other ones. I could say a Redman and Method Man are straight up like real dudes that are real people, be out in the hood. You know what I'm saying? Talking to real people. But yeah, yo, I lived on Staten Island for a long time in New York, but it's not a good place. So I had kids, and you know what I'm saying, I decided to move out into the country to raise my children.
My favorite is all the adjacent groups, you know, to like Wu-Tang Clan, because I listen to so much Wu-Tang Clan. But I think my favorite in the Wu-Tang Clan is like either Raekwon or Inspector Deck, because one of those two, they had the craziest like deliveries, like they were almost methodical in the way they had rhymes. I don't know.
I used to like Ghostface Killer too. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah, Ghostface was
Killer and
good.
Raekwon.
RZA was pretty dope. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, it's like the Wu-Tang Clan being the Wu-Tang Clan, like Killer Bees. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just a track. You couldn't put it together with just like two of them. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Bomb atomically. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the craziest lines of all time. I bomb atomically. Socrates' philosophies and hypotheses can't define and not be dropping these mockeries. Lyrically perform armed robberies. Flee with the lotteries. Yeah, he had some crazy, one of the craziest ones was on the Ghostface Killer album, the track called Assassination Day. You know, that's one of the greatest Wu-Tang songs of all time.
You ever heard Liquid Swords, bro?
Indeed, I have.
That shit
that's like
inspired
one of
me.
the greatest.
Be all right.
Yeah, that is one of the most inspirational shits, like for real. Yeah, Liquid Swords.
But yo, Machine, bro, what do you believe about all
By
this? Like,
Jizza.
what do you think about the construct of the reality we live in? Like, what do you think the makeup of it is?
Use this. I don't smell like alcohol.
It's all good, bro.
Not like the shape of the earth. Like, how do you think we, you know what I'm saying, came to be? What do you think about all this stuff that we've been talking about? You know what I'm saying?
Well, in terms of most of what you said, I think it's standard, and I like how you took a historical approach. So you started with the Babylonians instead of starting with the some sort of caveman or dinosaur thing. Do you think you believe in one of those types of things, or you said that we were seeded by alien race?
Nah. Like, I don't even believe in aliens, right? I just was saying that to Cecil, he could consider them aliens. It really doesn't matter to make the point. But
right.
I believe we were seeded by, I don't think we, right? I think that another race was created in this earth by the sons of God, right? Like, I believe God created, you know what I'm saying, mighty beings that were above mankind. And then
okay, I get it. You were talking about two
mankind
bloodlines. They
Yeah,
created
like,
two bloodlines. All right.
like mankind was already in the earth. See, people get it
Because I
fucked
was
up.
following you what you were saying about the two bloodlines.
Yeah, people
And,
get it
yeah.
fucked up with the monkey, right? So they're like, oh, so the aliens created us by combining them and a monkey. No. That's where it gets fucked up. It's that the sons of God created these hybrids by combining us, which didn't come from a monkey, you know what I'm saying, and them into a being, right? The monkey and us have no relation.
So you're talking about that Book of Enoch type of shit.
Well, I mean, that's about all that I need this to take, you know what I mean? Like, the Book of Enoch's not the only book that says this. Like, the Bible itself, right, says...
Yeah, you mentioned the Babylonians. The Babylonians, yep.
It says the sons of God came unto the daughters of men and created men of renown, mighty ones, which means gods in the word, you know what I mean? So it says they created gods, but they hid the wording. Because if you look under that word, you know what I mean? Elohim means mighty ones. And they translate that in Genesis as gods. And then God, they translate sometimes as Eloah, right? Which means mighty one. So if it's saying in the English, it created men of renown, mighty ones, it's saying they created gods, what they were considering gods back in the day. These false gods were the creation of the sons of God and combining them with the DNA of mankind. is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And then they walked around and was like, yo, I'm Zeus, dog. I'm fucking Hera. You know what I'm saying? And their offspring was the demigods because they are getting diluted. And so that's why the royal bloodlines, they got to do that inbreeding shit because they don't want to dilute that godly, quote unquote, blood. You know what I'm saying? If they continue to mix with human beings, they get diluted, and they've noticed that. So they got to keep it inbred.
But see, that's where I was going to, because you asked me what the nature of this construct or this reality we live in is, right?
Yeah. And then I clarified like how we came to be, because I knew you were gonna take that as like a lot more.
No, I know, but we could take it, I guess.
I would like to know that as well, though. That would be good information.
Sorry, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather today as well, but
yo, me too.
Yeah, something
it's
going
that
around.
Magnetic storm.
Yeah, it's some magnetic shit. Yeah, for real. But yeah, anyways, what I was gonna say is that, you know, that's why I said you took a historical approach. You get what I'm saying by that?
Yeah, you got to take a historical approach
because it seems like you started at the, you know, at like some downstream manipulation of DNA of humans, but where did the humans come from? You know what I mean?
Right. And so, you know what I'm saying? I started with the historical approach in Sumeria because that's what we have evidence of. Like we have the tablets written in the cuneiform. I can't go any further back because we don't have no actual physical, you know what I mean, anything before Sumeria. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll tell it like this. I talk about almost all levels of this shit because I studied a lot of this stuff. And I could go from, you know, the origins of man or the origins of the earth, you know, or the origins of the origins of, you know, I guess the you know, universe, as you want to call it, right? And then the origins of, you know, basically creation itself, and then the nature of God. You know, so you could go to all those levels of origins, you know.
Yeah, I was just trying to just like, because I could go all the way where I believe, but I wanted to demonstrate it for some dude that had asked the question. Like he was asking, I think specifically like how the Christianity, right, got tied in with the Platonism and something about how the King James Bible, if that's like early Platonism. And I was trying to give him the context that it started much earlier in the libraries of Babylon. You know what I'm saying? So like that was the first where we got redaction and edits being done to the texts. And those texts, you know what I mean? Those describe how the world comes to be. Like the Enuma Elish is like Genesis, but it's got a lot more information and describes, like, you know what I'm saying? There's these things swimming around in the sky, you know what I mean? And they called these things the dragon and stuff, but these were also cosmological mythology. So there's a lot of so we're breaking down, you know, it's like cosmological mythology, and then you have actual crazy things happening. And to separate that is also hard sometimes in the text. Like if it says there's a guy doing something, or if it says there's a giant snake, you know what I mean, in the sky, consuming another snake, forming the universe out of it, right? It's like we got these different things. And then, like, you know what I'm saying? We have evidence of the hybrids from, like, if you look in the Babylonian, Egyptian, like the pantheons, you'll see like animal heads on different bodies of man, and you'll see different sized beings. So we have images, you know what I'm saying, that aren't necessarily making their way into the text. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so if we look at the entirety of it, right, we can see that there was something happening where we got things mirrored in the original Old Testament that was happening in other civilizations, but it's a little different, and it just so happens that now these people is the chosen people, right? And so they get exiled out of the land, and basically that's what I'm saying is where this whole thing begins, you know. So fuck, it gets really deep, and the timeline is hazy, but we got Rome, right? We got Rome in 70 AD smashing the temple of Israel, right? And at the same time, we have, before this, we have Jesus coming on the scene with the New Testament, right? And so then you have the Council of Nicaea, where Rome is basically putting together the religion they want now, right? So this is supposed to be when Christianity is forming. But like what I try to explain to people is that the Christianity existed, and what was being formed in Rome was something much bigger than that. It was going under the guise of being Christianity.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And what they did was they took all the different pagan beliefs, because Rome was really a pagan, you know what I mean, belief system. Like they was just straight worshiping gods and doing all kinds of crazy shit, worshiping Saturn. They had Saturnalia, where they would just have crazy orgies and drink. And this is the same kind of stuff, like I said, you see with the Vikings. You know, there's all these different pagan cultures. They have these pantheons of gods. They have crazy orgies. They have, you know what I'm saying, they're worshiping Saturn, and they're always worshiping different kind of celestial objects. And the separation from those people and actual Israelites was supposed to be the people that worshiped one God. You know what I'm saying? It was strict monotheism. And so this is what I'm saying, that the Israelites did exist, but they got subverted by the Jews, which were essentially the Phoenicians, who were also, you know what I mean, spread out into the Vikings, Rome, Greece. All these different mystery schools come from the origin of, you know what I'm saying? It's basically Satanism, bro. You know what I mean? Satanism has been masquerading as all different things throughout history and fucking conquering. You know what I mean? It's been the foundation of all these great civilizations. All the knowledge that these great civilizations possessed was from Lucifer himself. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, might be unrelated, but the word you just used, origin, reminded me of aura and then DJINN.
The Greek philosopher.
I'm not really sure what the DGINN are, but they're supposed to be like some sort of negative of a malevolent.
A jinn in Islam is like a demon, bro. Like a
aura, like a jinn of your aura. I don't know. I'm a chill.
But like it's like a genie, bro, a jinn. You know what I mean? Like Aladdin, that was a jinn, I'm pretty sure. Because that's an Arabian story, Aladdin. You know what I mean? But fucking what I was gonna say was, so when Constantine created the fucking Catholic Church and the Vatican and the popes and all this bullshit, this was not Christianity anymore. Christianity was what Jesus set up with the apostles, and Rome undid that and made a new pope that was not appointed by the fucking ranks. And then essentially what the Vatican did was they wiped out all real knowledge of Christianity and all real Christians. and they created their own shit that was also mingled with the mysteries. They just assimilated Christianity into the pantheon of Satanism with all the other things that, you know what I mean, Satanism engulfs. And the Jesuits was created. And basically, the Jesuits is basically what the Illuminati is, what people think the Illuminati is. But the Illuminati was something else created by Adam Weishaupt. And essentially, the Jesuits created everything else and infiltrated everything else. And we had some power struggles along the way. But everything that you see now as far as power struggle is already controlled.
I think well see, you skipped a lot of well, you're giving a world history, are you not?
No, I was just trying to give this dude the understanding of how, like, the Greek philosophy had the connections with Christianity, but I was also trying to explain how Christianity is not what we think it is.
Yeah.
And then I just
I
kind of
feel
tied
that.
that into the current situation just to give context. But like,
This is what this guy says. Let me show you guys a little bit of what the man says, and then maybe we'll speak on it again, because it seems like, because yeah, you're right about that. What you put down there about the theories of world history. But yeah, this is what it says.
For speculation, commits the reification fallacy, and is a denial of Occam's razor. I define Christianity as the doctrines and practices laid out in the 7 ecumenical councils, though these doctrines had their origin in Heraclitus, Pythagoras, Plato, Gnosticism, and Neoplatonism. The Protestants.
Okay, see. So that's literally what he says right there, right? He says it has its origins in Heraclitus, Gnosticism, and Neoplatonism. It's crazy. So,
right.
So if you see Heraclitus actually, he says that Heraclitus, because he developed the concept of the logos, but Heraclitus thought the logos was a little bit different, because Heraclitus was a monist, right? And
right.
And I guess you could be a monist, but he was kind of like also like thought this monistic like substance was like energy that was also like thinking, so he thought
like the
it was
ether, right?
well, it was more like, I guess, a thunderbolt. He said the thunderbolt steers all things, and he called it basically a living fire, that like shapes and molds like matter and shit, so that's a little bit different from what Christians believe, I would say, right? Like, that's not the same logos that's in John there,
Well,
right?
It's like, it's weird because in Christianity they've taken that, right? And they've used that as it seems like the foundation for the Holy Spirit. Like, you ever seen pictures of Christianity with motherfuckers with like fires above their head? You know what I'm saying? And so I think they took that idea and used that as the idea for the Holy Spirit of the Trinity.
Yeah,
You know what
that's
I mean?
what he's saying, because then it goes to the 2nd century and 3rd century inventions of Neoplatonism, from after Plotinus, so if you look at the work of Plotinus, he actually says that the good and the nous, or the mind, the good or the one, the nous or the mind, and the world soul are like the 3 things. But he thought that the 3 of those were like in a hierarchical order. So
Yeah,
it was not like, yeah.
So that's, you know what I mean? Like the first Platonic solid, right, is the triangle, right? You know what I mean? So that's where they get the Trinity. And then
Really?
the triangle is the first Platonic solid. Like when you're
Oh,
making,
really?
yeah, like when you want to make a shape, right? You got a dot, then you got two dots. That means that you got a line. With a third dot, now you got the first Platonic solid, where it's like it's not just a point or a line. It's two-dimensional. You know what I mean? The triangle. And so they get the Trinity, right? And this is why they create the Trinity, because you got Pythagorean, you know, you got the Pythagorean theorem, A squared, B squared, you know what I mean? You got the triangle, you got the Platonic solid, right? You got the mind, body, and soul, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, the nous, logos, you know what I mean? This is what they're creating here, right? But if you look at like Luciferianism and Masonry, right? What are they're worshiping a triangle with light emanating out of it, right? So like you were saying with the monos, right? This is what they're creating. You know what I mean? It's the light. It's the Luciferianism system. They're not inventing this shit. They're breaking it down. They're receiving it from another being. That's why it's consistent throughout all the cultures. It always matches. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not creating these systems. These people are getting famous for presenting the work of Lucifer. You know what I'm saying? It's always all connected.
Look at the Mercedes logo too. It's a three-pointed star.
You know, it's all connected, man. There's no other explanation for this shit.
Mercedes says the three-pointed star that they use is based for land, air, and sea as well.
I don't know why. I'm trying to picture the Mercedes symbol right now, but I can't.
I just went to this place. Who knows if they were lying to me or not? It's called the Revs
circle?
Institute.
It's a circle with a three-pointed star in it.
Yeah.
With really thin branches. Like just imagine like a circle with just three lines. Like it's the upside down peace symbol almost, yo.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Yeah, now I see it. Yeah, that is a weird type of yeah, for real.
And look, Mercedes is deep into the occult because
the
they
logo.
were real deep with the Nazis. You know what I'm saying? They were deep. It's not even speculation. You know what I'm saying? The occult runs deep. So, like, how is it that the occult was controlling at one point, right? England and America in a war against Hitler, who was also being controlled by the occult. And how is it that the occult brought all of these people to Antarctica for a meeting against their knowledge? You know what I'm saying? It's because the light bearer only gives people enough light, right? So that they can see as far as he wants them to go, right? But at the end of the day, people don't understand. It's this one fucking serpent in control the whole time. Always has been. You know what I mean? Why do you think the gods went away, right? Why do you think all the crazy shit on the earth went away and everything became mad normal? It's because they don't want you to believe in anything crazy or abnormal. You know what I'm saying? They want you to believe that this is all that there is.
Can I make a point of clarity, please?
Yeah.
When it comes to Platonic solids, it cannot be done with 3 dots. You must have 4 dots. Otherwise, you end up with 3 dots without a plane on a flat plane, and that is a shape and not a Platonic solid. There must be 4 points.
My bad.
Correct.
Well, I also heard though that a 2D representation is more than a 2D representation. You know, a circle on paper is a sphere in a higher aspect of itself.
Yeah, and a pentagram in 2 dimensions is a pyramid in 3.
That's why people write, you know, on paper and do like whatever. Like I heard the one I heard about is like called the banishing ritual. But there, a 2D representation doesn't mean it's not also correlative to like that third dimension, like that what's his name there? Wizard was sharing.
Yeah, but none of that shit really matters. See, that's the problem. People get so wrapped up in this shit. Like, yes, all this magic and shit, like you can do it, right? But all of this shit is nonsense. That's the deception. You feel me? The physical matrix and the understanding of its rules and laws, right, is not supposed to be revealed to mankind in the way that it has been by the one that has been revealing it, the light bearer, right? The problem is this dude has been revealing the knowledge of the inner workings of how reality works to the wrong people for the wrong reasons so that they could hack reality. You know what I'm saying? And you're not supposed to hack reality. You're supposed to be a humble man and just be a human being. That's the problem. And everybody wants more power. They want to be gods themselves. And the crazy thing is, the way that the creator made it, he made it to where you can actually do these things. You could become gods yourself, but you're going to destroy yourself. You know what I mean? That's how it's set up. It's like you will destroy yourself. Have a good day. We live in perfection. That's the crazy thing.
Chapter 69 of the Book of Enoch, and I'll remind you again, the Book of Enoch is actually the first book, as book is Bible and Bible is book. So it's technically the first book. And
the Book of Enoch is a Turkish book concealing magic.
And chapter 69, no, it exposes the fault of magic. Chapter 69, verses 8 through 11, tell us how the angel Penemuel taught men how to read and write, and that this teaching was the downfall of men itself. For man himself is conscripted just as the angels were, and has no need to read and write.
Yeah. But there's more to that book, bro. You know what I'm saying? The Book of Enoch by R.H. Charles, the red version, it's like an encrypted text. You have to understand the people that wrote these books, they were giving you demonic names. Why did they provide every demonic name? It's so that they could be used to form the Kabbalah. You know what I'm saying? Like, just count the names. You know what I'm saying? Those are actual demon names in some type of cryptic code. You know
Penemuel. Penemuel. P-E-N.
So
where we get the very term pen.
Yeah, I'm sure that wasn't the actual name though at the time. Like, if you look in the actual etymology of the words, I don't know about Penemuel. I don't know where this guy got the translations. This is why I'm telling you it doesn't sound right. It sounds like it's a coded text. Enoch by translation by R.H. Charles from the Ethiopian. You know what I mean? They didn't even have it in Hebrew. They only had a surviving copy, quote unquote, in Ethiopian, right? So the etymology of the words there, we don't really know if that's proper translation.
Penemu in Hebrew means the inside. Again, we don't need to read and write to express what is inside of us.
What I'm saying is the words that we have in the R.H. Charles version of the Book of Enoch, right? They come from Ethiopian. So
Penemu is Hebrew, and all languages.
So you're saying there's a Hebrew word in English?
All languages came from the Hebrew origins, correct?
So wait, the name is written in English or Hebrew?
The name translated as Penemu in Hebrew or in English, in Hebrew means the inside. It is a translation of a meaning so you can read it in a word.
Yeah, well, what does that have to do with what I'm saying?
Okay, again, if you need to understand the text, then you need to know the meaning. Are you familiar with what a thesaurus is?
I'm not even referencing the Book of Enoch. I'm not
You're referencing that it comes from Ethiopia.
Yeah, I'm telling you where the book comes. You're referencing
okay.
Enoch. I don't need Enoch to support any part of my story.
So support your story on that Norse are Jews.
They're using the same languages. They're using the same alphabet.
So
They have
what
the same-
alphabets came before them?
They have the same cultures almost.
Almost. And again, what language came before them?
It was Sumerian, and then we have.
So your
Paleo-Hebrew.
juxtaposition here. So your juxtaposition here is somewhere in the middle and not in the origins. My point.
I don't know what point you have. I'm going to be honest. All you do is derail good conversation and logical thought.
Excellent
With
concept.
madness. Straight madness.
Excellent.
Bro.
Excellent concept to be able to sit here and speak your mouth.
Are you a wizard?
And not have anybody question you. And then when somebody does question you, that's an attack.
What are
You're
you
an
questioning
idiot.
me on? Exactly.
Well, earlier you spoke that the Norse were the Jews. Please expand upon that so we can gain some more of your idiocy.
All right. So when I said they were the Jews with a D, right? The Jews. Google that word.
So where did you get the translation of Jews and Judes?
I'm going to show you, bro. The Jews, bro, were Germanic.
So where did you get your translations?
Of what?
That Jews mean Judes and that it came from Germanic origins. What are your German origins, your Jewish origins, and your Jude origins that all correlate?
You weren't paying attention. I said that I drew the connection because, right, their alphabet is the same.
And again, that alphabet is dependent upon something that came prior.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Well, the Vikings claimed that they got the runes, right? Because they claimed that Odin hung in Yggdrasil from his arms and plucked out one of his eyes until the runes were revealed to him, right? And then the Hebrews claimed that the Hebrew alphabet was revealed to them by God. But it's the same alphabet. So are they the same people? That's what I'm saying. They both practiced paganistic animal sacrifice to their gods. The original Hebrews, right, were pantheistic. That's why in the Bible you see that they keep getting like confronted by prophets for worshiping other gods and sacrificing children to Molech and doing all this extra shit. You know what I'm saying? Where were they getting this from? I'm trying to tell you, these are the same people. You know what I mean? You can consider the Vikings one of the tribes, but they still have the same alphabet. Their wording is very similar. Their culture is very similar. Their festivals, their sacrifices.
So you could consider English very similar to Latin, Romans, where the Latin origins came from. So you consider English this pretty much the same thing almost because they use the same language.
Well, they based English off of Latin, didn't they?
Well, yeah. So you could say, even though you don't originate from there, the use of English is so closely correlated to Latin that you are Latin yourself.
So why was English based off Latin?
Now, what was Latin based on?
You gotta understand,
See, that's the problem.
Basing their
that's the
language
problem.
off you.
Nobody wants to go back to the original origins. Let's go back to those. You mentioned Paleo-Hebrew. How many letters in the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet, and what are the number correlations? How does their number system work? Do they have an 11, 12, 13?
Are you like
14?
a magic 8-ball of just random questions?
No, I'm just asking questions because there are so many that people refuse to answer.
All you want to do is ask
they just want to
questions
pose.
and get angry with your little mustache, bro.
No, I didn't. I'm not angry. How do you pose that I'm angry?
I'm just saying.
I'm asking you questions. I'm asking you questions.
You don't have a point though. Your point is to just ask questions until I can't answer one, and then you're gonna go, I see you can't answer this one question. I asked you 100,000 questions in a row. I have no actual point, but I have a little mustache.
You still haven't answered the original question of how you
What do you
pose.
want to know? What do you want to know, man?
This guy's another one of those idiots that doesn't let a man speak, and then wants to interrupt him before he has his final say, and that's the distraction. I already asked you, how do you get the correlation of Jews are Judes when you use Germanic, Jewish, and Jude, and where are these origins? You don't point anything out except to say they're Germanic or Jewish or Jude. Where are the origins?
Have you ever heard of the Lion of Judah?
Not at all. Not at all.
All right, so you got the Lion of Judah.
Did you know, in fact, that when Daniel was freed by Cyrus, and they created the first polity through religion and announced to the rest of the world that the Jews were free people and that they had a set of laws, that was done by the house of Judah, the Lion of Judah, the one that sings for the tribes of Israel? No, I don't know anything about the house of Judah.
You could have said yeah, but all right, so we got the Lion of Judah, right, which is the Ari, the lion. And that same lion is going to be found on Viking flags, English flags, right?
It can be found on any flag. It can be found in many places. You can even find it on my profile.
No,
does that mean I come from the house of Judah? No, it's not about the man. It's not about the man. It's not about the people. It's about the message. Why don't we get back to the original message?
Can I just butt in real quick? Sorry. The guy with the rabbit ears, are you really Jim Bob?
No, that is not Jim Bob. He does not have the rhetoric Jim Bob. Jim Bob would come up and straight up attack the situation. This guy is making so many juxtapositions. It's pathetic.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. I just was dying to know. You guys have a good night.
All right. You got to look at the history. All right. And you got to realize that the history is fake. You know what I'm saying? You got to follow the symbolism. You could follow, right, the same exact flag.
So if the history is fake, then what is so real about Germanic, Jewish, and Jude origins? If history is fake, then what is so true about that?
Why do Jews speak, right, Hebrew and Yiddish? And why is Yiddish a combination of Hebrew and German? You have to really explain these things.
That would pose that the Jews you're talking about are later Jews and not the original Jews. You idiot.
What I'm saying is, you know what I mean? The reality is that the Aryans are actually Jews. Because they're all the same people with the same mysteries, the same paganism, the same pantheon of gods. You know what I mean? And at one point, the Hebrews decided to stop being the Phoenicians. They were like, all right, we're going to stop doing human sacrifice. We're going to stop worshiping a pantheon of gods. And we're going to pretend that we're monotheists now. And then they were like, all right, we're monotheists now. And we had a prophet that told us to tell all the other ones that did all that fucked up shit that you might hear about that we don't do it no more. You know what I'm saying? And we're sitting here trying to pick apart, right, what really happened based on the lies that we've been presented, right? And then you want to know where my facts are.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're in the Matrix, bro. You want to take some pixels from over here and pixels from over there, put them together?
The facts are outside the Matrix? Is that what you're telling us? Because you still haven't brought us facts. You told us Germanic origins. You told us Germanic origins, Jewish origins, and Jude's. Now we want to know the origins that you're speaking about. Again, like I said, you're talking about later day Jews and not the originals.
I mean, yeah, we could break it down. You want a history lesson tonight?
Well, yeah. I want a history lesson. I want to learn. I'm not up here to try to teach you something. You're the one up here trying to teach people, talking about origins and not going to the origins. Let's get to the origins.
All right, hold on.
Hold on. Let me audibly type something in and search something.
Bro,
I want to Google it. I want to Google it.
I'm bringing you the map
because I haven't done my research already and don't know it.
You want the maps, or do you just want what do you want? You want proof?
What's a map gonna do? What's a map gonna do? That's another writing with a pen.
There were maps before they corrupted them.
Yeah, and again, that's history. Again, that's history that you claim is false.
Match. And
of course, they don't. None of them match. They made maps of Pangea when we couldn't even possibly imagine what Pangea is. So tell me how the map today is true and correct. if they can't even base it on the original thing,
I'm trying to tell you
I
that.
agree. I agree. History is false.
The maps we have now are a lie.
I agree with your statement that history is false.
What do maps matter? Why do you ask questions about
You're trying to pose that the map does matter after I'm agreeing with your statement that history is false.
You won't let me prove a point. You just want to question every single thing that I say out of my mouth. So, I mean,
because you keep posing different and various juxtapositions trying to squiggle out of the origin. The origin is a lie.
All right, you tell us then. You tell us what happened. Well, listen.
I can't tell you what happened in the origin. That's the problem. Everybody's up here trying to explain the origins, don't know and realize that none of us have been around in the origins. The best we can do is
tell me.
The best we can do is to contemplate it, and people keep pushing it out as truth. You're an idiot.
So since you can't tell me, you're just going to continue to deny it's possible.
I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm questioning its possibility because I don't understand how you believe the Norse are Jews.
Well, you also won't let me explain it. So you don't actually want to know, right?
Well, no, you've already explained it through the language. Remember we talked about the language thing and how it differentiates and all you got to do is adopt it? So do you suppose maybe your proposition here that the Norse were Jews, that maybe it was their translation that was in error and now you're going on their translation, so it's possible your possibility is grievously in error?
Look, I just want to know
who came first, the Jews or the North?
Flaring up right now. Sir?
You don't call me sir.
Sir, are your mustache follicles transmitting signals into the atmosphere?
If you know the first thing about hairs and what they are, they're called antenna, folks. And that's exactly what they do.
Can you prove that?
Scientifically, yes.
Can you show me the schematic that proves antennas exist?
Static electricity.
I don't believe in electricity. Can you prove that?
Of course you can. Let me get 110 volt.
What's a volt? I don't think you know what a volt is. Where do they come from?
It's demonstrable.
Listen, if you don't answer my questions, my mustache is going to fly off my face. I want to know where the volt came from right now.
Then let that be demonstrable.
You can't even spell that word.
Demonstrable. Mon meaning man, which comes from mountain, M-O-U-N, and tain meaning hold, mountain, the hold of man, mountains. We came from the mountains, you dumbass, just like you spoke earlier. The Norse mountains, as you spoke, we come from all kinds of mountains.
What language was that?
That's our natural inhabitants.
I don't believe that explanation of the word because you don't know which language it came from.
No, but when you go back to the origins, the Hebrew, you'll find it if you know how to put things in simple terms.
Where? Where is it in the Hebrew? I need to know. See what I'm saying, Charlie? This ain't going to go nowhere.
Somewhere over the rainbow.
The Book of Enoch. The words of the blessing of Enoch, wherewith he blessed the elect and righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and godless are to be removed. And he took up this parable and said, Enoch, a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by God, saw the vision of the Holy One in the heavens, which the angels showed me. And from them I heard everything, and from them I understood as I saw. But not for this generation, but for a remote one which is for to come. Concerning the elect, I said, and took up my parable concerning them. The Holy Great One will come forth from his dwelling, and the eternal God will tread upon the earth, even on Mount Sinai, and appear from his camp, and appear in the strength of his might from the heaven of heavens, and all shall be smitten with fear, and the watchers shall quake, and great fear and trembling shall seize them unto the ends of the earth. And the high mountain shall be shaken, and the high hill shall be made low, and shall melt like wax before the flame. And the earth shall be wholly rent in sunder, and all that is upon the earth shall perish, and there shall be a judgment upon all men. But with the righteous he will make peace, and will protect the elect, and mercy shall be upon them. And they shall all belong to God, and they shall be prospered, and they shall all be blessed. And he will help them all, and light shall appear unto them, and he will make peace with them. And behold, he cometh with 10,000s of his holy ones to execute judgment upon all, and to destroy all the ungodly, and to convict all flesh of all the works of their ungodliness which they have ungodly committed, and of all the hard things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Observe ye everything that takes place in the heaven, how they do not change their orbits, and the luminaries which are in the heaven, how they all rise and set in order, each in its season.
Whoops. I accidentally clicked off of it, but yeah, I just think R.H. Charles has a classic voice. You know, he's like, ungodly. These have ungodly men. You know, he's got such a classic, you know what I'm saying, Bunny?
Yo, I like the Book of Enoch. You know what I'm saying?
But you mentioned this one. You mentioned the R.H. Charles.
Yeah, it's from the Ethiopian. You know what I'm saying? I was just saying that we can't be certain on like the Hebrew etymology of the words and like what these words even mean. And there's also a lot of stuff encrypted into this book where they get like, you know,
it gets trippy. It gets
you ever heard of
trippy.
Enochian magic? John D, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the demon names, right, in the Kabbalah, like this is what I'm saying. So, you know, like, it gets crazy.
I'm gonna drink it anyway.
John D, Enochian magic, alchemy, Kabbalah, it's all tied together.
Yeah, it gets pretty trippy in this book when he starts explaining. Essentially, he starts explaining a lot of weird shit about nature and shit. Let me see let me get to some of this.
After he talks about them making a covenant, right? And it's like, and it's Semjaza. It says, and then Semjaza.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Right? And he has a legion of dudes under him that have legions under them. Right? And so this is breaking down the hierarchy of the tree of the demonic structure. Right? And by knowing these demonic names, you got to realize if we have the real demonic names, like what gave Solomon power was that he was given a ring with the 72 different names of these demons. And he was able to use these demons and bind them, right, in order to build the temple. And like this is where we get the Masons and the Templars doing witchcraft because they got this shit out of Solomon's temple, you know what I mean? And the binding of these demons is mind control, my dude. You feel me? They're binding these demons up in people. That's the altars. This is the technology that they got from Solomon's temple, fractional lending. Like sorcery and all this shit, people think it was actual magic, but you know, what if it's actually these rituals is to program these people and bind these different demons and these different facets into them? You know what I'm saying? This is why it's all connected. See, the Book of Enoch has the names in a code. It's encrypted. These secret societies encrypt everything. So yeah, we got the book, but we need the original book and we need the decryption code to decrypt the names out of it. You know what I mean? But it's telling you that it's giving you the names.
I just had it just now. Son of a bitch. Okay, there it is.
So I just dropped a little note in the private chat for you. You suppose you could decipher that codex for me?
It depends. Are you gonna send me the Ovaltine decryptor ring from your generation?
Actually, it should be pretty simple. It's just a simple pig pen cipher.
Is this a pig pen cipher?
It most certainly is.
Okay.
I'm deciphering Werther's candy.
So, like, I'm familiar with the pig pen cipher. You know what I'm saying? But
you may be familiar with it, but the test is whether you can figure it out.
I mean, I don't actually care to play games with Charlie Chaplin today. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, you'd rather play games with the rest of the people and all the rest of the languages that you evidently don't know how to comprehend.
Apparently, you don't either.
I'm just listening.
Okay. Nun Gimbal Hai Shin. You figure it out. It's 4 words, and it tells you your birthright. And those are 4 Hebrew words.
Nun Gimel Ayin Shin? Is that what you're saying?
Nun Gimel Hai Shin.
Hi, what's hi?
H-E-I.
That's not a Hebrew letter.
It most certainly is.
Are you saying
and
hey?
actually it might
Hey?
be hey. It might be hey. Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's hey. So,
yeah, so just the transliteration of the phoneme is wrong. So yes, correct it by ha.
Wait, how do you know a language and not the phonetics of it? I'm just saying.
I'm doing my best to learn it all. And like I said, I'm going to the origins. I'm going to the origins that you refuse to teach people. If you know them, why aren't you teaching the people the origins? You're teaching them the impossibilities that the Norse are the Jews.
My guy, you're going crazy over here. I'm just trying to explain some shit.
My guy.
You want me to explain everything? We don't have that much time. I'm going to be honest.
Then why don't you help the people learn how to discern for themselves? That's the problem. Don't you get it?
What am I going to tell them to discern exactly?
I don't know. Maybe the differences between the languages. It's kind of like on Jack's panel tonight. He wanted to sit there and talk about settle without settling. You can't do something without doing something. It's an impossibility, folks.
Yo, do you know what an agent Smith is?
No, please tell me.
All right. So, the thing is, right? When you get touched by an Agent Smith, you become an Agent Smith. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I haven't been touched by an Agent Smith. I've been touched by God.
You've been touched by God? Is that a fact?
It is. Can you rebut it?
I'm just saying, how would you describe that event?
That's in beginning. You were there too. You just don't remember it, just like I don't remember it. None of us remember it, even though we were there.
If you look at my name, there's a chance I remember it. Just a chance, though.
Are we playing?
To remember it, you must first become dismembered.
Are we playing mystical roulette or something?
Mystical Scrabble.
Are we playing mystical Scrabble? Do I have to occult what I'm saying in order for you to understand it? Because you're sending me ciphers, my guy, and you're speaking in riddles now. Right?
A little bit.
I kind of feel like you are an agent opposed to truth.
Okay. Yeah, I'm opposed to truth, all right.
Because you can't find it yourself, you're opposed to any notion of it.
No, I have truth in myself. I just don't expect it everywhere else.
You were just asking like a bunch of times for him to prove it, but
you got to be careful of people that speak out of both sides of their mouth.
You got to be careful of people that speak out of their ass, too.
It's true. And especially people who do both.
Both sides of their ass, yeah.
And for you, the godless, there shall be a curse, and all the shall rejoice, and there shall be forgiveness of sins, and every mercy and peace and forbearance. There shall be salvation unto them, a goodly light. And for all of you sinners there shall be no salvation, but on you shall abide a curse. But for the elect there shall be light and joy and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. And then there shall be bestowed upon the elect wisdom, and they shall all live and never again sin, either through ungodliness or through pride. But they who are wise shall be humble, and they shall not again transgress, nor shall they sin all the days of their life, nor shall they die of the divine anger or wrath, but they shall complete the number of the days of their life. And their lives shall be increased in peace, and the years of their joy shall be multiplied in eternal gladness and peace, all the days of their life. A fragment from the Book of Noah. And it came to pass, when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the angels, the children of the heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Simjaza was their leader, and said unto them, I fear you will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all answered him and said, Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. Then swear they all together, and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they were in all 200 who descended in the days of Jared on the summit of Mount Hermon, and they called it Mount Hermon because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And these are the names of their leaders: Simeazaz, their leader, Arakiba, Ramael, Kokabeel, Tamiel, Ramiel, Danel, Ezekiel, Barakihal, Asael, Almaros, Batarel, Ananel, Zakiel, Samsapeel, Satarel, Turel, Jomjael, Sarael. These are the chiefs of tens. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to devour one another's flesh, and to drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. And Azazel taught men to make swords, and knives, and shields, and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth, and the art of working them, and bracelets, and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. And there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray, and became corrupt in all their ways. Simjaza taught enchantments and root cuttings, Armoros the resolving of enchantments, Barakihal taught astrology, Kokabel the constellations, Ezekiel the knowledge of the clouds, Arakiel the signs of the earth, Shamsiel the signs of the sun, and Sariel the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and their cry went up to heaven. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. And they said to one another, The earth, made without inhabitant, cries the voice of their crying up to the gates of heaven. And now to you, the holy ones of heaven, the souls of men make their suit, saying, Bring our cause before the Most High. And they said to the Lord of the ages, Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, and God of the ages, the throne of thy glory standeth unto all the generations of the ages, and thy name holy and glorious and blessed unto all the ages. Thou hast made all things, and power over all things hast thou. And all things are naked and open in thy sight, and thou seest all things, and nothing can hide itself from thee. Thou seest what Azazel has done, who hath taught all unrighteousness on earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were preserved in heaven, which men were striving to learn. And Semjaza, to whom thou hast given authority to bear rule over his associates, and they have gone unto the daughters of men upon the earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins. And the women have borne giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And now, behold,
So there's, I mean, there's several things happening there, with the Samjaza thing and those angels that descend. So there's a bunch of bad group of angels, and they teach a bunch of crafts. Essentially, they teach mankind technology, metallurgy, and all of that type of stuff. And this one key angel, Azazel, he's the one who teaches them how to make swords and shields. I guess that signifies he's like a war angel, which is interesting. But yeah, and then
And so, can I interrupt here real quick? Because I want to ask right now.
Yeah,
then,
for sure. Yeah.
If it was in writing that men should put away or sell off their cloak and buy up a sword, if that was done in writing and man was not meant to be reading and writing, then should men really sell their cloak to pick up a sword? You.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It's not exactly a solid book.
Neither are the origins.
But that's because you're reading it as a literal book, and it's an encrypted text that we can't decode.
Again, I'm not trying to decode anything. I'm doing the best I can to comprehend what is written by the way it was written under the intent that it was written. And that is the best way I can use to discern for myself, so I no longer have to believe everybody else.
If we want to do that, we got to go to like the Hetford map, and we got to go to the old world map of Mundi, you know what I'm saying? And I got to show you some of the maps, and I could really explain what happened. You know what I'm saying?
Don't let me stop you. I'm just going to come up with questions.
All right. I mean, I could definitely pull some stuff up for you, bro, and show you some maps and actually what happened. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if I could share a map. Let me see if I can get a map to show you, bro. Let me pull up. Can I share a map window? Like a window with a map in it?
Yeah.
To show them a map.
Do you know how to do it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could do it.
You got to hit the present button and then share your screen or whatever. Is that all right?
Yeah. Here we go. There's the map. All right. Can you see me zoomed in on the map?
Yeah.
kind of blurry though. But yo, this is an old world map. Prior to the last, like, basically reset of knowledge that survived. And so this was the layout, and we had Jerusalem here at the center with some kind of mechanism, right? And then you can see that there's some kind of ulterior mechanism going on here, right? But what I'm focusing on is over here we have one of the tribes. We had the tribe of Dan. And if you look where this land is, right? This land was a lot different. And so, like, the makeup of the earth as we know it is not the way that we know it. This was before there was this cataclysm. And so I'm proposing that there was a crazy cataclysm and they rewrote history. And so we've got this issue with Julius Caesar and a missing 1,000 years. Are you familiar with it? Because we got Jesus making something happen, and then after that, we got a missing 1,000 years of history, and then all of a sudden we got the Roman Catholic Church claiming to be like the representatives of Jesus. You know what I'm saying? With their own.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the what I'll call meddling with the timeline through calendars.
All right. So what I'm saying is we had the Jews, right? And the Jews were never the real Jews anyway. And they were never the real Christians, but they are the same people who created Christianity as we know it. Because it's more than likely that there was a cataclysm and all the knowledge was erased. I got another map that would probably show it a little better. That map's not great quality when you zoom in on the thing. Let me open this one.
Well, folks, I've enjoyed my time up here, and I'm sorry I got to cut it short, but I got my things I got to do. So, thanks for having me up.
For
Check
sure.
everybody out
Thank
later.
you. Thank you. Have a blessed night. Yep.
I'll still do the presentation, so you can watch it later if you want.
Absolutely. Like I said, don't let me stop you. You're not doing it for me. You were doing it for everybody else. You were doing it for everybody else before I came up. Continue on.
So you got, this is an old world map. We've got Jerusalem right here in the center. And this is like what you see in the Wizard of Oz, Emerald City. This is what it's all about. And it was divided into 3 portions. This is how the land was divided. And this is before the cataclysm. Now the land is like basically all of this is gone. All of this is basically underwater, and the pieces sticking up is what we currently know as the continents. And everything else is what we would be considering Antarctica. It's all flash frozen, right? And so that's the number one reason why the majority of our history is a lie. And that's why they want to keep people in Antarctica out of Antarctica, because if people are to go to Antarctica, they're going to discover artifacts of the past that basically have not been sanitized yet. And so they've sanitized the known world of all the ancient artifacts that disprove their current narrative. But so we got the tribe of Dan, right? And the tribe of Dan migrates over to the areas over here that I can't really show you what it looks like now because I don't have the water overlays on it. There's people out there that have done it. And so essentially the tribe of Dan, right, goes down and starts forming things like Denmark, Sweden, right? And this is all because they came from Edan. This was a tribe that came from Edan. This was Dan. And they all have the same cross flag because this was originally them pushing to create Christianity as an empire. And because they understood, you know, these were Hebrews that understood that there was a crucifixion. So they had the crucified God and they had the cross on their flag. And so if you look at all the flags, you're going to see the cross, but it's sideways. And so my point here is that all these different people that are supposed to be Vikings are actually just the same people who were Hebrews, and they continued the same exact almost culture, and they went back to paganism. You know what I'm saying? And this is what created the British Empire having Christianity. It wasn't true Christianity. It was the Christianity that came with these survivors of basically the cataclysm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I mean, do you think that cataclysm had to do with the generations of men from these sort of Nephilim people? You know what I'm saying? Because that's what the Book of Enoch really starts.
No, I'm saying this cataclysm happens after Jesus walks the earth, because we're seeing the cross on the flags of those Israelites now. We're seeing now on all their cultures, they got the lion, the Ari, the Lion of Judah.
So what type of
and the
cataclysm do you think it was? So you're saying that the map of the world looked like that before the cataclysm?
So what I'm saying is Jesus came and there was a cataclysm after. Like he was saying, yo, the end is near, but it wasn't the complete end of the world, dog. You know what I mean? But it was basically the end of Jerusalem. And they're telling you that the temple just got ransacked. And I'm telling you that where they tell you Jerusalem isn't even Jerusalem. I'm saying Jerusalem is under the ice. And that shit is wiped out. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying they rewrote the whole history. And now they're over there claiming land that was never theirs. You feel me? That's what I'm saying. That land was never, ever actually the real center of Jerusalem. Jerusalem was Emerald City in the center of these old world maps. But these old world maps do not match our current world maps. But they did this little trick where they tried to take old world places and stick them all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Like we got places in America named after Paris and Cairo and all kinds of different things because they're playing games with the map. That's why you got like New Zealand and then you got Greenland and they're just flipping stuff around. They have to play these games. And if you really start studying, this is why I go with flat earth, because when you start with flat earth, then you start studying the maps. Then you start to understand that the moon gives you actually a map of the earth, and that there was a period in time in the past in civilizations where they didn't talk about a moon. There was no moon. You know what I'm saying? And so the moon's kind of important. You know what I mean? They did have lunar goddesses, but they didn't have the moon in the way that we know it. And so after these events, right, the nature of the world changed. We had these Nephilim and these giants in this earth and this time period because we had a vapor canopy. And what I'm saying is when that vapor canopy collapsed, it went into another cycle of the earth where that vapor canopy collapsed to the earth and floods it, wipes out majority of what's on the earth. Then we go forward. You know what I'm saying?
I actually have like I hear what you're saying. I'm following what you're saying, but I actually just had a thought I've never had before about this idea based on that map you showed.
Yeah.
Not paying too much attention to the names, but just the idea that so the ice is, where the ice is. I didn't put it there, but it's there seemingly. And if there's more, to me, it kind of fits like maybe there's something to do with like unity energy of some sort that would have gotten weaker for any reason that I'm not aware of, but that would have shrunk the power, that would have melted ice farther into those regions.
It gets really deep because
you
gotta realize.
I'm just throwing random shit just to see because I never thought of that. So
you gotta realize that we're talking about in the center of Jerusalem, we got this mechanism, which is now in Antarctica. But what I'm proposing here is that this light bearer, right, Lucifer, right, how art thou fallen from heaven? I believe that the center of this mechanism was some type of intelligence, but not only an intelligence, like something that was essentially producing an energy, like the black sun, like a sun that was in the earth, right, in the center of this mechanism. And this thing looked like a star. And so, you know what I'm saying, this was the light bearer, but this thing was also an intelligence. And so this is where the shit gets deep, right? This is where you get the black sun from the Schwarzsonne for the Nazis. This is why they went to Antarctica. You know what I'm saying? We have in a lot of different mythology, if you look into it, the mythology of the Bennu stone or the phoenix or the Bennu bird. And everybody knows this to be Lucifer. And we have Dionysian cults that worshipped black stones, right? You've got different people who worship black stones that fall from heaven. And so I'm saying that this was some type of artificial intelligence, you know what I'm saying, that was possibly created by man. You know what I'm saying? And I believe it was created during a time period where we were highly advanced. And I believe it destroyed us. But I believe that there was something that happened that caused it to not function properly and cause a cataclysm. And this was right before Jesus.
What does it have to? What other things would it have affected, like naturally? Do you think, in terms of like maybe ley lines or?
I believe it was why we had the capabilities that we had, but I believe at the same time, right? It was like a holographic fucking like pseudo world that was overlaid on top of this world, and we had people enslaved in the Matrix. And I believe that we were actually like completely in the Matrix. And I believe that mankind got broken out of the Matrix and shit got muddied in the water. You know what I'm saying? But civilizations were trying to pay homage to what the fuck happened. And our history has been erased and remixed. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I think Jesus really was like Neo on some shit and did something that caused the fucking the thing that was in Jerusalem to fucking basically malfunction and caused a half of an apocalypse. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's simple. Jesus hacked that covenant and saved everyone. So
I don't know, but
I do know. That's what I told you.
I'm saying I think the story got corrupted, the knowledge got hidden, and the people who survived, they was paying homage to what happened, but then they formed their own fucking, you know, system in order to control the fate of humanity and held the truth from humanity. So instead of humanity breaking free, these survivors made some connection with that artificial intelligence, or possibly even an intelligence that I would consider Lucifer again. And they restarted the whole system of enslaving humanity from the remaining portion of Earth. Now,
so I have a question. So if we had the technology one time to literally rewrite history, how do you know it isn't just being rewritten every single day?
I mean, that's not likely. I would probably remember if they rewrote it yesterday and I saw something, you know what I mean?
So I don't know what you mean.
Real quick, hold on a second. So the Vikings are actually Jews, and they were the ones who went to the Middle East or whatever. And so the people that are in Israel or Jerusalem today are actually white people, and the white people are the ones that are causing all the problems. But they're just they're Jews and just don't know it or something like that.
The Middle East that you know is not the actual location of Jerusalem.
Right, but that wasn't my question. My question is, so the Vikings are actually Jews, and they're the ones that are causing all the problems, but they're just saying that they're Jews,
what I'm saying is the tribe of Judah, right? The tribe of Judah, the Ari, the lion, the Aryans.
Okay, yeah, the white people are using a Jewish name, and they're the ones that are over there right now.
They came after the cataclysm, bearing the cross on all of their flags when they found their civilizations. Like
I get that part, but what you're saying is that these people that are calling themselves Jews are actually white people, and they're the ones that have been causing all the problems throughout history, right? All the
I'm not making any connotation as to what color they are because I think they could be multicolored.
Okay, I wasn't making any connotation what color they were either. Actually, if you
you're saying white people. I don't know what kind of white people, but I'm saying the Aryans, like
yeah. Most people, if you start talking about Aryans, are going to start thinking about white people.
I mean, you could think that, but you know, the same Aryans are found, you know what I'm saying, throughout all of the fucking Hindu
but
areas,
these are Vikings, right? And they're claiming to be Jews or calling themselves Jews or whatever.
I don't know.
And
I don't know what
the
color
white
they are,
people that are
but
causing all the problems, right? But
what I can tell you is they spread out over the world as the survivors and like basically restarted the program of enslaving humanity.
Right, that's the Aryans, the Vikings, but they call themselves
Sweden, Eden, right? Denmark,
right. Yeah, I know,
Romania,
all these, but the people that were originally living in the Middle East or whatever, the Semites or whatever, they were just like innocent victims of the evil white man that came from the north and enslaved them and started calling themselves all Jews and.
No,
right?
That's not true either, right? But that's not what I'm talking about. You're trying to take this somewhere that I'm not really.
Well, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, bro, because you were just telling me.
I'm not sympathizing to anybody here, bro. I'm just trying to break down the origins of the people that have restarted the Matrix. That's all I'm saying.
Aryans, the Viking Hebrew
you got
Jew
Klaus
people, right?
Schwab, right? You got Bill Gates, right? You got
white people that are or white people that are claiming to be Jews or Jews that are claiming to be white.
Look, they're all the same thing. They're all the same Satanists, my guy. They're not
right.
Jews.
They're white people are basically the same thing, is what you're saying.
All these names is where we're getting confused. I'm trying to tell you, they're all Satanists. All of them.
How would you know they're Satanists?
Because of the practices and the fruits of their, you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Would that be classified as a Satanist?
You're saying that Jews and white people are basically the same thing, and they're all Satanists.
No, I'm saying the people I just mentioned are Satanists. All of
them. Would you classify me as a Satanist?
No, I don't know you.
What do you mean you don't know me?
If I knew you were a Satanist, I would.
I'm a Unitarian Universalist.
I don't know what that is.
Last Sunday we lit candles for our church service. I have receipts to record the services. It's online. Just look up Sunny Hill's YouTube.
It's really simple. Like, do you worship Satan?
No, I worship Eris and Persephone.
But is that Satan?
I don't think they are.
All right. So you're probably not a Satanist. But there's people out there that worship Satan and they claim to be other things. You know,
some people might say that anyone who worships something other than Yahweh is a Satanist.
I don't even like to get into terms of what God's name is because I don't claim to know. You know what I mean?
Then how can you worship a God you don't know the name of?
Because I know my God.
You know your God, yet you don't know their name.
Yeah, no, because like my God is always with me. Like I don't need to sit here and fucking summon my God up like a demon or something. You know what I mean? My God is.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know how you can know someone and not know their name.
I don't need to know the name because my God is everywhere. There is no God that is everywhere but my God. You know what I mean? I don't need to know a name. You know what I'm saying?
Closest thing I got is water.
Like, this is what it is.
Is it?
Yeah, because I'm going to be real with you. My God has never told me a name to call it my God by, so I'm not going to sit here and try to call my God by a name. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe your God doesn't know you.
Like, I just consider the God that created me my Father. So that's what I call my God, I guess. You know what I mean?
I don't.
I just refer to my Father. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know.
All right. You know what I mean? Hashtag. It's just God, bro. It's like there is no other God. You know what I mean? It's the title. And then the proper title is my Father. You know what I mean? But I don't claim to know his name. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know your human father's name? Did the sperm donor to your mother? Do you know his name?
Yeah, my human father told me his name. Right?
Okay.
But like the God that created all things has not told me his name. And so I don't claim to know it.
Don't you think that's kind of sus?
Nah, yo, I think it would be highly arrogant to assume God's name or even take any other man's fucking best representation. Because it's like, well, yo, where'd you get it from? You know what I mean?
I don't.
I feel you.
Hank, do you like football?
No, I don't watch Hand Egg.
Do you watch any certain sports?
Nah, I'm not a sports book guy.
No? Okay. Just seeing if there's like something you look up to, you know, on like an arena size thing, like maybe meeting anybody.
So I looked up to Richard Stallman that I found at Free Software Foundation, and I actually could meet him. I met him at the Pittsburgh Pill Workshop. So I looked up to someone, and I could go and meet him, and I knew his name.
That's dope.
And I can email him still, and he responds.
Yo, the occult loves to know the name because that's how you summon up demons and devils. You feel me?
Yeah, I do feel you, and I'm just saying you see your God's with you, and but you don't know his name, and that's not
God
sus.
cannot be summoned by the names of demons and devils, my guy. You feel me?
I don't, because you say he's with you, but there's no evidence of that.
He's everywhere, dog.
He's
so
with
it's
you,
nothing.
Bro. Everywhere, bro. He's literally everywhere.
Nothing's everywhere.
Everywhere, bro.
Yeah, the object that doesn't exist that we present physics on is technically everywhere.
Everywhere. Because 99.999 to the 12th digit of everything is empty space, bro. And that's where he's at.
Oh, so what's in there between the gaps in the empty space? What do you call that stuff?
That's where my God's hanging out.
Okay, the other stuff, the corpuscles between empty space. What do you call that?
God's living room.
So God's in the empty space and the full space?
Everywhere, bro. All of it.
Nothing's really standing still, man. Like God's in your like TV right now, to be honest.
He's none of it. He's one with it, and he's all of it.
Oh, dude. Look out.
Watch out, bro. That's a bomb.
Kill that. I'm the king of rock. There is none higher. To burn my kingdom, you must use fire. What's up?
Oh no, he's good. He's good. He's not.
It's different. It's different.
All right.
What's going on, everybody? How are you doing tonight here?
Are you a real guy?
He's semi-real.
Yes, me. That's me. I'm a real guy.
All right.
He's on a loop.
And the demons.
Doesn't.
Yo.
He's not live.
Hi, Daisy. What's up, Daisy? I'm chilling. How's everybody tonight? How's my brother Hank? How's the people? How's the neighborhood? What's going on, man? Everybody good? Everybody chilling like the villains you are? What is this guy talking about his God? There's no way he has a name. I'll be confused, man.
It's just a real chill convo. It's real slow paced, and everyone's enjoying it very slowly and articulately, and at a respectable, slow, thought out pace.
All right. Tried by love. So where's the philosopher? Where's the machine tonight? Where is he? Where's my brother-in-law, man?
It's right above you.
How you doing, brother? How you feeling tonight? Good?
I'm okay. I'm a little bit.
You look like you're under the weather, man. You had me fooled the other day. You did the program in the morning. You did it again, right? You did it again, and it was like live. I'm like, what is this live? I'm trying to get in. I can't get in. So, I read,
it was a stream that they had to get taken down because I got P-bombed. And actually, the bunny was here. And,
What was that? What's P-bomb?
You remember what happened, right, Bunny?
Oh, what's up, Bunny?
What's up, dog?
Don't panic. Follow the rabbit.
What's
But
up,
you
my brother?
remember the P bomb, right?
No, I don't know who's that. The guy who said that bad words, the N word.
No, they put some stuff on the screen that we couldn't
I
have
think
it.
we know it. We can see porn, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put
that
porn
prawn
up
on
on the
here,
screen.
Oh,
Yeah.
so that's all right. I mean, just it's considered art.
Yeah.
Well, it's a degenerate image.
Yeah, you know, it's idiots. Like we don't know. I mean, we could get on. I mean, it's like nobody could find it. Nobody could find it these days, and he found the false. Thank you, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he stopped it quick. He stopped it real quick.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
trying
he
to
was right
avoid
on
that.
it. Like he surprised me how quick he fucking was like, no.
I'm the guy who I don't like porn. I haven't had to watch that shit in a long time.
Yeah, so anyway, we were talking about like labels or like where God is, you know, just
Well,
very
God is
slowly.
everywhere. God is everywhere. God is like the sun. It reaches all. You understand? God is a beloved God who loves all, and He is all over the place. Not physically, but spiritually. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the God that's everywhere is different from the God that ordered Israel to fight other tribes in the Middle East. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, you got to understand. I don't want people to get upset, but the Old Testament is fucking crazy, man. I think it's like the most dangerous Bible in the world. It's all war, murder, incest, rape.
Yeah, like I don't
Just
want to just sit here and talk about war and murder though, but like yeah, I guess maybe you know.
I'm gonna be real. I tried to embody.
Yeah, go ahead.
I tried to embody the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
After being Catholic, I tried to go through all the 613 laws and follow that shit because I thought that was the word of God, right? But then I started getting to points where I was like, all right, how the fuck am I gonna go and burn down this whole city that's in idolatry, dog? Like,
yeah, you ever read 23 Ezekiel?
Ezekiel, what do you say?
Ezekiel, yeah, how you pronounce it? Ezekiel 23, chapter 23.
Ezekiel 23.
Ezekiel, yeah, when he, you know, it's just nasty as fuck, man.
There's some crazy shit in the Bible.
I would not read it. He's comparing that to Egyptian semen like that of horses, and you know what I'm saying?
It is some crazy shit, bro. Tell you to put your daughter into slavery, bro. Put a
Yeah, the New Testament was nice and cool. Everybody, it was a relaxed, guys. I like Revelation. The guy was high on psychedelics and those drugs. He just thought of everything. God shaving his leg, had horns. Oh, yeah. The guy went nuts. He was high as fuck when he wrote it.
Yo, Revelation was actually mostly drawn from Daniel.
Yeah, it was a dream, right? Was it a dream?
It was. They remixed the Old Testament stories of Daniel.
Oh, okay. Anyway, God is a loving God, whether he's a Christian God or a Jewish God. You know, we could agree on that, I guess, right?
Yeah, God loves everybody, bro.
Yeah, God loves everybody. I mean,
nobody. The devil's still walking around somewhere, bro. God love
yeah, nobody has a monopoly on God. He loves everybody.
Has anybody heard of any solutions that are practical in our daily lively cycles that we could use? You know, just anybody got any good tips on that? You know, practical. Maybe think maybe somebody doesn't know these things, and you could teach them and remind ourselves as well.
Solutions about problems.
Nah, I mean like like I got one here. I'll start it off. So if let's see here. There's books and there's manuals on like how to do what you're doing already in your life.
Yeah.
Doing it with more you know, less technique and more you know, application.
Yeah. So yeah,
Like
I
stuff-
use
stuff with water's
Fedora
pretty
Linux,
easy.
and there's plenty of manuals on Fedora's official website.
What is it?
I use Fedora Linux. It's what I guess IBM uses to build up Red Hat.
Yeah, what's it do practically for you in your daily life? Or like how's it
It allows me to use my computer. It allows me to be here and talk to you. It's the operating system. So So you need it for my computer to not be a brick, and I don't have to pay $100 just to use Windows, and I get to customize it the way I want it to.
Yeah, you got to confuse me. I don't understand what the conversation is, man. I'm like the slowest person in here. I mean, I don't know, man. You know, I'm losing my memory and shit, man. Yeah.
Yeah, at that point, I usually just listen a little bit and catch
Yeah.
back up.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know. What was the question you asked? A solution of what?
If you, never mind. It was a stupid.
Yeah.
It was a question for another day.
All right, we leave it to another one. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, because you got me confused there for a minute.
My bad. I'll do that from time to time.
That's good. That means, you know, that means
I
you're
won't,
smarter
I
than
won't
me.
condemn you, but I'll do that from time to time.
Yeah. No, I can't. My memory's lost, man. Oh.
You saying I'm lost?
No, my memory. I'm trying to remember this actor. Remember that guy?
All right. Well, is anybody's memory not lost? Like, I think maybe
I
know. I'm paying attention. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, but I'm not remembering things I'm supposed to remember. Like, for example, I just like Robin Williams. I was trying to think it was Robin Williams for a while. Then I went. I remember a movie he was in, and I got his name. Then I forgot his name all over again within an hour. Then I had to look it over again. That's fucking weird. Yeah. You think that's dementia or what? Huh? What's dementia, man? I'm scared.
Yeah, you might be dehydrated, bro.
Huh?
A little more water.
You know, I don't
And
remember
also
like
too. Just try to remember to like link your breaths together. Like try to see how many breaths you can like actually keep count of that you do in a row. Because I bet you it's actually easier than you know to just forget what you're. Oh, I'm counting my breath. You know, you're on 6. You know, it's
Who
possible.
was it?
So that's like a practice.
Robin
you know,
Williams. How can I remember? Robin Williams. All right.
Yeah, Robin Williams didn't practice enough breath. I remember.
If you don't drink water, your brain shrinks.
So are you sure that you can't rewrite history recently? Are you sure about that?
All right, look, I'll level with you, bro. All right. There's some weird shit going on with the Berenstein Bears, okay? But you know what I'm saying? Until I get some real solid evidence of the Mandela, you know what I mean? I don't know if they could rewrite history live.
Yeah.
But I think they could lie to you. You know what I mean?
Well, if you were paying attention right now, I just did it.
I mean, I guess. If that's what you claim.
Well,
Cecil,
it's in
what's on your
the
mind, man?
they have receipts. It's literally in the video. So
All right then, bro. That's it. Hank cracked the quantum time barrier.
No, problem is that it's hard to scale up. I need more power, but it's not that hard to do.
Hey Hank, somebody in the chat last week or last time was trying to say that you look like a talking burnt coconut or something like that, dude. That's fucked up.
That's just their opinion, man.
Okay, I was just saying, bro. I wouldn't go out like that, homie. I'm saying shit.
Omar, you're muted, bro.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, I know. I was listening because I listened to a video, so I don't want to disturb you guys.
Oh, I thought you was trying to talk. I saw you. You know what I mean? Maybe.
No, that's what you see. That's an avatar of me. That's not me right now.
Oh.
Yeah, I took a small piece from one of my videos a long time ago, and I just used it because in the evening, like around this time, you know, I don't have the shirt on. I only got my shorts. You know, I'm relaxed. That's
a great idea.
Yeah, my stomach is all out. I don't want to be all there. You know.
I'm pretty sure I'm wrong with this. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm wrong with this name association, but Omar to me sounds like possibly Henry Kissinger or like that guy who was doing that interview where he's like, yeah, like I rounded up the J's, you know, I had to. It was either I did it or someone else would do it, you know.
What? Say that again. I don't understand.
Never mind, dude.
You mean Zbigniew Brzezinski?
Okay, this is like a
No.
yo machine. What
He
you
sounds
doing?
like one of those guys I've seen on 60 Minutes talking about how he was rounding up Jays. But all right, that's all.
Yeah, you mean Zbigniew?
Yeah, I have a channel. I have a political sign, political channel.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Henry
Took my
Kissinger was
life
a
for insurance on
Henry Kissinger was a fucking war
9/11
criminal,
day.
man. He was a war criminal, man. Henry Kissinger. That guy has so much blood on him. He's fucking right now. He's just.
Are you talking about, dude? I can't remember. It's such a common name. What the hell is that name of that dude? He's a scapegoat. They're all just scapegoats. But what the hell is that dude's name?
Where
was it? Scapegoat.
The Open Source Society or whatever. What the fuck is his name?
George Soros.
Yeah,
George
kind of like
Soros.
that. Kind of like
Spooky
that.
dude George Soros.
I can't believe I forgot that dude's name.
Like,
But
dude,
anyway.
imagine. Yeah.
Oh man, chilling, you know.
Already beat Fallout 4. Now I'm playing it on survival mode.
Yeah. Oh, so how's everybody's evening tonight? What's it? Wednesday night, right?
No, it's not Tuesday. Tuesday.
Everybody's good.
I'm smoking hella joints, bro.
Good for you. You good? Then you're doing better than us.
You know what I'm saying?
Then you're better than us.
I'm completely and totally sober.
So you see how easy it is to implement Mandela when the so-called watchers aren't really paying attention at all. So I mean, the machine's gonna remember this, but it's very easy to implement Mandela if your targets don't pay attention to the environment. So be aware of your surroundings, folks.
Are you gonna hit the Mandela, Hank?
I already hit it twice.
You hit that Mandela? Dope.
Yes.
All right. I don't do that shit.
I'm Bill Prop. I am one of the professors at UCSD.
Anyone can control it. There are few like my teacher, G.E. Wright, or his teacher. That we would find now, a piece of petrified wood with Moshe Ohev Tzipora carved in it. Oh, but they're looking for evidence of a great mass of people. My friends Yisrael and Neil correctly introduced their discussion with the heading, was a mass exodus even possible in the time of Ramses II? But our oldest sources of this, the Song of the Sea and J, the Song of the Sea is our oldest source on this. There seemed to be some misunderstanding about that earlier. And our second oldest is J. Don't give any numbers. There is no mass of millions in their Exodus stories. I'll get to E a little later. And few of us who do the scholarship on early Israel, whatever our models, imagine that the whole of Israel experienced the Exodus. We get that the list of numbers with 600,000 males from all of Israel's tribes might, just might, have been added to the original story. Where do the big specific numbers appear? In the source known as P, which is at best the fourth version of the story to be written. Yisrael and Neil wrote that even if the number is exaggerated, quote, the text describes the survival of a great number of people under the most challenging conditions. Some archaeological traces of their generation-long wandering in the Sinai should be apparent. So if you grant their two assumptions, that it was a large mass of people and then it went on for an entire generation, say 40 years, I guess. I lost my place. Then, yeah, maybe they have a point, but there is absolutely zero basis for the first two assumptions. From our oldest texts, we have no idea how many people would have been involved, and we have no reason whatever to accept uncritically a claim that it went on for a whole generation. And I mean no disrespect to my archaeological colleagues when I express my skepticism about that last assumption as well. Just because they couldn't find evidence doesn't prove or disprove a darned thing about anything except maybe a mass exodus. And for heaven's sake, did we need archaeological work to confirm that an exodus of 2 million was problematic? It had already been calculated long ago that if they were marching, say, 8 across, then when the first ones got to Sinai, half of the people were still in Egypt.
I'm trying to find some of the other material where he shows the manuscripts, the different manuscripts of the Bible from ancient times. So he starts talking about this guy, Richard Elliott Friedman.
Yup.
He
Yeah,
talks
they
about the different versions of the Bible.
they can't find evidence of, you know what I'm saying, a mass migration. You know about the Pharaoh Akhmoses?
Yeah,
No.
and but yeah, in fact, the
You know about
the
it,
place
huh,
is
Hank?
the place is so close. It wouldn't take more by a couple weeks tops to walk across. It wouldn't take 40 years to walk from make that trip. So
I'm just saying, like, so the story either didn't happen because there's no evidence of it happening, or it happened, but on a bigger Earth that wasn't in that location, right?
yeah, exactly.
That's my claim, is that we had a bigger Earth, and a lot of these stories we have, they're tying locations to locations that are no longer even them locations.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the opposite claim. I'm gonna claim that didn't happen and it made it the fuck up.
You could claim that.
Yeah, I will.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Who just giggled in that feminine giggle?
A woman.
She's in the same room as I.
I have a woman
Okay.
next to me smoking weed with me.
Okay.
She giggles and stuff.
Was she there the whole time? I'm gonna say yes.
Well, I mean, you know, she's been in and out, but now she's here because I'm rolling a joint. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
A shout out to the internet, Mims and Limbs.
Shout out to the internet, Mims.
Shout out.
Shout out.
I'm just saying, bro. We've been lied to, bro. Everything's a fucking lie.
If everything's a lie, then why bother looking for the truth?
Because it's out there, bro. You just gotta look deep enough. You know what I mean?
I don't care. I want if everything's a lie, I want to make my lies. I want to get rid of their lies and replace with my own lies.
Look, we were so advanced at one time. All right, we was like the Jetsons. All right, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like, that's kind of like the period that we get the stories of the Bible from. You know, like the Exodus. Like, this was the Jetsons, bro.
But Jetsons ain't shit. Rick has portal guns.
I'm just saying, we had the Jetsons.
Jetsons ain't shit.
You know, like, did you ever hear, like, did you ever read the parts of the Ark of the Covenant where there's like carrying this thing around and it's like smoking cities and shit? What kind of technology do you think that is? Exactly.
I suspect the Jetsons might as well be the Flintstones. We could do better.
There's a theory. There's a theory that the Ark was actually part of the Great Pyramid of Giza. And it was like the energy, like, amplifier or something.
Oh, that's a battery? Yeah.
Not a battery. They said it was like a capacitor or something that would jump up the voltage of the pyramid, and they would put it in the king's chamber in some kind of sarcophagus. That it was exactly the same dimensions as the Ark of the Covenant described biblically when they measured it.
You know what we should do? We should try it on the Luxor.
I don't know, but I definitely think it has something to do with something, because you know what I mean, the Pyramid of Giza looks more like a machine than a tomb if you really break it down, incorporating a lot of mathematics that are, you know, relevant to the earth itself, and like the laws of nature and stuff are encrypted into it. And at the time when the Nile would run next to that pyramid, we'd have, these shafts of water going underneath it, which would be generating some type of current that would flow up through the pyramid and then into the city around it. So it was like wireless electricity, kind of like what Tesla was, proposing.
Or like 5G.
I guess
Right,
like
like
5G, but not, instead of data, they were transferring energy.
No, the data has to move over energy. So
I get it, but like what I'm saying is they still can't power your phone with the 5G.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like imagine that amount of energy flying through the air without hurting people. And I think that this was part of a grid, right? Because you find these pyramids all over the earth. I think this was part of a grid that they tapped into the ley lines of the earth's geomagnetic fields, built these different things that had some kind of purpose. And I think that system caused the cataclysm, which flash froze half of like the earth we live on. The construct of the earth, the container, the petri dish, whatever you want to call it, bro.
The field?
It's basically we are contained in a finite earth.
Yeah. Because off there, it's just a void, right? You know what I'm saying?
We don't know because we're contained. There's just no way to know it.
You shoot stuff up there and it's just in there.
Well, no, it
floats around.
That's the in between.
You know what I'm saying?
Not really.
All right, so you basically put you make a big gun. It's kind of like you make a big firecracker, then you launch something all the way through the firmament and it just stays up there.
Well, if it's full of helium, yeah.
No, you shoot it really fast. And it doesn't fall back down.
No, then it comes.
You know
back
what I'm saying, right?
No, it comes back down.
No, it just sticks up there. But if you shoot far enough.
Look, I've shot plenty of things into the air. They come back down.
You didn't use a big enough gun.
Well, they just weren't full of helium.
Yeah, you heard of Falcon Heavy, right?
Heard of a lot of things.
So it's a very huge firecracker. It has a payload. They blow it up in phases. Then the thing just stays up there. It just doesn't. Part of it comes down, but part of it just stays stuck up there.
Did you ever look up Operation Dominic and Operation Fishbowl?
Yes, I think they blew up.
Since we spoke about it.
Yeah. So yeah.
What do you think about that?
They blew something up in the air.
No, I'm saying, what do you think about them unsuccessfully detonating like 12 nuclear warheads into the firmament?
Well,
document.
They must have. There's no firmament pieces. They couldn't recover firmament pieces. Something. It must have been vaporized the whole firmament.
Well, they said that they couldn't break it. If you notice, if you look in the actual reports, they say they can't break it. And then if you look at Russian scientists' description of the Earth, they also describe the firmament in definition.
I think they were lying about it. I think they just destroyed it and then they just covered it up.
They lied about space because then the U.S. and the Russians came together in the space race, which never existed.
They lied about not breaking the firmament. Now they had to cover it up with the ozone layer thing.
Hey, Hank. Hank, I want to ask, like, what do you think about? This is just like a randomly proposed idea, but what do you think about the idea of you being who you are, us, me being who I am, and then inside of there's an inner space, and then everything outside of yourself is technically in outer space. What do you think about that?
Mount Meru.
That's a model. That's a model.
You know what else is a model? Is a snow globe.
Black
and also
stone.
like your brain inside of your head with the hemispheres, and then like maybe like that cranium above it. Can't really like Like, but thoughts can go through there. So sometimes, I mean, I feel like, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I believe government documents that were never intended to see the light of day.
Yeah. So,
I believe
basically, during that fishbowl, they blew up the firmament and they had to do something. So they said ozone there to cover it up. Then since then they just keep shooting stuff and it just doesn't come down.
Dude, what's the first 2 letters of ozone?
OZ.
Could be that. Yeah. Stay looking for it. Be like I'm Dorothy.
Yeah. So they shoot stuff in there and it doesn't come out.
What do you think about Mount Meru and Blackstone?
Blackstone, you mean that company that's buying the whole United States, or do you mean some different Blackstone?
I mean, yeah, the Blackstone, the company that's buying everything, and also name their company after the Blackstone that's a mountain in the center of the earth.
What point on Earth is the center? Can you give me the coordinates?
Because if you notice, right, it says in the Hebrew Bible that goes to the top of the mountain to get the, you know what I'm saying, the scripture or the script or the programming from the ancient AI that is housed in a giant black stone the size of a mountain in the center of the earth. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
I looked up center of Earth on Google Maps and didn't find anything. Where are they hiding it?
Google hid it.
Where? What coordinates?
Basically, what they're showing you as the Earth is not the whole Earth. It's just a portion. And then they told you live on a globe. So then they wrap that around a ball to make it to where that's all that there is. You just pop off on one side like Pac-Man and you're back on top.
So why are they pulling that Pac-Man effect with? It has to be using some insanely powerful magic. So
the Pac-Man effect doesn't actually work. It's just it's an optical illusion of the globe itself. Because the globe doesn't actually exist. So what happens is no flight routes utilize the Pac-Man effect.
Except the ones that do.
They don't.
They do. We can look up a flight
route. They don't make no sense, bro. Just look at them.
It uses geodesic paths. So maybe
the reality is that all of the different continents are all stacked on top of each other in a line. And when you stack them like that, then the flight paths make sense.
I think you got Mandela. What I think is happening is Mother Gaia is using her power cosmic to warp space so that the geodesic paths are actually shortest paths.
I mean, that's a bright theory, but you know, I'm more along the lines of bigger Earth, and we live on a small portion of it that's been basically turned into a prison.
Yeah, but if the space is being warped, then the Pac-Man effect would just work because it's everything
honestly
around on itself.
Doesn't work.
The bigger Earth theory kind of makes a little bit more sense. I'd also like to add that the reason why we always see the same side of the moon all the time is because it's actually a giant artificial construct like a spaceship or space station or something like that. And it has like they call them like geostabilization complexes on the other side, but really it's their engines.
You want to know what the moon really is?
It's a giant spaceship.
I was gonna ask if Cecil thought it was possible that it was like plasma
or cheese,
like an effect within our own knowing.
Is it made out of cheese?
So the moon, right? The moon would have to be some kind of artificial construct to remain in orbit, quote unquote, orbit around.
Yeah, they make it out of cheese.
However, right, I don't believe the moon is actually even a real thing, and that's why I don't think they can land on it. I believe the moon is a reflection of the Earth,
because a
the
mirror,
greater Earth.
yeah, a mirror is an artificial yeah.
So the moon is essentially sunlight bouncing off the Earth onto the firmament, if that makes sense to you.
Then why is the firmament blue instead of the same color as the moon?
It does make sense. It does make sense. I don't think that theory is correct, though. I believe it's an actual large something out there that, which, you know, how do you, like, the tide goes up and down because this thing has its own freaking gravity well and all this shit. As far as it being a plasma or whatever, like, I've heard that theory too. I don't know, man. I think it actually exists in orbit around a round planet and it's there for some type of purpose.
This is going to really fuck you up now,
It
Cecil.
could be.
How about this, Cecil? You ready to get really fucked up? The stars is the same reflection, but like a rear view, but like a mirror in your car on the side, right? That makes everything, you know what I'm saying, closer than they appear further away. Like objects are closer than they appear, right? So the second layer of this shell projects, instead of like the moon, which is projecting a tiny image of the Earth and showing you a tiny image of the whole greater Earth, the stars are projecting a zoomed in version of the greater Earth, and it matches the moon.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't mean nuclear power is someone that's pulled a star out of the firmament and locked it in
Hey, Cecil, I hear what you're saying, dude. But like, the one point that you might actually like is that there are photos. I mean, and then I think people say that I haven't done it, but apparently you can see stars shining through these non-full moons. You can see stars that are behind them, but it shouldn't be behind them. I mean, it should be behind them, but you can see through the moon to the star. And that's a thing that whatever anybody can do, maybe.
All right, I've never been able to see through the moon or whatever you're talking about.
No.
It waxes or wanes at a regular rate, you know, full moon, new moon, blah blah blah. Well, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, I have not been able to
Hank
see the
knows
moon
about the
either.
occult, right? The
Good, it's good.
microcosm mirrors the macrocosm, right? What do you think that means, Hank? It's the
That means that you
macrocosm
find the same
mirroring
pattern
the
over and over
microcosm.
again.
That's what they understand, these things, but they give us the improper understanding of the world we live in.
Maybe they're trying to educate you and just not getting it.
I'm
Have you
telling
considered
you.
that?
I'm telling you what it is, bro. We can line up the stars on top of the moon, and then we can use that to find Earth, and you can locate all the locations on Earth, and you'll see how large it actually is. It's amazing.
You know, there's another way of finding what's on Earth, and that's just looking right in front of you. It's right there.
I'm trying to say, yo, we got an Earth, right? And then there's other places that are also other biospheres with their own domes over them. And
I'm
all of that's under a
I'm just
dome.
saying, how do you tell what's on Earth by looking up? What relationship does it have?
Because it's a mirror. It's like, I would have to show you, you know.
All right, go ahead.
If someone could pull up a moon map of Cepicus Gallus.
That's the thing you were saying earlier. I is like, if you're not like looking at the maps, like if you're just gonna look at it for the first time, I mean, there's a good chance they're not gonna see it, or it's gonna seem kind of ridiculous. But whatever.
Well, that's why it seems ridiculous, because you need to see the map to understand it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm looking up a moon map.
I could tell people stuff.
Vibes of Cosmos is like the number one, I think, on that.
Yeah, Vibes of Cosmos and God Gives Lambda or whatever the fuck the other one guy is.
Never heard of that one.
Yeah, both of those people are pretty much on point. You know, I don't know if they're exactly on point, but that's what I'm saying. It's along the lines of that type of shit. I'm familiar with those two people. And yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I present a moon map.
Shall go to Supicus Gallus M.
You just said, yeah, moon map. Here's a moon
Yeah,
map.
so,
Right. Go to Supicus Gallus M. It's a crater on the moon.
Oh, okay, Gallus.
Hank, you might really be interested in something called the lunar wave too. Honestly, that thing was.
yeah, let me while Hank zooms in on this thing, I just have one question for the rabbit. On one hand, you say all of history is unknowable, and that these societies have, written things in a way where it's hard to discern the truth, and basically everything is Luciferian, right? But at the same time, you say, well, let's believe this government document that says that we couldn't break through this dome. So
yeah,
I'm just trying to understand how can you know one thing and not know the other?
Neurojack, you're trying to generalize things, and that's where you're going to get yourself in trouble. Look,
you made the generalization. I'm just telling you what you said. I'm not generalizing anything.
If I explain it properly, then you'll understand how these two things could exist. You know what I mean? So the government documents that I'm referring to, right, is their own internal documents where they're recording things that they're doing, right, internally, because they can't avoid internal documents.
But it's all compartmentalized. I mean, there's probably internal documents for everything that's
all
compartmentalized.
Neurojack. But what I'm saying is we have declassified documents that we're not really supposed to be in the public light.
How do you know that that's the case then? You said we don't know if all of history is a lie or not. Yeah, we know that these are definitely internal documents.
If they're going to shoot nukes into the sky, they have to write it down that they do it. And then they wrote down the results, right? We know we have video of these happen, and I didn't just believe it on a whim. I watched the nukes get shot into the firmament, and literally fucking the mushroom clouds spread out over the dome.
Well,
yeah,
now
if they raised the firmament, they wouldn't tell you about it either.
Let me rebut your point really quick. Consumer grade technology can now deep fake stuff that is believable to the human eye and on the consumer level. Are you saying that it's impossible that they've had this technology for longer than what we've known about?
I'm saying that when their own shit contradicts public narrative, right, you have to question what it really is. The public narrative is not that there's a dome.
Well, there's multiple public narratives running at the same time that contradict each other all the time.
I understand, but the majority of public narrative.
I just want to interject one thing real quick there, Neuro. What you just said is exactly why I don't take any of this truther shit seriously. It's just you guys are a hell of a lot cooler to hang out with than fucking normies. Okay?
Look, and here's the thing is, and look, I'm not just trying to do a gotcha to rabbit. What I'm saying is this: it's like I think that we should look at the lies and the narratives, and I agree with what you said. I think this is a very cool group to hang out with, but. Look, here's what I'm trying to get at. My point of bringing this up is not to rain on anybody's parade. My point is to say this, claiming one thing and another thing that contradict each other and not contextualizing it very slowly is what everybody does, including the government, including people in positions of power. And if we're just going to do the same thing, then really there's no point, which is fine. I'm just saying, to me, what's more interesting is looking at the narratives that are spun, even if they are contradictory, and say, well, since we can't verify either one, what would be the purpose of two conflicting narratives that are out in the public, whether one is supposedly forbidden and the other one isn't? Well, the purpose is most likely to get us chasing down rabbit trails where even it might be 90% true on both sides, but the fact is that we're going to sit here and fight over it rather than have any actionable, decisions made in the interim, right?
I completely agree.
No, I don't.
Right, but see, the thing is, so everybody in the chat thinks that you're an idiot and I'm an idiot, because you and I actually want to do something about all this, and then they think that the flat earthers are geniuses because they can argue for 10 years with each other about the same shit that never gets resolved. See,
so that's the problem there.
Yeah,
we're not flat earthers. That's the problem.
Well, I'm not saying that you are. I'm saying that these people in the chat are, and they're like, out here like disinfoing everybody in the chat, and I see it, and I'm just pointing it out. That's all.
Here's a reality.
It's all right.
Can you give us a better explanation?
Better explanation than what?
Than what I'm putting down right now. Can you provide a better explanation for all of these things?
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong. All I'm saying is I think Hank has a more coherent worldview because he recognizes that whatever the truth is, these are narratives that are being told to us on either side. That's what I'm saying.
The
I don't know
reality
if you
is,
call it better, but I can definitely give you a different viewpoint that's arguably just as interesting.
Awesome.
Sure. That's a good thing. That's what discussions are for, though. It's not to divide. They're not for division. So I'm on the non-division side.
Well, that's debatable, but okay.
Who wants to debate it?
I said it's debatable. It doesn't mean that it's going to be productive, but it is debatable.
What is debatable that I don't want
to that you're not about dividing people.
And what will give you that inclination?
Patterns. But it's not against you specifically. It's not you.
That's good.
Yeah, it's not you specifically. It's just like the narratives that people just kind of run with that are kind of like.
But nobody's making money off of this shit, dude.
Can anyone provide a better explanation for all
It's
these
never about money. Money is a medium. It's never about money, dude.
Your attention is money.
No, it's not.
Your attention is your greatest currency, in my opinion. But okay.
No, it is, but that's my point. Is like your attention is the currency, not the money. The money is just what attracts you or detracts you from it.
So to be fair, you mentioned like let's talk about solutions, and like that's a great starting point, but there's no division. I mean, like if you're going to talk about like let's put ideas together, then we can do that. But that's what I'm thinking, at least.
So when I try to show people maps, I'm saying we can't show the maps. I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to show you Supicus Gallus M, but then we get side railed by another guy who wants to know about some other shit. And that's kind of the reason why, like, you're having an issue getting to the truth, my guys. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's up there. So I can't find it. They've been deleted. They must have went up to the moon and erased the creator.
Some people just can't handle the truth. And so they instead of handling it, they're just like, but why? But why? I need to know why.
I don't care why, but it looks like they went up there and erased the creator or something.
Look, man, Supicus Gallus M, all right, is the crater we live in on the giant Earth. All right, we're in.
We don't exist then.
We're in a prison.
Oh no, we don't exist. The map says we don't exist.
All right, look, just go to like the NASA moon map and go to Supicus Gallus M or something. Or like Google,
okay, let me stop sharing.
Google moon map?
Yeah.
Isn't there a Google moon?
No, well, and I just want to point out that I'm watching the chat and everybody is like totally misconstruing everything I'm saying, and whether it's on purpose or not, it's directly illustrating my point, which is that as soon as you start trying to say, well, what are we going to do about any of this? Then people start saying, well, you're the thought police. It's like, okay, so when someone actually wants to do something with all the information that's being put out there, they're the thought police. Okay, got it. I mean, thank you. That it literally proves the point I was making. So I appreciate that, guys. Thank you.
The point is hard, Neurojack, because it's like, in order for you to understand, you need a lot of information, right? And then you get people that want to just sit here and like attack the information and demand answers. And these are really things that you should just take notes and just kind of do the research and see, and maybe you can learn. You know what I mean? Like, I can't necessarily fight on every front and actually get to a point, if that's what you want.
And again, this is not directly about you. I'm not attacking you. I agree with, probably about 85% of the shit that you're saying. So it's not really about that or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, the pattern is that people get lost off in space worrying about, and again, I appreciate everything that you're presenting. I'm happy about it. I'm just saying, like, I'm noticing the patterns of all this general topic where it's like you start trying to like most of what you're saying is true. I'm just saying it's like I'm watching how the chat is reacting to what you're saying, and I'm watching how they're responding to how I'm saying, and it's like it's the same fucking bullshit every time. And again, it's not. And it's I'm not saying that these people are agents or anything. They could be. They could not be. I'm just saying like it's the point. The point is that people get trapped in their own mental prisons, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like we're trapped in the mental prison where we can't actually, get out and do something about it.
Place. And I can promise you, Neurojack, I wouldn't put anything in front of you that I didn't do fucking thousands, I want to say, hours.
Yes, but look, but the contradiction that I pointed out to you is it stands to reason to what I'm pointing out to you, right? Like what I'm pointing out to you is that history is fake, and we have to believe this document because they said it's classified. I mean, you understand that's a contradiction of terms, right?
Here's the problem. You're too caught up on a document, right? You're too caught up on I got.
Well, no. I'm not caught up on the document. You're claiming that it's true. You're claiming that it's true. You're claiming that it's true.
Don't turn into Mustachio Disguisey and start getting angry at flaring your mustache at me. Here's the reality: the document of the.
So are you denying that you said that history is fake and that we should believe this document?
Hear me out,
It's a yes or no question. It's not like you don't need to overly nuance and contextualize it. I'm not attacking you. I'm just asking you a simple question.
The document was one simple thing that I was using, right? To demonstrate the firmament. It was not the only source, and it is. We could just throw it out if you want.
Yeah,
it's irrelevant to what I'm saying, and because you chose that, right? It goes to show that you don't care about what I'm actually getting to. You're not taking into You're just there.
I can agree. I can agree with.
I go bam! I shot it.
I can agree with your conclusion with it. I can agree that you're misconstruing and misrepresenting what I'm saying. I can agree with your conclusion while rejecting your evidence for it. Right?
Look,
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Let's throw out Project fucking. Let's throw out Operation Fishbowl. Let's throw out Operation Dominic. Let's throw out the nuclear tests to shoot the firmament. Let's throw that out, right? In the Bible, it tells you there's a firmament, right? We have different experiments that we've done, right? And we know that there's an outer space, right? But they can't explain how the atmosphere doesn't depressurize. They can't explain.
Yes, I agree on those grounds. On those grounds, I agree. On those grounds, I agree.
We've gone to the moon, Neurojack. But we know that's a fucking lie. And if I have to explain that to you, that's a whole other paradigm.
No. We don't know. We know they lied, but it doesn't mean that we know the truth of the matter. We can know that somebody told you some bullshit. It doesn't mean that we understand what the truth is.
Here's what else we know. We know they can't go to the moon. We know they can't. They cannot do it.
How do you know that?
Because they said we can't go to the moon. We lost the technology.
Okay, so now we're going to believe what they said, even though they lied to us before about something else.
They don't go to the moon. They never went to the moon.
How do you know that?
Because the original footage of them going to the moon was filled by...
So hold on. Let me get this straight. So, so what do you think the moon is again? You said it's like a plasma thing or something?
The reason why they can't go to the moon is because it's a reflection of the Earth off of the firmament.
Okay, so that couldn't possibly be a psyop, while the other thing absolutely 100% could be.
It could, except it matches, right, the stars, the star map, and it also matches the Earth map. So, like, I get what you're saying, but it matches just too perfectly where it's like, it's almost impossible.
Okay, well, it's all coming off a screen, is it not?
Now, when we study different things, right, like how the way that light works and shit, and we calculate the angles of the rays of the sun, we can calculate that the sun is closer than they claim it actually is. It's a local sun.
Right. Well, it's possible that that's true.
No, it's actually mathematically true.
Math is not reality. Math is a representation of reality. It's not 1-to-1 ratio.
You can call it whatever you want, but if you calculate the angles of the rays, of the sun.
I don't take calculation as being one-to-one with reality.
I'm just saying, if you measure, you know what I'm saying, use your own mind. Like,
I mean, you literally pointed out how Pythagoras and all these guys are worshiping geometry and math, and yet now you use it to justify your claims. You don't see the contradiction in that?
Neurojack, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you've got like a 3-inch dick and you run into a wall, right? You know what I'm saying? You're going to run into the wall 3 inches before your face hits. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that sounds like science to me.
It doesn't have to be. Look, if you have fucking 2 bananas and you eat them, you have no bananas. That's math. It's valid. What I'm trying to say is, if we got the angles of a light bulb and any kind of light source, we know that this is reproducible. It is what you're saying it's not. We can calculate it, and it's always the same. The angles of the light source are always relative to the distance of the source of light. So what I'm saying is, if we just take this simple observation and we apply it to the biggest light, we can calculate that they're lying to us. Now, if you're trying to tell me that they lied to us to make us believe that they're lying to us, that doesn't make sense to me, Neurojack. You're saying, why would we believe this? Why would we believe this?
Right. So psyops only work on a certain level, but they can't work on other levels. Is that what you're getting at?
What reason do you have not to believe the sun is closer than they say it is?
What reason do I have to believe any of the narratives that they're telling me?
I'm just saying, what reason do you have to believe it's not closer? What skin do you have in this game?
My point is, what difference does it make when there's other things I do have my skin in the game regarding?
The difference that it makes is because you need a reason, right, to care in the first place. Why the fucking, if the sun is far or
well,
close,
I don't care about that relative to all the other things I do care about.
I'm trying to demonstrate that they're lying to us about the construct of what we live in. And so,
right. Well, I mean, I can't convince people that they're. I can't convince people to like go get involved in their local, towns meetings, because that'll actually have more effect on their personal lives than it will fighting on the internet about that.
You get what I'm saying, Neurojack? My point is, the angles from the sun tell us that it's actually closer than they say it is.
My point is, if I go to a local town meeting and actually try to like get people to listen to me, and first thing I say is, hey, the earth is flat and they lied to us about all this science and stuff, even if I'm right, they're probably not going to listen very long, is kind of what I'm getting at.
That was your first problem. You went to a town meeting. You went to a literal sheep pen and tried to be a wolf. Don't you understand? These people are happy in the Matrix. They don't want to be unplugged, Neurojack. What are you doing?
They're
gonna kill you.
Right. So what we should do is we should just allow all of us to be ruled over, because some people are sheeps.
I'm not telling you to go to your council meeting and tell them about flat Earth. And I don't understand what that has to do with anything.
I don't understand what the flat Earth has to do with anything either.
It's important.
In what way?
It's important in the way that they're lying to us and you can prove it.
Right. Well, there's things that they're lying to us about that are much more personal to people, that people actually might take action upon, right? Rather than something that they don't really care about. I don't think the average person really cares that much about the Earth and the moon being whatever or not. It doesn't really affect them in their personal life at all.
I'm not talking to the average person, Neurojack, and that's not my audience, bro. The average person is fucked.
Hollow Earth, bitches. What? Hollow Earth.
And again, this is not an attack on you, but what I'm saying is you're quoting different sources and saying, well, don't believe this source and don't believe, but I do believe this source, and it's like you're contradicting yourself, and I'm just pointing it out.
Making a demonstration of ideas here, bro.
Right. I care way more about whether 9/11, for example.
I can provide a scholarly report. You know what I mean? And this is me having a conversation about what I think is going on.
Okay, right. Here's the thing is, like, say for example, 9/11, okay? We could, they're probably lying to us about that, and that's probably important, and that still has way more impact on all of our lives and, like, the quality and everything than whether the Earth is shaped like a fucking dildo or a freaking trapezoid or a donut or what, you know? Like I could go to my town hall meeting and be like, I think they're not telling us the whole truth about 9/11, and people would stand up and be like, you know what, this guy might be on. I can start talking to them about fucking flat Earth or whatever the fuck, and they're gonna be like,
yeah, but the moment you tell them who did it, they're gonna throw you out of the town hall, bro. Can't go in there telling them who did it. You know what I'm saying?
Right, I get that part, but at least I could, change people's direction of thought into something that might be a little bit more impactful.
But we're not at a fucking town hall meeting. That's my point.
Okay. Well, in a way, we kind of are. In a way, we kind of are. But
like nobody here is a sheep. I hope. And so, like everybody here is open to the idea. I hope that they lied to us about the shape of the Earth. I'm just saying.
I think Hank might like to have sex with sheep. Just gonna put that out.
Like just for a second though, besides like whatever shape of the Earth, Neuro, I actually heard some honesty in your voice when you were talking about like other things that are affecting you or others like you or maybe all of us to some degree that we can change. And you had asked for solutions maybe like 15 minutes prior. So if we want to talk about those, we could talk about those too, man. Well,
I'm happy. It's not about that per se. All I'm trying to say is this. No, and I'm happy that you said that, and I appreciate it. And you're welcome to talk about anything because I'm going to get off here in just a second. But I just wanted to say that it's like all I'm trying to say is like we need to notice when people are jumping in and out of different measurements to measure truth, right? Like you're using things that are contradicting each other to make an argument. It's not right. You can't do that,
Yeah, man. It's you know what? Sometimes when people speak though, like it's like okay, so like you ever walk downstairs like one at a time, and then some people walk downstairs like two at a time, or vice versa. So like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like,
well, what I'm saying is if somebody says 2 + 2 = 4, and then they turn around and say 2 + 2 = 1,000, I mean, there's a contradiction, and so we need to like figure out what measurement are they using to make a claim is what I'm saying.
It's not a contradiction. It's context.
Yeah, true. More explanation is always good.
One system says X equals 2, and another system says it equals 1,000. It's a context issue. There's no contradiction yet.
Here's the problem. You got people who like to recreationally just disagree with shit that they don't know yet.
That's true.
Right?
The skeptics.
I do it all the time.
They just recreationally disagree with shit that they have.
My first answer is always no. I swear to God. Yeah, the skeptics.
No. And it's like they're like, I don't know this, so now I'm gonna make it your job to teach me. Right?
That's kind of true.
Yeah. And the reality is, I'm trying to explain a general fucking idea, and then people make it out to be my master thesis for my college application on the truther community.
Yeah,
that's not what it is either.
So, well, maybe it should be. Maybe if you have a book out there and you say, "Hey, read my book. This will explain it."
And then we're talking about measuring truth, right? When I talk in generalizations, and you don't quote me properly either most of the time, but when I say things like the history that they teach us is bullshit. I'm not talking about history in the sense of anything that has happened in the past is bullshit. Obviously, things happened in the past. You have to understand. But when I'm sitting there talking about this document said this after it was declassified, and they're still trying to pretend like it's not true, right?
It's a connection to like.
And guess what? It doesn't even matter because I don't care about convincing you about flat Earth at all.
I don't think you care about convincing us much of anything. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
That's kind of true.
I hope you look into it. That's all.
Hello, Earth.
It'd be cool.
Like, dude, no one could convince somebody. That'd be like scary if I could just convince whoever I talk to about shit. Like,
it'd be wonderful for me. So it'd be cooler if you had a book that just had everything. Like I'm on this NASA page still, and NASA's telling me that creator to look for doesn't exist. NASA's saying we don't exist. But they're also saying that there's Apollo 15, Apollo 17, Apollo 11, and Apollo 18 sites on the moon. So they're lying in both directions.
There's a lot more deception. There's a lot more heavy hitter deception that's going on. Not here. That's what I'm trying to say. Is just like not here is the deception to the level of like evilness that we probably I don't know for sure, but we probably.
Oh, why not? Why not? This is the place where it would be. It's gonna be real close to your. It's gonna be real close to where you think you're
It's
safe and you're
everywhere, but
comfortable.
like I don't know. I have a feeling. I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not hearing any. So like, here's another thing too. Is like the filter is like one time for about 2 years, dude. I ran through so many idiots on the internet, like using like little words that like don't really define shit. And then like finally I started reading some books and I'm like, oh yeah, I can totally decipher when these people don't know shit, or when see here's the thing, just assume nobody knows anything and but it's your job to learn. That's what I started doing. And it's just like keep the good that you know how it can correlate to certain dots that you already have. But I just try to stay away from like the like I can't blame that person that they're doing it, even though I know some people who are like doing it because like look around on TV, people do it for money and shit. It's like
Well, I don't look. I want to back up what you're saying, and look, I'm trying to be very respectful, and this is not personal against Rabbit or you or anybody really in the chat either. No, but I want to mention this. The reason why Wiz got pissed off before is because Wiz understands things in a sense that I do. That when people speak, they're speaking in a sense that they're using multiple definitions simultaneously for a word, and they know what it means, and you don't. That's what I'm getting at. People are speaking in code, and we're not really listening to what they're saying. We think because we project what we want onto words, and that's what I'm getting at. People just say shit, and we project what we think it means, and they have a different intention. That's what I'm getting at.
So all we need to do is define our terms. Like
Yes, that's what we need to do.
But
Yes.
also
that
there's
makes
like
sense.
things
I
that are
agree with that.
related. Like you can't say one thing and then just
And then
also be
when I-
like it's also related to these 6 other things.
Yo, you disagree with everything, but I ask you why you disagree. You don't come with a reason or a proof of why you disagree. Come with another question. You're like, oh, because if I went to a town hall meeting, it's never an actual reason.
I can
disagreeing
explain.
Other than you don't know.
Oh, I can explain. So let's for example, the town's going to raise the fee of the pool entrance fee from, let's say, $15 to $25, and so I could come in and say, hey, we're paying for this for taxes to recover the budget completely. We don't need to increase the price. Or I could come and say, hey, they're lying about the shape of the earth. Which one will keep the price down? Of course, I'm telling them about the shape of the earth because it has everything to do with them lying about the budget, not the numbers from the budget.
Hank, the earth is hollow just like your head.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Yeah, so don't come with the numbers. It don't matter. Just come with the geometry for something completely unrelated to the issue at hand.
It's
which
like
happens to be numbers still.
It's like, yeah, we could get into the nitty gritty details, but you gotta realize that takes a lot of fucking time. Like,
absolutely, that's why I'm asking. I've spent an awful lot of time
hours
doing
of
this
research into a fucking 5-minute presentation. It's not possible. You know what I mean? But when you demand it, you make it impossible for the presentation to happen in its entirety before the tapestry is woven, and you disrupt it. And that's your only actual goal, to cause chaos.
I got one question for the guy with the triangle on this thing. Have you ever heard of a guy named Stan Tennant? Wiz?
No, should I?
Yeah, dude, you would love Stan Tennant, dude. He shows something pretty spectacular in his videos. There's actually like even a foundation sort of thing that like continues his work after he died, but it has to do with the formation of letters through the human hands. You can make every single letter in the human hands, and
I'm
so you might
familiar,
like that
I'm
too.
familiar with that concept. Maybe I'm not familiar with Stan himself,
Oh,
but
dude,
the
Stan
concept
10,
also
man.
exists. The concept also exists in the formation of numbers. Did you know the number one was one little a diagonal hash upward and then a line extending downward, creating one angle? And then you had a 2 that looked more like a Z because it had 2 inside angles. Talking about inside
For
angles.
sure, dude, for
Same
sure.
with the letter. Same with 3. It was more
Don't
like
make
2.
me bring my whiteboard out here, bro.
Yeah,
You're gonna embarrass me.
exactly.
No, I actually know
Every
what you're
stroke.
talking about
Yep,
specifically.
every stroke means something, folks.
Right,
every
right.
Stroke.
Yeah,
Every
yeah.
stroke.
Every
has-
stroke always counts, dude.
Just like every word has a meaning or a definition, every stroke has its own meaning too.
Right.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
you come
for
up
sure,
and
sure.
try to define meanings of words and you don't even understand the languages that you quote, and then you claim that you're trying to learn them currently. You get what I'm saying? That's the problem.
Trying to learn as much as I can. I've already learned
Like
much in
everything,
many different territories.
everything
I
that
am
you're
not. I
confusing
am
me,
not.
I know
you are
nothing.
guilty of yourself.
Again, there you go, trying to interrupt somebody that's speaking.
Yeah, because everything you have
Because you're
accused me of, you are
projecting.
guilty of.
Because you're projecting and you
It's
refuse
okay.
to
It's
allow
okay.
the truth to be spoken.
It's all right.
You don't know me, and here you are trying to project to everybody else what I am. Great job.
I'm saying I'm just
No.
demonstrating what you've done.
No, you're projecting your interpretation of it. Because again, I have never said that I know everything. And for me to
Oh,
make
on
a
video.
valid claim that I don't know it all, and then you to try to use it against me as if though I should, is a projection. You're
I can't
an
project
imbecile.
something that everyone has literal recordable evidence that they can rewind and review.
Absolutely.
I can't project
Absolutely.
onto that. That's all there.
Absolutely. And I told them I am not fully learned in everything like you would wish.
So what I'm saying
That's why
is,
I tell people not to believe me, not to believe the neighbor, not to believe the government, and for crying out loud, you beta cuck motherfuckers, quit believing your mommy because you need to do your research so you know.
look, man, you're an angry dude. I get it. You know what I'm saying?
No. Again, just because I get passionate doesn't mean I'm angry. You
I don't know
people
what you're
mistake
passionate about.
everything. You people mistake everything because your own psyche says that you're angry.
What are you passionate about exactly?
Life.
What about it?
Being part of
Every
it.
breath.
'Cause the only thing I see you
Every
doing is
breath.
being negative. So if you're passionate about life and your life
Okay,
is
everything
about
you see me
negativity,
doing is negative because I
Yeah.
question your positive.
no, it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
that you question it, it's how you question it.
No, it's the fact that I question it at all.
I mean, you can question it, but you don't have a point to your questions. It's just madness.
You come up here making it a point that you think you can convince people that the Norse are Jews by using Jew and Jude as if they're the same, while telling me I don't know anything about language.
I went deeper into it. You should have been here.
Show where the Jews and Judes are the same.
It goes into the tribe of Dan, Denmark, Sweden, the cross, the reset, the crater, the old Headford map, which you would have to understand that got, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
got
Which
changed
you would have
because
to
we had
understand
Headford.
that somebody else made that
need
is
to
no
rewind
longer
the
around,
stream.
and
We
we
went
have
through it.
no actual evidence that it was even so. It was
was
just
gonna go into
somebody
the
else's
moon
perception.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll skip that one for this next, like, I don't know, half hour.
You know what I mean? Like, it seems like whenever I want to show you something, you guys don't want to see it. But then when I tell you about it, you want to see it. And then when I show you, you want me to tell you about it. It's like if I show you a map, you want the numbers, but then I give you the numbers and you're like, there's no math. Like, you know what I'm saying? Listen, man. Just tell me where the hoop is that you want me to jump to.
Listen, man.
Like,
Listen, man. Listen, man.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Listen, Maine.
Listen, man. You know what I'm saying?
It's Mang, M-A-N-G, Mang.
Okay, let's go back to that moon map. I'm gonna figure out where we are on it.
So Bicus Gallus M is the
The
crate.
Mang with the G, you know, for the Freemasonry.
Okay, it's
He knows the
reshared.
etymology of that
Show us,
word.
show us where we are. Hey, the machine lies. Are you still there?
He's always there, dude.
I think he walked away. I shared the screen again. I want Muhammad put the moon up.
Whoa. I'm not trying to get mooned.
Okay, so
no moon.
Scroll down a bit. So what crater are we in?
So Bicus Gallus M.
They're saying it doesn't exist.
He's trying really hard with you guys right now. I can just tell. I appreciate it.
Gallus M. It's not on the map. They wiped us off the map. We've been destroyed. NASA destroyed us.
I think we should start with water.
Hang tight.
Enslaved by truth knows about these drinks. What's up, Tart?
Gallus.
I don't see it here. And NASA destroyed us. They wiped us off the map. It's too late.
Remember, has anybody? I remember since the other day. Has anybody looked up structuring of water at all? Since the other day. All right, never mind.
Maybe if we flip it around, let's go hit Southern Hemisphere. Okay. Maybe we can find now. So we turned the moon around, turned it upside down. Where is it? Where are we?
Who's doing it?
It should be Supicus Gallus M. But let me check.
Looks like they erased us.
We could just say the moon's a rock and just like go on to something else.
It's a spaceship.
I'll find it for you, bro.
No, I know. You're good. You're good. It's just whatever you said that was even farther than whatever I ever heard.
The moon is a spinning
Interesting.
NASA literally wiped us off the map. Oh, Cephalus Gallus. Let's see if I can find that.
Are you doing this, Hank?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go. I'm just gonna search for that string.
My favorite one.
No results. NASA's hiding it from us, or we made a typo. I rather believe NASA's hiding it from us. They didn't tell us any results from Cephalus Gallus. Let me just search for Gallus.
How about
they're hiding that from us too. Let's do.
How about an easier one like air bubbles in space? That one's probably pretty easy.
NASA's not telling us about those air bubbles. Let's look for air. All right, we should search on Google.
You ever see the lunar lander? I've seen tents at music festivals that look stronger than that.
Let me stop sharing this in case NASA porn bombs us.
Good one.
I won't put it past them. If they're lying,
well, I mean,
well, they could do anything.
yeah, they could like control your mind and stuff like that. You know what, man? They could control your imagination even if you think about it. If you cap someone's imagination, man, your potential sounds capped to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Don't let them
you can
cap your info.
But you can follow other people's imaginations via art.
You got someone backstage, TMO.
Yeah, I guess so. An eye for an eye, right?
Yeah, he was there, but he's not there anymore.
NASA got him. Obviously.
Too impatient.
So they erased us. Then they got that guy. What else are they going to do?
What have we been doing? So what do you want? You want to believe NASA, or do you want to, just maybe ask yourself, where do I get my ideas from?
I think I'm going to flip a coin.
All right, do it.
Find a coin.
Damn. Yeah, find one real quick.
I have a coin purse. Let me go to the coin.
Probably one there.
Yeah, I already told you how NASA operates, bro. They tell you we live on a planet. You take the T off, bro, with T minus. You know what I'm saying? You live on a plane.
All right, what are you doing? Is the moon
Then you add the T to NASA and you get Satan. Boom.
Okay, you got a coin. So which side is going to be NASA's side and which side is going to be II's side?
Your head is going to be the one that makes you think, and the tails is going to be the one that takes you from behind.
Okay, so tails is NASA, and head is II.
No. Huh?
Tails is NASA and head's II.
Bro, the only thing missing from the NASA is the T to make the Satan, all right? You get the T from planet, and it's a plane.
If we got head, so we're going to believe II, which means that we've been erased because we can't find where we are on that moon map.
I'm telling you, it's in Sulpicus Gallus M. Yo, type into Google, right? Type in Sulpicus Gallus M space and Epcot, right? And there's like fucking, you should be able to find like literal zoomed in images of it, 3D renderings. People made all kinds of stuff about it. Like I didn't invent this. I just know about it. And there's plenty of people who have created like images about it and all kinds of stuff. This is not my invention. You know what I'm saying?
Did you know that NASA in the Strong's Concordance means to delude, morally seduce?
Nasha does. If you're talking about Nasha, it means to deceive. In Hebrew.
It means nah, son.
It's not pronounced NASA, though. It's Nasha.
Okay, I found a Wikipedia page for Cephalus Gallus.
What was that first word?
I don't know how to pronounce it. Wizard would have to pronounce it for me. I don't know how to pronounce it.
It's like Sipiclicus Gallus, bro. Look, it's not an easy word to pronounce. All right, these people make stuff that's like you can't even talk about it. You can't pronounce that shit.
It's from Gaius Gallus Sulpicius. Roman Sulpicius. Gaius Gallus Sulpicius, a Roman orator, astronomer.
There you go.
That's specifically who that crater was named after.
Copy Sulpicius.
And it's NASA as the people know it. In the Hebrew Strong's Concordance, it's not Nasha, it's Nasha.
Yeah, that's what I said, Nasha.
Okay, can you show the Wikipedia page? I want to see where we live. I want to show the people where we live.
Bro, break it out.
I'm sharing it. Okay, thank you. Machine lies. So here's the hole in the moon, but Wikipedia's hiding the truth. It didn't say we live there. It just says it's a small bowl-shaped lunar impact that lies near the southern edge of Mir. I can't pronounce that word either. Somebody had to pronounce that for me. Named after Roman astronomer. So it says the hole's there. It doesn't say we live there. So I guess Wikipedia signed the truth from us.
I don't think that's the right one.
Oh, okay.
Latest research into the nature.
We have to keep looking.
Here's a TikTok, bro, that shows you. Hold on, let me see if this one shows it. Yo, here's a TikTok that explains it perfectly, okay? I literally found this with the most simplest of Google searches. You know what I'm saying? Oh, look, there's another one. That's a great one. Here's another one, bro. I'm going to copy this one too. Bro, 2 seconds. I don't know. Like, look, maybe I'm great at finding shit. But this is a simple thing. I didn't make none of this up. I'm just bringing attention to it so people do their research, look into it. But here's some TikToks if you guys want to look at these. I don't know if you could pull them up or show them or something. But
yeah, it like when I click the link, it didn't go to anything. So just like pull it up like by presenting that shit because I don't.
Okay,
I don't even see that shit. Yeah, because I'm not seeing where it is. Because I tried to click on it and I think you have to have the app or some shit to actually watch them. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not seeing where the.
Okay, I got one loaded up for you, bro.
I have it going to you. Okay, you do it.
I don't think it'll have sound, but
our moon indicates it is not at all what we were led to believe.
Not wrong.
Some theories have emerged suggesting the moon is actually a reflection of our realm. The entire larger realm beyond ours is reflected, and we are only in one small crater, called Sulpicius Gallicum. This theory proposes that the time dilation effect within this plasma bubble is causing us to see a reflection from eons ago. It has also been theorized that Walt Disney was in on it, and modeled Disney World after the shape of our crater.
all right. And then there's this one.
But that thing's not flat. That's a ball. That means it's saying
it's not a ball. It's not a ball, bro.
The moon's a ball.
So this is like what. This is the landmass that's left, right? This was the whole constitution of the earth, with the center being Jerusalem, is what I'm saying. And then after this cataclysm, this whole half right here flash froze, and this whole half flooded, right? And the sun was thrown into an orbit, like an analemma.
Oh, but the Bible didn't say that there was a flash freeze. They said it was just a flood.
Listen, I'm saying that's that flood. This is one I'm talking. This is after Christ, right?
Oh, okay.
And so that's how we have the separation. It's like, the Jews were the Jews, and then they became a lot of other people. You know what I'm saying? They became the royal family. They became the Vikings. This is how it happened.
I'm sorry, that after Jesus part wasn't in the Book of Mormon either. What book was it in?
It down earlier. I explained that's how I was saying that.
That wasn't written down.
They had the cross on their flag, so we know that they migrated after we know that cataclysm that caused the Vikings to have to leave where they were happened after the Christ appearance, and they had the cross on their flag.
Oh yeah, so because no one would write down anything about a cataclysm.
I'm just saying these were survivors of the cataclysm, and what happened was when they got out here, they restarted the program to enslave mankind and hid the actual history.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
That's what I'm saying.
But if they could hide it then, why can't anyone else just subsequently hide history over and over again?
These same
how
people
many
were
layers
the
can they take down to
Templars.
get to the real history?
These same people were the Templars, the Catholics, the Vatican, the Jesuits, the Masons. You know what I'm saying? These are all the same. It's the same carrying on. They carry on from this apocalypse, right? From this cataclysm. They rise like the phoenix. That's why you see the phoenix on their flags and on their 32 degrees. That's why you see the Ari, the lion, the Aryan, the Lion of Judah. That's why you see the cross. You know what I'm saying? This is why the flags carry these things. This is what the royal lineage is. It's the survivors of this cataclysm.
So what stops them from hiding history each and every week? They replace the whole history each and every week for shits and giggles. What's to stop them?
I mean, hard copies and books and shit, you know?
They can just replace the books.
I mean, obviously they can't because we're aware of the Mandela effect because there's bulk copies available, right?
No, it's not obvious that they can't because if they're writing history, maybe they could just swap the books out while you aren't paying attention. They make stocks disappear in the laundry.
We wouldn't even be aware.
If they can make stocks disappear, why they can't make books disappear?
I'm saying we wouldn't be aware of the Mandela effect if we didn't have anything to compare it to. So if it worked completely, right, we wouldn't even know.
Maybe it's a troll. Maybe it's a joke they're playing on us. I mean, if they can make stocks disappear, why can't they make books disappear?
I'm just saying, I got the books. They haven't made them disappear. You know, you got to try to get the books and see, you know, I don't know. Look, maybe they can make the first edition disappear. They can't make every version of the book disappear.
Well, if they could, how would you know?
I wouldn't, but I got the book. And we have, like, the thing is, we are aware of the Mandela effect, right? So that means that it can't be perfect because if it was perfect, we'd have no idea. You get what I'm saying?
And if
they changed it in the past, you would remember it the way it is now. If they did change it in the past, which is what they would have to do to cause it.
So in Bleach, Eisen had perfect hypnosis, but he decided not to use an Ichigo because he wanted to be a troll.
I don't
subscribe. No, so maybe they do have it perfect, but they want some entertainment, so they leave Blue's Clues around so they have something to talk about at the bar.
I'm just saying I don't really subscribe to it. You know, I think they change history because they have to.
I think they change history because they want to.
They hide things. They want to paint the story that they want there, so because you can control people when they don't know the truth. That's what it is.
Yeah, and I think they control so absolute that they're just bored and decadent, so they just change it every week.
If you don't know where you come from, you don't know where to go, right?
Exactly. So maybe they just gave you a fake pass, and now you're just lost forever.
I get you, but like that's kind of like the whole mission is to uncover what they painted and show what probably really happened.
Yeah, but if they made like a breadcrumb track to nowhere, but then you're just gonna be going in circles.
Well, sometimes you go in circles until you end up finding the right way. You know, I went in a lot of circles, and it's kind of why I'm bringing it out in the way I'm bringing it out. You know what I mean?
No, you see, they say don't. Mindful exposure says don't throw the baby out the bathwater, but what if that baby's fake? What if the bathwater is poisonous?
I don't know.
Me neither. But if the baby's fake and the bathwater is poisonous, we should just throw the whole thing out and get rid of that bathtub too. We don't need baths for it going.
I mean, I suppose so.
I would, believe half of what you see, none of what you hear. Take it from there.
But how much of I hear? If I agree with you, should I agree with you? I don't know if I should agree with you.
No, dude, don't agree with me.
Then I won't. Dude, I'll do the opposite.
My man.
Hank, what are the names of the hats in your collection of hats over there?
I just go by the color of them. They change their names because the colors change because they get dirty.
What are the ones that you got hanging though next to your head? You got like a construction helmet.
Yep.
Is that sombrero?
Yep.
And like a train conductor's hat.
Yep.
Are you a spy or a process server?
Process server. And I have 3 manga hats too, but they lost value. The match changed on January 6th, and Donald Trump got nerfed.
You just be popping up on people, bro, as a train conductor, like what time's the train? I don't know. You've been served.
Yeah.
And then you throw down a smoke bomb because you like anime and disappear into a cloud.
I found a better technique, but yeah, like that.
All right. I respect that. I respect that line of work. You're basically a ninja, a legal ninja, serving court documents, slaying them. Like, hiya! I like that.
There's one guy I couldn't find. His name is Ghost from True Campus Radio. So if anyone has any tips of where he is, just ping. Just go to the Machine Lights Discord server and give me tips. So,
Metaphysician, we are friends. All right, we are friends.
Yeah, that L Piper's right. The baby bath water is filled with fluorine.
Yeah, bro. Fluoride is real, bro. You guys believe in that at least. Come on, right?
Yeah, it's on the periodic table of elements.
And you believe that they put it in the water to calcify your pineal gland, right?
I could do that, and allegedly it will make my teeth brighter too. But I don't believe that, so I use baking soda. I use a baking soda toothbrush because I think it'll work better than fluorine.
The first person to put fluoride, well, sodium fluoride in the water supply was actually Hitler to make the population docile.
There was eugenicists in the United States the day before he did.
No, he was the first one to do it. Look it up.
I will. We can end the share screen.
And then
I quit drinking tap water when I was 10 when I learned of it. Ain't touched it since.
It's actually a waste. The sodium fluoride that's going in the water now is a waste product of the phosphorus fertilizer industry. And they didn't know what to really do with it, so they were like, let's put it in the water.
Oh yeah, you know what? I looked up on the United States Geological Survey site once that a lot of golf courses actually house the main points where water gets delineated to different parts of the city.
It's a fact.
Well.
Yep. Water treatment plants are always near like a golf course, and you're like, why does that little town have a golf course for no reason?
Dude, it's not even the plants are next. I mean, as far as I know, it's just like there's stations, like the major stations where the water goes through. It typically golf courses, metro parks, and like they house like gas, natural gas that I guess we get from the Gulf, I'm told, through pipes. Or well, I get it from, I'm like up north, but like Ohio, Detroit area, and a lot of that gas comes from the Gulf of Mexico, and then I guess a lot of water goes through golf courses. Of course,
they need a lot of water for the golf course to water the grass, man.
So I pulled it up. I dropped a link. The U.S. government, the CDC of the U.S. says that the U.S. did it before Germany did.
Nah, bro. They're lying.
They even gave a date of 1912. So that's before Hitler had any power to put fluorine anywhere. So I guess they rewrote history to make themselves look better.
It was the Mandela effect, bro.
Thought so.
Yo, Wizard, are you able to make this panel a sovereign nation? At least for 24 hours or something?
Why are you asking such a stupid question?
I mean, it was just a joke, dude. I apologize for joking. It wasn't meant to hurt you.
It doesn't hurt me. I just asked why you have to ask such stupid questions.
Well, I don't know. Why do you need to blame people for things?
Never blamed anybody, have I? Anybody feel like I blamed them other than you? And if you do, then what did I blame you for?
Being stupid?
No, I asked why you asked such a stupid question. I believe it's obvious it's a stupid question. There's no blame in it.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, this documentary I watched is one of the strangest in terms of the content it presents about these artifacts and shit.
Piri race map, which was used already long time before Christopher Columbus came to America. And you can see how perfect this map was already in the beginning of the 16th century, showing part of Europe, of Spain, Portugal, part of Western Africa, and also part of South America. We do not know until now who was able to make such a perfect map already centuries ago. And on the rest of the Piri Reis map, which we do not show on this picture, you can also see the Antarctic without ice. In 1956, researchers found out that the Earth under the ice mass at the Antarctic is exactly like the Piri Reis map was showing. So this Piri Reis map should be at least older than 10 to 12,000 years. But the next question would be, who was able to make such a wonderful world map? On the left side, on top, you see Atlantis, done by Athanasius Walzemüller, and the map is the other way around. He did it the other way around, and you can see the continent between Europe, Africa, and also America. And you can see on the left side down different sides of a huge stone world map. This stone world map was found in 1984 while gold digging in Ecuador in an underground tunnel system with other 350 artifacts which do not really fit any known and existing South American pre-Columbian culture. On this stone map is a natural quartz line, a white one, and this is the front side of the world stone map, and you can see approximately in the Near East, close to Saudi Arabia, you can see an inlay as an eye. And from this eye to the right and to the left is a natural quartz line going on the right side over India, Thailand, and also there's a long island on the right side, which Professor Kimura's research gave him the statement that from the northeast Japanese island until far down after Taiwan, once there existed a huge continent. But then this world map must be older than at least 10 to 12,000 years. And here's the back side. And you can see on the right side coming the quartz line passing in the Atlantic, a continent, Atlantis, which in our days does not exist anymore. Then the white line is crossing part of South America, and here you have a close-up, and you can exactly see the Bay of Guayaquil, an inlay going up to north and a round inlay showing exactly the place where there were found those artifacts, and there is also the best quality water worldwide existing. One other very interesting artifact found on the same place in Ecuador is the so-called pyramid with the eye. The eye is an inlay. The stone is gray and white, and you have 13 steps, and it looks exactly like the pyramid with a shining eye on the $1. If you put this pyramid under black light, the eye is shining very strongly, and it looks really like an eye, but not real like a human eye. Here you have a close-up of the eye, and you can see the colors of the inlay. On the bottom of this pyramid, you have the inlay in little gold plates showing the Orion star constellation, and you have unknown writing. The translation of Professor Kurt Schildmann, who was the president of the German Linguistic Association, and he was perfect in more than 40 languages. He was able to translate this writing. He called it pre-Sanskrit because it is older than the oldest writing. And the translation of these 4 letters you can see here, his translation is "the Son of the Creator comes." As we found the same writing on stones in certain countries like Ecuador, Colombia, Illinois, United States, Clausel, France, Malta in the Mediterranean, Turkmenistan, Australia, and in southern Calabria, Italy, just a few years ago. Always there are stones, and years there was having a very big impact in Argentina, and the shockwave of this.
Yeah, and then he shows these other fucking weird artifacts that he says that he said this shit was made of ludite, which they can't actually form material out of ludite. I wonder if that's actually a fact, because that's what this guy claims in this video. He says, "Oh shit, they found these artifacts that are made out of ludite from the periodic table of elements." So that's fucking I don't even know. That's fascinating.
Big impact destroyed many stone buildings in the Altiplano of Bolivia. You have here a picture of Pumapunku, a very strange place close to Tiahuanaco in Bolivia, and you see tons of stone plates with perfect work on it destroyed. Maybe this was the reaction to the big impact in Argentina. Here you have my friend Giancarlo Bonfanti, Italian researcher, in the center of the so-called Sun Gate in Tiahuanaco in Bolivia. And some researchers write that the figurines on top of this side of the Sun Gate are showing the Venus calendar. Here you have one of the big stone plates from Pumapunku, and you can see how perfect this stonework was done. And the question is, could you do such perfect work with simple tools? Close to this area, they found skeletons with a size of 2.6 meters. And the picture on the top shows you the skull of one of these skeletons, and it looks like it is deformed, but definitely these skulls are not deformed. They are natural style, like an egg. On this photo, you see how strong the jaw of those skulls were. This is a front view. And the most interesting photo is this one, because you can see that the top of the skull does not have the 3 plates which we have as Homo sapiens. And that shows us that these skeletons
Yeah, the people wanted it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
Some Kenan and Kel. It is what it is. But yeah, that Klaus Steiner, those skulls go hard. You guys see those skulls? That shit is bananas, man. I wonder if they doctored those skulls. You guys think they made these skulls?
I don't know yet.
No, you know, that's the fucking skulls, bro, of the hybrids.
Like, look at that jawline. That jawline is for real, though. You know what I mean? Those motherfuckers.
And it matches the descriptions of like the pharaohs and the shit, bro. Why do you think they had on them crazy hats, bro?
I have a crazy hat. Let me take my hat off.
You know what I'm saying, bro? They had the Phrygian caps, bro. There was the Catholic popes would wear the Moloch hats, bro. You know what I'm saying? They had top hats. Orthodox be wearing them top hats, the head cap. You know, there's all these things with the hats. You know, and hats to hide the dome.
Oh, okay. Does
everybody wear the hat.
Does anyone see anything weird in my head? I wear hats all the time.
I know, but you wear hats because they tell you to wear hats, and then other people wear hats to hide their dome. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe I'm hiding my dome in another dimension.
Maybe.
That's why when you look at my head, you don't see anything weird about it.
I don't know. I think we live in a world where people are possessed by demons.
I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, I have Eris and Persephone. They use two demons on me because I'm so powerful.
No, I think he was serious, Hank.
Okay.
Yeah, that's quite a damn dome cone on this mofo, you know, honestly. You know what I mean?
Is doing a DNA check and an age dating on these skeletons because We are very much wondering what kind of humans did exist long time ago and how long ago. On the next pictures, I show you some artifacts found close by the real giants. And when I first time got this mask in my hands, I tried to look through the two eyes. At that time, I didn't know that they were belonging to 2.6 meter skeletons. And I was just wondering, why did they make masks where you can only look out from one eye? But after knowing that those people were over 2.5 meters, I could imagine that their skull was, of course, bigger than our skull. And that's why these masks were, for us, oversized. That's another mask from Bolivia. Another one with very wonderful encarving, many spirals and many symbols, which we also found in many other cultures. This is a very heavy stone figurine. And again, here you can see on the top the head of a snake going down on his backside. This is the reverse side. You can see again the snake. So that means the snake must have been a very, very important animal in the past of our history. Here you can see a stone flute. The strange thing is that the vibration of the sound of these stone flutes is exactly the same as our brain waves. So that means maybe those flutes were used for meditation or for healing purposes. And each two holes are connected perfectly with each other. That means you can make perfect holes into this very, very hard stone, but how you connect with simple tools the two holes on the bottom, this would be, even in our days, a very difficult work to do.
Because it's in the shape of a U and it curves around inside the stone.
That's right. And with simple tools, you are definitely not able to do such a work. And even the holes are very precise. This is the form of a boat, and you have three flute pipes at the end. Here you can see how perfectly they were made. This is another flute, very small. You can use it only with very soft blowing, and the sound is like the sound of the dolphins. This is an artifact where we do not have any idea for what purpose it was used. Now we are in Colombia. On the next few photos, I show you very strange artifacts from Colombia.
This is where it gets pretty trippy with this thing that they find, or like maybe they created it, it could be that they made it, or it could be that they found it, who knows, because they discovered it, you know what I mean?
Colombia in South America. The most famous industrial designer and architect in Colombia, Professor Jaime Gutierrez, is collecting strange artifacts.
See, think about it. This guy found the artifacts, but he's also an industrial designer by trade. So that's fascinating, isn't it? So it could be that, I don't know, he made them. But if they actually analyze these artifacts, tons of people, and they go, well, this shit's actually made of this extremely rare material, and you couldn't actually make things out of, then that's fascinating, isn't it?
Artifacts from his country already since centuries. His most important piece is the so-called genetic disc. Here you can see a disc made out of lyddite, a very hard stone. It's nearly the same hardness as granite, but the structure of lyddite is like leaves. So it would be quite impossible to make the same disc in our days out of the same material. The diameter of this disc, we call it the genetic disc, is about 27 centimeters. And on this disc, you have several things presented, which usually you can only see with a microscope. For example, on the left side, around 11 o'clock, you can see one egg, human egg, without, and another with spermia. On the right side, at approximately 1 o'clock, you can see some spermias. And then you have several very strange presentations which we could not explain. But here on the left side, you have a microscopic photo from the inside of a lady done by a Swedish photographer. And you can see that the egg without and with spermia looks exactly like the presentation on this genetic disc. On the reverse side, you have on top several presentations of fetus in different size, different age, ending up with looks like a little child. You see also at the end of the plate around 6 o'clock, female and male, and also on the right side around 9 o'clock, you can see the presentation of man, woman, and child. But the strange thing is how they present those human-like heads. Here you can see a knife done by the same material, lyddite. On top of the knife, on the handle, you have mother's head. Beyond, you have the child's head. And the umbilical cord is going around the neck of the child. So that means this knife would have been used to cut the umbilical cord, saving the child's life. This is a close-up mother, child, and umbilical cord. This is an instrument. It might have been used for helping the child coming out, leaving the mother, when there were some complications. And it is also made out of the same material, lyddite. You have here the vagina and the child's head coming out. And on the reverse side, you can put only your thumb inside. That means you can only use this instrument with your fingers, meaning you cannot use power. So that means it might be safer helping the child leaving the mother than our instruments we are using in our days, because sometimes the modern instruments, while being used, can damage the child's head. This, we think, is a medical instrument. It is also lyddite, and it's a perfect form. Another one, and these are other ones, they are very much smaller than shown on this photo. And when we did a material check in Vienna, the most expert worldwide checked those pieces. First of all, the material. Each one is done with lyddite, and the form itself, he checked them, and finally he said, I cannot tell you how they were done, who did they make, but the only thing I can definitely tell you, from the same material in our days, we cannot make the same instruments.
Now I wonder, see, see that claim.
That's a false claim. I bet we can make those again.
Is
we
there
have 3D printers.
is there shit made out of lyddite? I don't know.
Lyddite.
Or is that stuff made out of lyddite? I mean, both are questions, right?
So yeah,
That's what he says. Yeah.
What did you notice about those tools, though?
They were brown, silvery kind of, and maybe they were really copper, not lyddite. And
So
we could totally make that.
So what I'm saying is, if we're going to use the material, right, to gauge the technology of the people making the stuff, we have to also take into account, right, why would they make the tools, but then make like kind of like crappy representations of what the tools are used for if they could have done way better if they were that sophisticated. Like the representations that they're putting on the tool handles, right? They weren't good, you know, it wasn't like it was 3D printed, you know? You get what I'm saying? So it's like if they used an advanced technique to make the tools, they weren't advanced enough to make good art on the tools.
Yeah, it looks like it was CNC. So of course that's not advanced. You can only make guns out of CNC. That's guns are passe with post gun. So
it's like they had really good technical knowledge of how to make blades and shit, but they were terrible artists. Because when they tried to carve like the art, it wasn't fine art. It was just rough art.
Like open source software, their artists kind of suck too. So they were like the open source software developers of their time. They're the non-proprietary little rods.
What were those, man? Those things look like wands or something to me.
Yeah, they actually don't know what they are.
Oh, they're wands.
Yeah.
To me, they look like, you know, like there's all kinds of things that are medical instruments, right? But at the same time,
that's what he was saying. He was saying it's like a medical instrument. Yeah.
Torture instruments look just like medical instruments, you know? And so
maybe they used it for butt stuff.
Well, you know, at the same time, there's a lot of occult devices that looks like it's for butt stuff, but it's actually for doing something with these nerves in order to program a human being. So there's some kind of root nerves, and they like damage them in order to like program a person. And that's why you see like all that weird sodomy shit going on in all these occult societies. It's because it has to do with programming a person.
So what programming language do you use to program a human?
I'm pretty sure they use the Kabbalah and the names of demons and shit and the wisdom of Solomon.
Oh, okay. So do you have to use that one, or can you just make your own language up that has the same kind of functions? Like, you know, there's Python, but you can also write the same stuff in Ruby. It's kind of exactly the same but different.
So I mean, they have their own language, and I mean, if you really want to know about it, there's books written on it. You can read the whole thing. It's not really, you know, it's not a joke at all.
So can I program a person in Python then?
I don't know, bro. You know what I mean?
Okay. It's a language too.
I feel you.
I can program a computer in Python, but not that kernel.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, if you get some kind of like nanotechnology hooked up to everybody's synapses, right? I mean, essentially, you could program somebody in Python.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, technically, yeah. You know what I mean? But that's not how they've been doing it. They've been doing it in a more ritualistic, satanic fashion that they learned from demons.
So if they were really programming people in Python, would they tell us about it though? Maybe they would make us believe it's demon dances. That's where we don't try to just get the Python interpreter up for ourselves and just start controlling people.
Here's what you gotta wonder: are you programmed to ask if people are programmed in Python?
Yeah, did I program myself to be programmed to ask people if people program Python though?
Like, are you, instead of the lady in the red dress, are you the Hank in the red fedora that just walks through the matrix, making people look at him when there's real stuff going on?
Probably. I haven't read it, so
you know what I mean?
It must be true, right?
There's a lot of them out there, bro.
Yeah.
Straight
so
distraction.
So if I take the red off, let's see. I'm wearing the headset, but I have black on there. If I take the red off, then I guess what I'm saying is true, right? That's how it works, right?
Maybe.
All right, let me take the red off. Let me see if it works.
Is that a reptilian magician, bro?
Okay, I'm not in red anymore, so everything I must say must be true.
I mean, what are you saying?
I'm saying that I'm now your emperor.
I don't think it's true.
But I'm not red anymore, so it must be true.
I'm just saying, maybe you morphed into like something else.
Maybe.
So, yo, Luddite, you know, you ever seen that pillar in India, bro? That was made to where it's made out of just straight iron, but it doesn't rust like iron because every molecule in the iron pillar is in the same like direction. And they said the only way that could be done is if it was created by like materialization. They're saying there's no known method to mankind to actually make that iron pillar. Ain't that some shit?
That's definitely ironic.
I think it comes from the same like technology or the age where they had that technology where they were basically materializing stuff into existence with some type of technology.
Like what technology they use? Injection molds? Is that what they used?
No, like imagine a 3D printer, right? That could 3D print with light and create solid objects out of like atomic elements.
Yeah, injection molds.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's literally injection molds.
I don't know about injection mold, but just kind of like build it out of light. You're a guy of science. I mean, you know how light could become matter and everything in between. You know, light is energy, vibration, and frequency, and then sound becomes matter. And
yeah, exactly. So light becomes molecules, and you have a bunch of molecules, and you power it up, and you stuff it into a mold, and then you have the thing.
At the same time, I mean, it could have been, you know, these other civilizations that existed prior, and you know, we don't know what kind of powers they had, but like we read in, I guess, Enoch, it was like, yo, they came down and they were bringing different kinds of things. So if these sons of God came down and they were manifesting things because they were more than man, and that would be the remnants of what they, you know, gave to man or brought down here, we can't replicate it with human methods. It wasn't created by humans. And I mean, that's kind of what the guy was saying, right? He was showing you some kind of ET looking motherfuckers on the thing, right? You know what I mean?
Maybe it was created by angels.
The ET looking motherfuckers who made the Luddite disc probably also made the Luddite tools. And so like maybe these tools was for ET looking motherfuckers, and we have no idea what that would have to do with a human. I don't know. It was all
maybe
right?
the tools are too hard for us to use, so if we try to use it, it just won't work properly, right?
I don't know. They said it was tuned to our brain waves, though. So maybe that was a flute designed to control humans. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't tuned.
Maybe all flutes are designed to control humans.
Are you just a maybe roulette?
Well, let's get a flute and see if we can control a human with it.
Maybe humans were designed to control flutes, to control humans.
The machine lies. You have a flute on you?
No, sir. No flutes available in my vicinity. You know.
My electric keyboard has a flute mode. Let's see if that's close enough. So 58. 50. Let's try 60. Zero. You still in control?
I mean, you know what I'm
Is
saying?
that a flute? That didn't sound like a flute.
It's a Cassia. Man, let's try it.
Like an organ. Yeah.
Let's try 72. Wait, no, that's not flute. Let's try 70.
Sweet dreams, Wiz. If you're going out.
69 always works. There we go. That sounds like a flute. Good old 69. Are you still in control?
I think it's a little deeper than just playing random notes through a synthesized flute machine. You know what I'm saying? You know,
I dropped an octave.
I mean, yo, go look at them organs in the Catholic Church, bro, and see how people be reacting when they get into that Ave Maria or something. You know what I'm saying, on that organ.
So you're saying you lost control?
I was saying, them motherfuckers is hypnotized, dog, and they're ready to be programmed.
See, flutes, you control people.
Yeah, why you think all these people like you know, like I think Ben Franklin and all these crazy Illuminati dudes they were obsessed with organs, bro, and bells. You know what I'm saying? Anything that could manipulate frequency and sound to whatever vibration they wanted to have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
India was also obsessed with cymatics and frequencies and bells and cymbals and vibrating brass bowls.
Mm-hmm. And they just give this stuff out. I mean, I got the thing for $70 on Amazon. I mean, they just don't care anymore. They say, hey, take our weapons. We're just so good at it that it's a toy to us. Just go ahead and shoot each other. Shoot each other with the freaking flute.
Not the same thing.
Shoot each other with the flute.
Representation, but
what's that sound? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's the sound of a Casio SA-51.
No, I thought I was walking in on like a satanic ritual or something with some like metal drum shit or something.
Yes, it's Casio SA-51 on tone 69. One octave down, and I actually don't know what the keys are yet.
It's the synthesized meat flute.
Yeah, and we're just trying to figure out if we could control people with a flute, and it seems like we can. And it's like they don't care anymore. You just have whatever weaponry you want.
Yeah, where you
they're
think
Ancapistan, libertarians, just shoot whoever.
Where do you think the bards came from? What do you think that was all about?
And the flutarians.
Yeah, the flutarians, bro.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, yo, the Pied Piper, you know what I mean? The bards. There was something to the flutes, you know, the Scots are big in the occult, bro. They play the bagpipes, you know what I'm saying? Everybody.
I'm a little bit behind on the stream, so I jumped in blind, but I saw you guys covering the cone-headed figures, and I have a video that I wanted to share with you guys. It's pretty short, it's 7 minutes, but if I can get you guys' interpretation of it, I would be curious about what you think about what it's in the video, because it's related to that conehead shit that you guys were talking about.
Dude, I went to school with a dude who had a cone head for real, but it was upside down. It was like the bottom part of his head was the cone.
This is my own conspiracy theory, by the way, that I'm putting out, so I wanted to get you guys' opinion on it.
Just don't do what you've done.
What? I'm not dumb. I'm not going to do what I've done, what I'm going to do, am I? I just do what I do.
These like Russian Jews that became a force to make Israel happen. And I already mentioned Tel Aviv was founded amidst the second Russian Aliyah.
And look at all of Israel's leaders. Almost all of them are somehow connected to Russia. David Ben-Gurion was Polish-Russian. Golda Meir, Ukrainian-Russian. Moshe Dayan, also Ukrainian-Russian. Ariel Sharon and Menachem Begin, Belarusian. Fun fact, when Menachem Begin was born, the midwife that delivered him was Ariel Sharon's grandmother.
That European secret societies obtained their mystical traditions through organizations such as the Knights Templar, Rosicrucians, and Freemasons, which based their nomenclature
on Judeo-Christian and even Islamic literature.
However, predates all Abrahamic faiths.
And the Rexdale's families outwardly practice the religion of their place and time, but secretly amongst themselves follow their own path.
Known in the Bible as wise men, the Magi were technically a subclass of priests in the ancient Persian Empire.
Their word, Jesus was single and had no children. But in actual fact, like all Jews of his time, he was obliged by Jewish custom and tradition to marry and procreate.
Also a rabbi and the heir to the throne of the line of David. So
he had to produce an heir. And one of the most closely guarded secrets in European history is the fact that he founded a bloodline known as the Desposini, which are still extant in Europe today. Descendants of Jesus are all around you, and many of the people who are true descendants of Jesus of Nazareth don't even know it. Jesus of Nazareth. The problem is Nazareth didn't exist at the time of Jesus. He was Jesus the Nazarene. He was a member of an esoteric cult attached to the Essene order, an initiatory form of spirituality which is still being practiced in secret today.
Not part of the church. You just make an assertion that you are.
Come on, yeah, come on. Yeah, nigga, what a surprise. Give you something, make a nigga close both of your eyes. All my niggas getting money capitalized. Die, little small guy, we on the rise. Everything a nigga touch, platinumized. Full of your crib, you know we come with all our supplies. Got a big gun and I'ma show you the size. You fuck with any of my flip mode family ties. Me and my niggas be coming through, stroking you out. Killing off any and everything you talking about. See you in the club, now we walking you out. For you and then open your mouth. Yo, anyway, we stay keeping it moving. Fucking with the wrong nigga, hope you know what you're doing. Now blame me on. Come on, yeah.
Ethno-state. And like, I wouldn't support an ethno-state for any other ethnicity.
Because another plug, I am an adult creator.
My name is Adam22 and I co-own Plug Talk with my lovely wife. We interview a different girl every week.
And then we them at the end. But we've only ever done it with other women.
And get in the room with her by herself.
People do bad things. So orthodoxy is incorrect.
Wait, how did I do that?
Use this whole challenge to find the perfect guy to be our first ever boy-girl threesome.
The Jewish people have a right to a homeland because of all the.
How did I sign up for that?
Hold on. Explain that logic to me. Because that's what Malcolm X argued about black people. They should have got their own country. They were going to go to. Malcolm X's plan was to go to the UN to advocate for a separate black state. Why? Unless you believe that being Jewish is somehow fundamentally different from being a non-Jewish. Which absolutely, the radical strains of Judaism do believe that. You know, the Jewish Zionist project is secular. It's like, I don't buy that. You know, this idea that seculars are saying, well, we had a tie to the land 3,000 years ago. It's like, that's a religious argument as far as I'm concerned. If you're invoking your ties to the past 3,000 years ago, or even a collective identity, as soon as you start appealing to this, we are people. It's like, well, hold on. You're human. We're people or whatever. It's like,
proof.
Who is drawing these lines around who is your people and who's not? Because I view it's cliche and all that shit, which is unfortunate, but it's like, you know what? It's my fellow Americans, right? It's like,
I don't support the concept of states, and that's one of the reasons that I'm not a big fan of Israel as a country as it currently exists and is run. What I mean is more like if people through free association want to form a country together,
all the races will blend and cultures will blend.
You know that doing a mitzvah can protect someone on the other side of the world. This New York businessman took this concept to a whole new level. The concept is really simple. Take on one mitzvah in honor of one soldier. And this is how the site works. As you enter the site, you are prompted to take on a specific mitzvah. The site then collects your basic information.
Basically, peace with Russia and by extension with China.
And that France will be
instrumental in 2027 in basically negotiating the formation of a new world order under the flag of, sadly, the United Nations.
4,000 people will be saved to reign.
I do not believe it will be that many.
No, the Bible clearly states 144,000 will be saved to reign.
That is a very optimistic estimate, considering the primitive weapons the Earth people will use for their defense.
Some Earth weapons are not so useless.
Mabs, drop it.
Well, when the time comes, no weapon of this earth shall avail mankind.
All right. Where are you people from?
France.
We come from France.
But we are American citizens now.
And so that's why I think 2027 is very significant.
A flag that I believe Stanley Kubrick was also alluding to in the documentary that I saw. But anyway, we have another one.
You know Alexander Dugin, I would assume.
Yeah.
Fourth political theory.
Fourth position. Yeah.
So it was liberalism, fascism, and communism. None of those seem to be working. Liberalism seems to be working the best between the other two, but liberalism will fall on its own, which I agree with in many senses. It's like you can just tell, you can see from the disintegration, the atomization of society, the obsession with freedom, individual. We've all become alienated to the point where now it's, the problems are manifest. Like a Christian ethic, as you say, it's all men are not created equal. Blah, blah. It's like, okay, yes, obviously people are different heights and people are different strengths. So that's not the equality they're referring to. They mean it in a metaphysical divine sense, that everyone's soul will be judged equally in an equal manner at the end of time. And it's like, to me, the idea that we need to rekindle the communities at a local level and not obsess about this individual freedom bullshit all the time. I'm still putting together my thoughts exactly on what that exactly.
You can't have freedom without control, folks.
What do you mean?
Well, how could you have freedom without control? Unless, right, you have only good people. Only if you have only good people could you have only freedom without control.
I feel like the word discipline fits in there.
Now, you need actual control, because if you just give everybody freedom like we have, you know what I'm saying, crazy people do crazy shit, and you need to stop them. So in order for the freedom to exist for everyone, people that do the wrong thing with it need to be controlled.
Well, what did you think about the different things they said about the tribe of Dan and Jesus being a Nazarene and him having a bloodline, and the Coneheads are basically saying that they're from France.
Facts.
Okay.
I mean, as far as, except for the Coneheads being from France, like, so they're just saying they're from France, but
well, they have a cone head. They have a cone head that's supposed to be kind of like magi-like, right? Like the magi were kind of like the ones who kind of came and, accepted Jesus as the authority over the pagans. You know what I mean?
So, the story of Jesus has been remixed and conflated. And the story of Jesus is basically like it. When you look at it in the New Testament now in its entirety, it's been created. Like I've been telling y'all, it's a creation that was created in the Council of Nicaea by Romans who were pagans, right? But what you need to understand is, like, why are pagans creating Christianity?
Yeah, why is that?
Because Christianity existed before the pagans were creating it, you see. But it was a problem because it was gaining power. So in order for it to, they have to constantly, whatever is true and good, they have to bastardize it, corrupt it, and assimilate it into their own shit.
Yeah, well, kind of my point of showing that video was because I kind of see where you're going with it. And I'm not saying if I agree or not. Because what I think is kind of irrelevant. What I and I'm not disagreeing with you here at all. What I'm saying is this. You notice that like the tone heads are supposedly from France, and they're kind of like the aliens invading Earth, and they're kind of like a Ubermensch. You get what I'm saying? And like you know, they're kind of there to, you know, reset the humans essentially, right? And you know, that I don't know if you know who Giorgiani is. Do you know who that is? That guy who was in the video talking about France is going to be the leader for
Giorgiani
reform.
He's a Prometheist.
Correct.
So I'm familiar with Giorgiani, but he's essentially a Luciferian.
Correct.
I don't necessarily agree with him on what he's talking about.
Well, I don't think he's intending to have people believe him in a literal sense. I think he's telling you a narrative that's encoded and encrypted the way that you were saying that everything else is. That's kind of what I'm getting.
Essentially, right? You know, the fake alien agenda was always going to be a thing. Now, like I said, this is the reason for the deception about what space is, what Earth is, because they need to tell you that there's some extraterrestrials from a faraway place, and they're here to fucking help us, or whatever the fuck. They're here to rule over us, whatever they're going to tell us. And the reality is that these things has been here in the past, and they've always been here. They just went into hiding. And, you know what I'm saying? They're the ones that have been pulling the strings. The cone.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying exactly. Like what I'm getting at in a way is like, you know, you're talking about this whole night about and again, I agree with about 85% of what you're saying. So what you were saying about like the tribe of Dan basically being the Northern Europeans, and you know, I'm not saying that I believe that, but I understand that is a narrative that is told, and it relates to the lost tribe of Israel, which weren't really lost. And I think where Cecil was getting confused is, I think, and again, correct me where I'm wrong, I'm trying to interpret for myself and others, but I think what you were trying to get at is that some certain societies at least believe that the royal families or these bloodlines, whoever they may be, are related to the, you know, the lost tribes of Israel in some way, and the northern white people essentially are like the tribe of Dan, and their leadership is kind of like the remnants of you know, these bloodlines from a long time ago, essentially, and they're trying to recapitulate everything into a different form of stuff in the future.
What do you think the Rothschilds were? You know what I'm saying? So, like, Rothschild is Red Shield in, like, Germanic or something along those lines, right? And then that was the origin of the banking system was the Rothschild dynasty, and it was started in like Ashkenazi Germany, right? So now you have Ashkenazi Jews, and I was explaining the connection that the Vikings were the Jews, but that, like, I know it's hard to see because they like to change their names.
Well, no, and again, like, I'm not saying if you're right or wrong, but there are people that make this claim, and it is a huge part of the hidden history of what these secret societies believe about themselves and or the royal families, and why they think, you know, some people should self-govern and other people shouldn't, is kind of what I'm getting at.
The royal families claim to be direct descendants from King Solomon. And that was like Haile Selassie's claim to royalty, was that he drew lineage through Ethiopia to claim direct descendant from King Solomon. And so the whole royal family, the reason why where they derive their royalty is from a direct bloodline to King Solomon. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so, like, it's literally all there. Like, I'm not making it up. They did migrate The Jews, DJEWES, was actually a Viking people. They were the Jews. And like the Phoenicians and the Vikings and their ships, you know what I mean? Like all the navy of Europe, they're all well known for being maritime merchants. They're not really producers of shit.
And it all ties back to other theories related to Atlantis, and that pyramids and other shapes are all over the world, even in, basically you name the continent, even allegedly Australia and Antarctica, although that may be debatable, but there are structures all over the world that have a similar function, if not, they don't look exactly the same.
There's people that create things and they make and they build, right? And then you got these specific people who just like tax things. They merchandise, they corporatize, these are the parasites. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying it's any one specific religion or people, but these are the seed of the serpent. These are the people following Lucifer. These are the Luciferians, the Satanists. These are how
they hide, and they hide behind many different movements and belief structures, and
right.
and so
as everyone, so you can't pinpoint which way it's coming from
because it's coming from all directions at once, right?
Yeah, and they're masquerading to be all these different organizations, and the reality is most of the people in the organizations are not bad people. It's the hierarchy and the structures controlling the organizations and manipulating their perception.
They're compartmentalized.
Are wizards. These are the fucking sorcerers. Wizards and sorcerers, mainly what they do is they control perception and control people through that perception. I've gone into the deeper physical programming, how they make total controlled slaves and shit, and deep occult things. And this is all well-known knowledge that goes through Nazism, CIA, MK Ultra. This goes through all the shit. It goes back to Egypt. It goes through Greece, Rome. All these motherfuckers are guilty of it. Because no one society was impervious to these fucking people. They infiltrated everything. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and I think this is where Cecil and others were getting lost in your argument. And so I'm trying to essentially see if I'm catching on, because I think what you're trying to say is, like, for example, when Mean Mr. Mustache and all these people were fighting each other, and it seems to not really make sense the more and more you look at it until you look at it from an occult perspective. But for example, like, the people who were saying that, why are these Ashkenazi white people claiming to be Jays from Israel? But then if you really start looking at all these different cultures, the Buddhists, the Hindus, the Northern Europeans, you look at even in South America and North America, there is and even in China and all over the place, there is a strong belief among certain people that all those people were basically Aryan white people that built all those civilizations, and they may be inhabited by other people now that seem to take credit for those things, but that's not exactly what was going on at the time. And so then if you tie that into why, if you take that into account and then you say, well, why are all these Aryan people, J and non-J, all slaughtering each other for a long period of time, and including, World War I and World War II, which was, in my opinion, a genocide of, European people, not only Jays, then why would they do that, right? And so it comes down to the fact that a lot of these people don't know their history and they don't know what they're fighting for. Does that seem to make sense to you, or is that way off?
So, what I'm trying to explain is that basically what unites these people, their one thing that unites them is that they are evil. Now, why are they evil? And I'll explain it. It's because they are not human. Right? So to us, they are evil because they see no problem with doing the worst things to mankind. And the reason why is because they are not human. This is where the chosen people, they're different.
Well, they don't see us as human. They see us as they see us, they see themselves as above human, and we're animal, for lack of a better term.
We are like cattle, and they see themselves as gods because they are a different fucking species. They are hybridized. You know what I'm saying? This is why they have an allegiance to Satan. It's like they can't do anything about it. That's what they're from. You know what I mean? And then there's people, you know what I mean, that can't be like, you know, they don't want to be evil because they're not of Satan. They're not of the deceiver. They're not of Lucifer. They're not of the thing that created things that hate us. You know what I mean? It's not a race thing. It's not a color thing. It's a species thing. And they tell you it's everything else, so you don't think about that.
Right, and look, here's the thing is, like, you even go look up the history of you know, Southeast Asia, for example. They have the exact same belief system as what you're describing, just in, you know, the story is slightly different here and there, but snake people came to the river deltas of Southeast Asia and established their kingdoms.
The Nagas.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
Yep.
they came
You
from,
got it.
apparently they came from inner earth, right? They also have Tibetan temples and monasteries that stand over the temples of where the Naga kingdoms are supposedly the entrances are.
That's correct. You got it.
So what I'm saying is, I do believe that underneath the earth, we have a king that rules the underworld. I believe his name is Lucifer or Satan. You know what I'm saying? I believe it's there's some type of fucking black stone involved where it's like either an intelligence or an artificial intelligence, but it's ruling from Antarctica, from inside the earth. And I believe it's the king or the god of these fucking Naga, who were the perpetrators of the advanced civilizations on the earth prior to the cataclysm. And now I believe they're controlling the above world with their hybridized, you know, descendants that look human but are not.
Well, see, and again, the reason I brought all this up is because, and I was trying to get you and Cecil to get on this subject because Cecil is very read up on this subject, and I know that Hank and Machine Lies are also probably pretty well read up on some aspects of this as well,
Like
and that's what.
type stuff.
Yeah, like the Vril and, you know, that kind of
The
shit.
World
And
Society, the Nazis, the connection between the Catholic Jesuits, Operation Paperclip.
yeah, see, for me, I don't know I don't know all the little pieces. I just know that there is a common thread from a very long time ago till now, and
so during the war, right?
Yeah.
It was Catholic Jesuits and Tibetan monks who were smuggling Nazi scientists out of Germany. Look into that.
Say that one more time.
It was Catholic Jesuits and Tibetan monks that were sheltering the Nazis during the war. They were providing them like safe passage and getting them out of like Germany and smuggling them into different places. Nazis.
Yep. Right, and even like the, you know, I don't want to mix it up too much, but even if you go back to, like you said, the early Christians versus the what became Orthodox / Catholics, and then you skip ahead to the First Crusade, and you know, they had a big mix of people there, and basically, as much as the Christians were fighting against Muslims, supposedly, they were also slaughtering other Christians and Jews and each other and everything else, right? So, I mean, it was a big mess. And then you had the Knights Templar to establish order. And I don't know the whole story. I just know from there things start getting very organized to some degree within Europe. And then, you know, eventually that leads to what you guys are talking about with Machiavelli and these guys and, you know, the people he was associated with. And then from there, you get into, you know, the Rosicrucian Enlightenment. And then from there, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's this common thread where all these things are kind of connected. To what degree, I don't know how, but I just know that there's some connection between all this stuff.
When you get into the Templars and Islam, right? And you start getting into shit like that, and you start getting into like the the assassins, bro, and you start getting into all that crazy shit, it gets muddy. You know what I'm saying? It gets real muddy. But, you know, it's all connected. That's why you'll see in like Assassin's Creed, right? You'll see the Templars and the assassins and all that shit was connected through the Jesuits. You know what I'm saying? The Jesuits had been working with Islam and assassins to basically smoke people that were against the fucking Jesuits in the Vatican. You know what I mean? So like you'll see also a lot of similarities, not between Christianity, but between like the setup of Catholicism and some of the patriarchs of like Islam's idols and shit. Like it's like closer than a lot of different things. Like they got the Mary and they got the Fatima, bro, and they look like I'm not saying it's the same thing, but they like worship certain things in the same ways. You know
well, allegedly, the royal family of England believes that they're descended from Muhammad's family somehow through like his 24th granddaughter or some shit. I don't know if that's true. That's what I've heard, and so it seams to be related to.
I think one of Muhammad's wives was Catholic, bro. Was like a Catholic woman. Am I crazy? Does anyone know about that?
There's one of them that was a Coptic Christian, you know. So
yeah, like some crazy, or was, you know what I mean? But like, there was a lot of weird shit going on, bro. And I can't really back off.
Well, and people like Giorgiani claim that Islam was a psyop by these, these secret mystery school people from Iran and shit. So, and again, he says similar stuff about Christianity, and for whatever reason, he leaves out Judaism's role in all this. But, I'm just mentioning that.
Honest, I don't think that Islam today is what Islam used to be. And I think like all religions, I think it's little by little got chipped away and subverted, you know what I mean, from whatever it originally was.
Well, he was saying from the beginning it was a subversion, but it got out of hand and now they can't really control it. So that's why all these Luciferians are so anti-Muslim, because they see it as probably the biggest reason for them not to find success. But that's why they've put so much focus on disrupting that in the past few hundred years, I think.
Most Luciferian Freemasons are Shriners, and they align their beliefs with Islam because they believe in the Third World War that they are going to use Islam to eliminate Christianity, and that's discussed in Albert Pike's letter to Mazzini. You know what I'm saying?
I barely read about that, but that seems to be
that's why
incontrovertible.
That's why the Shriners, you know what I'm saying, become Islamic or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I mean, I don't really see them being Islamic, but you know what I'm saying? This is the idea behind it, is that they're going to
they use the iconography of Islam, but
they're not true.
I mean, exactly. Like, what does it have to do with Islam? Like, it has like 0% to do with Islam.
I think the logic behind it is
Let's just put it that way. Let's just put it that way. What they practice is not Islam. Freemasonry is actually based on
it's Luciferian.
If you look at here, hold on. If you look at like Manly P. Hall and stuff, you said you read all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Does he talk about Islam? I mean, he talks about like Neoplatonism and the Kabbalah and stuff. He doesn't really take anything from Islam. You know what I mean?
He does have some parts in the Secret Teachings where he talks about Islam.
Like, what does he say?
There's actually a whole page dedicated to Muhammad.
I know, one page.
Like a picture. I can pull it out. Hold on.
But you're talking about a page, whereas I'm talking about the foundations of their teaching are based on.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like he mentions it. You know what I'm saying? But they don't actually like. They talk about Jesus too, right? They're not actually practicing what they're saying. They're talking.
They don't really talk about Jesus either. See, that's the thing. They're talking about a version of Jesus as a historical figure,
right?
So then some people would think they go more with Islam, but they're actually dealing with a kind of perennial philosophy. So if you look at the Shriners,
consciousness,
like if you look at the Shriners, they're not really you know, like I've heard that a lot, that like a lot of the Freemasonry or whatever is based on Islam or Christianity. I don't really see it. Well, like what it's really based on is the Kabbalah.
It's
The
Satanism.
Kabbalah. Well, the Kabbalah, really. You know what I mean?
I could explain to you why they created a system where they're telling, all right, so Shriners claim to be Islam, right?
Real quick, I just want to say one thing.
I don't really think they claim to be Islam. You know what I
No.
mean?
They claim to be Muslim. My bad. That's what I meant to say. They
I
claim
don't
to
really
be
think
Muslim.
so. Do they?
In their thing, they swear a blood oath to Allah in their oath, right?
Yeah,
it's
but
not real.
Allah doesn't mean Islam. You know, like
What
Allah
I'm
just
saying is they got the, you know what I'm saying, they got the moon, they got
You're saying they put a veneer of Islam over what they're doing.
Right.
Is what
I'm saying is they convince these people, right? Because this is all a psyop mind control at the end of the day. They convince these people that they're Muslims, right? And the reason why is so that they can use that. They can use the religion of Islam, right? Parts of the Quran to justify them doing satanic things.
that's what I'm asking you. Like, what parts of the Quran are they using? Because none of their teachings actually use the Quran.
What I'm saying is they're using parts of the Quran unjustly, right? They're just
they're not using the Quran. It's based on Freemasonry, so they're not really using the Quran. You know?
But could they use a ritualist aspect of the Quran, like circling an object?
Is there a verse in the Quran where it says anything about like beheading like an infidel, right? There's got to be at least one verse.
Is that what the Shriners do? They behead infidels?
What I'm saying is they take something like that, right? And they use that verse with their now own occult teachings to justify them doing
but you just made up a verse and then made up a ritual.
I'm not trying to
I'm not bullshitting you, but that's exactly what you just did.
What I'm saying is I'm not trying to attack the religion of Islam. I'm trying to explain how
I don't care if you do. I'm just saying, like,
but that's not the point.
It's kind of like saying Gnosticism is like Christianity.
Well, Christianity isn't even Christianity, so it's hard to explain it. You know what I'm saying? Like most things that we would say that's Christianity, it's not. You know what I mean?
Mr. Rabbit, I think TML is just asking you to come correctly. Like when you just speak a little bit more clearly when you say these things and cite your sources.
So,
like,
essentially,
I think, can we return to his question though, like TML's question, and answer that before?
All right.
Like maybe TML restate his question and then go through that. Restate your question, TML.
Well, no, it's not really a question. I'm just saying that I just want to know like how the Shriners are based on Islam. You know what
I mean, I'm not a Shriner. I couldn't tell you. That's the problem. They're a secret organization that claims to be, you know what I'm saying, like Muslim. I can't, we got the oath that they have somewhere on the internet.
Mr. Rabbit, you're saying guilty by association, right?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Muslims are Shriners.
Yeah, because I heard this from also from Enslaved by Truth, and I was
I'm saying that they claim to be Muslim.
No, yeah, I know.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they are, because I originally stated like they don't really act like Islam. You know what I mean? They act like fucking Satanists. And the reason why they use this, they use something with the Quran, because you gotta understand Masons have to swear on a Bible, a Quran.
That goes back to the question I asked you: is what part of the Quran do they use?
I don't really know, because that's part.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I had to give you.
So you don't know if they use it.
Well, I know they use the Quran in their rituals because they have it.
How could you know they use it but not know what part of it they use?
Because I've never been to the ritual, but I've seen, documents that explain the ritual. So I don't know what they're using. We could look it up probably.
Yeah, I like that.
What I'm saying? It's probably their oath.
Yeah, the ritual could also be tied to other things, and it's another guilty by association. So like a lot of
I don't know.
The problem with working with
Mormons do rituals, right? Like taking the bread and water, right? But is it the same ritual as somebody else? So I'm saying they might partake of rituals, and the ritual might be similar to the Islamic ritual, but it's not an Islamic ritual.
Well, it's just like Christians use the bread and the bread and wine, which is a Dionysian thing, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily
Well,
the same
none
thing.
of these things are Islamic rituals. Like, for example, an Islamic rituals like the Hajj ceremony, or like when they go and pray like 5 times a day or something like that. Like there's a Muslim ritual. You know what I mean? But like, do the Shriners do any of those things? I mean, I've read about them too. That's why I'm so puzzled and confused.
The
Right?
thing that they use, right, is they tie.
Because if you read Albert Pike, right, he's talking about destroying Christianity and Islam, but none of it comports with, him following Islam or any of the teachings of Islam. Otherwise, he would pray 5 times a day facing the east. A lot of those slaves, by the way, that they took from West Africa, they were Muslims. So
Right, I get what you're saying, and I
like,
guess
why
I
would he
should have explained it, but I thought you would understand because I just got over saying that these are Satanists that are operating through all religions. You know what I'm saying? In the hierarchy structure, as the pre-context.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, I get
You know
what
what
you're
I'm
saying.
saying? So, like, my bad if I wasn't clear enough, but I was trying to show how they're operating in all these different religions, claiming to be this shit, and they're really just Satanists. That's the real religion of them. And so part of it is they lie and they claim to be everything, but they don't follow it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Rosicrucians have a cross with a rose. You think it's fine, but it's magic. It's witchcraft.
Of
You know what I
course.
mean?
Yeah, and that's like if I said, well, Rosicrucians are Christians, but
they claim to be.
In matter of fact, though, I don't think John Dee really considered himself to be a Christian. I think he would really he might say that in public, but really what he considered of himself was that he followed a perennial teaching. You know what I mean? Like in the Monas Hieroglyphica, it kind of seems like, and the same thing with Albert Pike and with the people who follow the Shriners. If you look at that's kind of what I showed too, is like if you look at this Shriner logo right here, if you just look at their logo, you know what I mean? First of all, this crescent and star is not an Islamic symbol. It comes from much older, and turned upside down like that, it's like the Star of Tammuz, right? So if you look at the Star of Tammuz, right, you'll see the same, symbol that they're using, and then they got an Egyptian thing on it. So that's really where they get their religion from.
I mean, I feel you. I'm just saying they have other things associated with it, like fucking. Let me see where I could pull this up.
Is Provo gone now?
Like, for example, they wear fezzes, right? What is the fez a symbol of?
Yeah, I think Provo fell out.
You know what I'm saying? The fez. Do you know the symbology behind the fez? Specifically the red fez.
Yeah, I mean, if you look up Ong's hat, they got that.
What hat?
Ong's hat. You know about that?
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay.
But yeah, like they claim that they claim like, you know what I mean? There's all kinds of shit behind it. Where do you get the actual doctrine of the Shriners? You know what I'm saying? It's like a secret organization, but then you got people who have been Shriners and like post shit on there, and they're like, yeah, there's a blood oath to Allah and shit. So they're mind controlling these people who believe that they're Muslims into doing things that are satanic against Christians under the guise of like they think it's okay. And it's like a whole fucked up thing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that that's in any way associated to the religion, but that's what they're doing. Just the same way they're using Christianity to take people down the path of the Knights Templar, and then, you know what I'm saying, then they're spitting on the cross and stomping it under their feet like the Malays, you know what I'm saying? So it's like they're using these things as tools. They take any religious thing and they use it, but they corrupt it and they turn it into a weapon, and they use it to mind control people and basically, you know what I mean, make all of this fuckery happen. But the they is not the people that is doing it in these little lodges and these little places. It's the people that is running, you know what I'm saying, the top shit. And they're not human. You know what I mean? These are not human beings.
Yeah, I'm trying to look this up.
These motherfuckers are trying to control every side of the fence, you know?
But yeah, what they're trying to do is, you know, if you look at the hat, it's a symbol of Eurasia. You know, so it's not a symbol of you know, the Muslims in general, but a symbol of that kind of you know, section of the Middle East, you know, where all of those things happened.
Well, yeah, the Masons worship, you know, to the east.
Yeah, but in terms of this, it's more about the Ottomans, you know what I mean, right? And the secret kind of classes over there, because they had Sufis, you know, during the Ottoman Empire.
So
you know, that wore the hat, you know, if you look at this hat, you know what I mean?
I mean, I get it, but the reason why they use it in their symbology is because they consider it the fez that's going to be red because it'll be soaked in the blood of Christians. That's their ideology. And this is one of the arms that's going to be used, you know what I'm saying, that they're going to control when they want that third war. You know what I'm saying? Like, all their shit is Googleable. You could look into their history and their rituals. They're not real Muslims, but they're using different parts to create a satanic organization. Like, why do you think they have hospitals?
Yeah, because if you look at these cats, you know, they're not you know, they do like weird
events.
Yeah.
And they got a bunch of children's hospitals, right? So here's the thing. They're over here having children's hospitals, and it's for like kids that can't afford regular hospitals. They say it's like a charity. And so maybe there's a lot of kids that don't die, and they just say they die and they disappear. And now this is a nice source of people they could program, because that's what they're about. They're Satanists. And then they get kids.
Yeah,
they pick them up in the hospital.
But that's what I mean is, like, when somebody says,
I mean, this is terrible shit. And, you know, you don't want to believe it's going on, but this is what's actually happening.
I'll be ready to talk solutions at, you know, like whenever, just not trying to put anyone on the spot or anything, just whenever.
What do you got?
It's kind of a tough question, I guess.
Said you had solutions.
Oh, I said I would be ready to talk solutions. I didn't claim I had like a book. I mean, I have some things that I think about that would be, I would consider them in the category of solutions, but not sure, I'm not sure about them all in all, but I'm just I guess getting ready.
So if we're at the point of solutions, right, then that means that everybody here already knows that this is what's going on, and they know that there's an outside force, you know what I'm saying, operating through demonic forces, controlling humanity and trying to destroy humanity currently. That's the stage we're at right now.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
What I think about that is that maybe you could consider that it's easier to get people to do things for them.
So they don't need people.
Okay. But you wouldn't say that through maybe colors, shapes, symbols, or whatever, that they could influence even, do you believe that they have an influence over people?
So I believe that they have so much influence over people that they've literally created a way for us to destroy ourselves.
Right.
And
I
think it's going to work.
That's what I was saying too, dude. I actually just kind of said it. You say things a little bit better, so thank you.
I don't say things better, bro. I've been driven way past the edge of insanity, and here I am.
Okay, so we are at, besides the point that they don't need people, even though they are using people against themselves, if that's how I'm reading this right now, or
using what people?
The people that people who are whatever, just not the, just your average person will say I thought we just said that the average, maybe we could call it the average person, but we were saying that people are used basically to control themselves to some degree. Is that where we're at?
It's like they never actually needed humans. What it is they needed to create a reality where they could deceive humans into worshiping the devil as God. That's what they actually need.
Right.
And so everything that they've done isn't because they needed us. It's like business, right? What is business? It's to keep you busy. It's busyness. It's like, what is jobs? What is school? What is all of this shit that they surround your life with?
Right. It's like it's like deep, right? Like deep subconscious programming, like bells, times, like you watch ESPN everywhere. I mean, I used to when I was
why is it the first word a little kid usually learns is ball? Because they give him a ball and they made it the first word that, what I'm saying, kid's gonna learn is a ball. He's gonna be ball. You know what I mean? Then you got football,
maybe
baseball.
Maybe, but like what is that leading to though? Like, because I was talking about like possible solutions, and
you know what I'm saying? You got the Liberty Bell. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You got Taco Bell.
talking like so where would you say we are at right now?
Where are we?
Well, if I'm here and you're there, what's the difference? But like
all right. So, basically, we're in the end stage before a crisis.
All right. so biologically and like mentally, like psychically, with images, with very practical, like things we do daily that we don't know we could possibly do them better, that you don't know of any books that could help, like, let's say the average person, not even like the average, maybe someone who's like, they got to be looking for it, right? But like, I mean, we could even make fucking, who knows, note cards or something for some of these slow people. But anyway, I'm just talking, like, right now I just want to kind of talk practical. I don't want to talk like, even if what you're saying is like, needs to be said, actually, that's fine. But I just wanted to talk more practical on an individual basis. I'm not talking like, I'm not really talking like making charmed items or anything like that, just practical shit we already do. Do you have anything like that, like, that you could maybe lay down? I think maybe
what do you mean practical shit?
Like, your day, it consists of waking up, consists of whatever you do.
I live in the woods,
yeah,
right? Because what's about to go down, you're going to want to be really far away from people.
Okay.
I use a wood stove because they can't cut off my wood. I got plenty of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, true. Okay, those are true things. People do need to see the value in those.
You should have the means to hunt, protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? Get some EMF protection. Get some infrared scattering cloaks. Get some plate carriers. Stockpile some food. Build yourself
like
bunker.
Because not everyone, I don't think everyone thinks like that. Like, I get what you're saying, because like that is a thing that people can do, but I don't think everyone thinks like that. Like, I'm thinking, like, even like on like what were some of these like possible things that were co-opted or corrupted from the mystery school, things of that nature, that obviously, like, I had read at one point, you had to like not speak for 5 years in order to be accepted into one of those schools. Probably bullshit, but like, I could see the like logic in that.
I think that was like
in terms of like, the Super Bowl of endings is coming, but like more so in terms of like, hey, I'm waking up tomorrow. There's maybe there's a manual, or something I could like do with visualization,
not
something
sure
like
what you're looking for, man. It's like,
sorry,
I'm not sure what you're looking for.
I'm not really, I guess I don't know, I guess I'm just trying to be conscious of more angles than just like, we're fucked. Seems
We're not
logical to me.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get it twisted. We're not fucked, but people have to understand that a lot of people are going to be fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not fucked.
Yeah, for sure. No, I didn't mean to imply that you were fucked. I'm just saying that when you mentioned things like bullet plates and these types of things, which are in a way they're very practical, like I asked for, which I thank you actually for the whole night, dude. You're a nice, you're a cool dude. You have a lot of patience, and actually I'm trying to learn that more so myself. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe my thing is I should have just said like, hey, everyone keep an ear out for practical daily things that that may be not known by all. So that's all. My bad.
Practical daily things, you know what I'm saying? Fucking drink water, bro. You know what I'm saying? Breathe air. You know what I mean?
Okay, all right, dude. All right. Yeah, no shit.
Like at the end of the day, though, I can't convince anyone to sit here and like leave fucking Babylon and just go and, you know what I mean, start their own life.
No,
like,
of course not. I don't think anybody would ask you to.
You know, like it's you got to understand the severity of the situation before you even understand what we even got to be doing.
All right, what do you think I don't understand then?
The severity of
that, at least
the circumstance, and my guy. You know what I mean?
What's that?
It's like the severity of it, of the circumstances at hand. It can't just be solved with some simple daily advice. If I could solve it with daily advice, bro, I'd hit you off with the top 10 list right now. You know what I mean? The shit is crazy.
How much advice do you need?
How much what?
How much advice do you need?
I'm 1230. I'm groovy, baby. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
It's
you
like
don't need any advice.
It's like, yo, have y'all ever heard of the singularity?
Yeah, the point
of machines.
Oh, the machine singularity, when the machines are so smart that we don't know how to operate them.
Well, it's like
maybe spiritual warfare kind of comes to mind.
So, with like the proposed AI singularity, right? It's that the AI becomes so smart, so much smarter than human beings, that it becomes smarter than every human being on the planet combined. Right? And what I'm proposing is that instead of that singularity, because that's one potential, I think we need to, it's like a race. We need to try to cause a separate kind of singularity. And it would be a singularity where truth reaches public conversation to a point of critical mass where, you know, because the truth has been suppressed for so long, if it just starts coming out at a certain rate, it'll exponentially increase in its quality and thus make it more palatable to people who are just accepting it because it'll be more versed in truth. And I believe if we continue to unplug people out of the psychological operations and programs that are currently running in their mind and try to direct them towards truth and researching truth, the more people we can get doing that, we may reach a singularity where we can actually figure out what to do. But
yeah, that's totally not what they want you to think.
The current state, though, of the playing field is not looking good. You got to understand, we don't have very much time.
How much time do we have?
Not very much.
I have 3 alarm clocks. Do you want me to set the time for it?
I mean, yo, I've set myself up the best I could. And all I could do is try to tell other people of what I know.
You mean you couldn't just write a book or something?
I mean, I could. But I'm going to be honest, bro. It's not easy to explain what I know to people. It's not easy to put it in a book.
Oh, okay.
I don't claim to have it all. You know what I'm saying? I got a piece.
Yeah.
Got a piece. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, one practical thing: don't watch television.
I don't even own a television.
I'm looking at 2 computer monitors. I don't see any TVs in the room, so I'm safe. Except from the keyboard, of course. So I'm safe from the TVs, but the keyboard could get me. The keyboard's not TV though, so probably okay.
I'm just saying, man. There's a lot going on that people aren't picking up.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks to everyone for being here. And I think I will close off the panel soon. But thanks to everyone for joining here, for real, and also to Neuro, Jack, and Provo Kid, even though they fell out earlier. But yeah,
Hey, yo, thanks for having me, bro.
yeah, for sure, dude. It's been a pleasure as always. You know what I mean? I'm glad you made it back here and talked about all this stuff. Yeah, you do seem to have a wealth of knowledge on all of these issues that we discuss here. And if we get some more panelists, we might get some influential guests in here. I know we've had some interesting guests in the past, so definitely we're gonna keep it moving with that. But yeah, we've had some shit.
Hey, yo, I admit the way that I deliver this fucking tapestry is not. It's very far from like perfect, and so
I think you do a pretty good job. You know what I mean? I mean, I actually wrote a book, so if you want, I could help you write. You know what I mean?
Yo, I wish I could lay it all out.
Ideas together, exactly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'd be happy to, man.
I appreciate that, bro. I mean, I definitely do want to write a book on it, but it's I've had an issue of figuring out how to fucking lay that out. You know what I mean? That's the hardest part for me is I can't even see the layout.
Just write a whole bunch of stuff and you can worry about the layout later. Just get the stream of consciousness and stuff.
But it gets pretty deep.
Yeah, I got a lot of the information that we covered in this I don't even know what I want to call it at this point. Live recording, is actually in my book, By the way. Oh yeah, thank you, Destroyer. Yeah. I don't even know how that's such a short link. That's like an abbreviated link. That's pretty nifty. You know what I mean? But yeah, Yeah, but if anybody wants a free copy, I just email me at themachinelive0@gmail.com and I'll just send you guys a free copy of it too. PDF. It'll have to be PDF, but yeah. Yeah, bless you guys, man. I'm not trying to make money off of this shit. Yeah, I don't really make that much money off of it either. Most of it goes to Amazon and then the publisher. I make like $4 off a book that I sell anyways. But yeah. Hey, what's going on? What's up, bro? Hey, what's up, man? Hey, you're muted, by the way. Oh shit.
Probably his mic cord.
Yeah, he's getting the mic cord.
Yo, how did you start writing a book? Like, where did you even start, my dog?
It was like 10 years ago. I started studying a bunch of stuff. First I started studying political science, and then I went into political philosophy, and then from there I started studying just ancient philosophy, and then I went to studying theology. I read all the works of a lot of the major religions and stuff. So then I decided to write a book. And that's why I wanted to have Southern Israelite on, because actually he follows one of the main theses of my book, that a lot of the Western European legacy is outside of its own particular dimensions, because a lot of it comes from Turkey, North Africa, the Middle East, and also from ancient Greece, from Greek philosophy. So I took a lot of stuff because I read a lot of the writings of the early church fathers, and also I read the New Testament, obviously. So I did an exegesis inside the book, is an exegesis of the Pauline epistles, and it in their entirety. I go through Romans, Corinthians, all of that stuff. I took a detailed analysis of those things.
Did
And
you ever get into Paul with like the Mithraeus connection, like Mithra and Paul?
Well, I know that Nietzsche makes that claim too, but yeah, a lot of the book is based on this Nietzsche's theory, about Christianity, and yeah, and whether he was right or not, I guess, but yeah, Nietzsche said that the Jews invented Christianity to control the masses. Like they basically invented Christianity to enslave the mass population. I don't know who just fell out. Oh yeah, it was Adam Lanza. Yeah, man. I don't know if I think it was Adam Lanza. Yeah, man. If you come back, Adam. Thank you. I hope you'll join the panel. Yeah, but I disagree with a lot of people who make the same claim. So Southern Israelite, he is a radical Protestant thinker who takes a approach, and he comes to the conclusion that you should uphold the Jewish laws, and that there's no Trinity in the Bible. So there's all of these different things, but yeah,
I embodied that for a while, right?
Yeah.
And like I still personally, I don't believe that there's a Trinity, right? And I embodied the 613 laws, the ones that you can actually follow. You know what I'm saying? Like I wore fringes, blew shofar horns, all that shit. All right. I said the Shema every day. My kids was learning Hebrew, saying Shemas, bro. It was 100%. I wore nothing but cotton. I went 100%, right? But when I embodied that, right, when I really did it, I realized something. This is not of God. This is some bullshit. Straight up. This is not of God. My kids were like, yo, this is fucking retarded, bro. This doesn't make no fucking sense. This shit makes no fucking sense. But at the time, I believed for about a whole year we did this. We believed this is what God wanted. But you start to really understand when you do it. You're like, this is not what I was created to do. You know what I mean? This is enslavement. This is like mind control. This is nuts, right? Because there's certain things like, yo, you can't light a fire on a Sabbath, right? So we would have to have a fire burning before Sabbath, so we didn't have to light it on a Sabbath. But you got to have the fire burning. So what the fuck's the difference? There's a fire burning on a Sabbath. It's like, well, you can't work. It's like, all right, but I'm in my house. Okay, you can work in your house if you're cooking, right? This is like then it just starts to become fucking insanity and legalistic, and it has nothing to do with God anymore. Now it's about like just controlling every aspect of your life, and then when you fuck up, you got to pay them. You know what I mean? That's how it was set up. But when you embody it, you realize that. You know what I'm saying? And so then I understood what, like, you know what I mean? The guy who they say is Jesus, Yeshua, I understand what he was teaching. And then I understand what Christianity did to that. You know what I'm saying? There's a big divide that people missed. Is that like Jesus wasn't a Christian, and the letter J didn't exist till like the late 1500s. You know what I'm saying?
What do y'all think like limits interpretation of any scripture, like any holy book? Like which parts of it does the book want you to take literally versus how far can you bend it and still consider yourself an adherent to that faith, or just take it all as metaphor?
That is literally, you have to discern that. And that's going to change, because sometimes you're going to look at something as a metaphor, right? And sometimes you're going to look at that same thing and be like, nah, it's not a metaphor. And then you're going to have to decide whether you think it's a metaphor or whether you think it's not a metaphor. And then you got to use like other information that doesn't support which side of that you're going to lean to. And part of that, like if you embody it in your life and you see that it's not what it claims to be, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you have to take a historical approach to one end, because these things have their origin in a historical period, and even then you get to the language itself. So you get to the original language that it was written in, and you can study the original sources, but they don't actually exist in their entirety. So you'd be studying parts of these works, and then it goes to the translations. So that is another layer. So the first layer is the actual historical source text language, and then so like for example, to study the Quran, you'd have if you learned Arabic, it wouldn't be sufficient. You would actually have to go and learn classical Arabic. Just like in order to study the Bible, you may have to actually learn Greek or Aramaic, to study some of the text. And Aramaic is one of the root languages for Arabic itself. So if you learned Aramaic, you'd be learning how to speak parts of classical Arabic, but classical Arabic is not what modern Arabic is like. Modern Arabic exists in various dialects, and if you try to use it to read classical Arabic, you'll fail because the grammar is different, the way they talk is different in medieval times. So you actually would have to learn the ancient version of the language in order to look at the text for yourself. If not, then you're relying on a scholar's translation. That's what it comes down to. You're relying on a scholar's translation. Now, if you compare the translations, different translations, you'll get different words. Shit. You know what I mean? That's a huge motherfucker. Like, it's like, oh shit. So wait, it's different words that convey the same motherfucking sentence.
Facts.
Like Quine said, Quine, he gave an example of radical translation. This is Willard Van Norman Quine. He said, if you take two different linguists and they and you give them a lexicon of a newly discovered language, and they both come up with the words for the lexicon of that language, based on the symbols that they get, he said that they would come up with two totally different set of words. And he said that you couldn't even use each of their different sets of words to translate the same text. He called this thought experiment radical translation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like,
that's one of the biggest problems with the scriptures, integrity.
Limitations of words themselves, in conveying, these huge concepts,
The Bible, right, for example, is made out of a shit ton of books. And depending on which Bible, it's going to be a different number. Like the King James is like 66. But the 1611 King James had the additional apocryphal books. You know what I'm saying? And the Vatican took them joints out and made them apocryphal because people were getting crazy. You know what I mean? And so them books was based off of what, right? We have, all right, so the Old Testament is based off the Torah. And the Torah is based off of the books of Moses, the books of the prophets and the writings. So then you got the New Testament, which is based off of, and this is where it really gets crazy. We don't have any documented evidence of the New Testament.
The New Testament is actually crazy, like how
Crazy.
we were actually talking about that before, because there is actually no evidence of who wrote that boy. You know,
none,
like
it comes
0%
from-
evidence.
So
yeah,
starting
because
at
Luke didn't know Jesus, Mark didn't know Jesus, John didn't know Jesus, Paul didn't know Jesus. So there's 4 of the 5 of the writers of this piece, and none of them are eyewitness sources to the events. So it's actually very interesting that
We
it gets
got-
to that. Yeah.
like at 70 AD, right? Starting like 63 AD, right before the destruction of the temple, you start to see like documents first start appearing, but not many. It's just fragments, right? That's all we got is like a little fragment. And then you go to like 120 AD and you start to have like pieces of texts and like gospels, right? But like they don't know where these books came from. They don't know who authored any of these documents. They've just correlated them together and said, all right, well, these people were like the followers of, like, we'll say Matthew. But like you got Matthew quoting in Matthew talking about Matthew in the third person and shit. Like, you got, and then all these different stories that they were able to correlate together. They don't really, like, the gospels don't agree with each other on a lot of different things. You know what I'm saying? They're a little bit different. But they were like, yo, fuck it. They just compiled all this shit together with the Textus Receptus. And then you got Erasmus, who didn't even want to put Revelation in there because John the Revelator was not John the Apostle. He was just in the island of Patmos imprisoned. And he wrote Revelations, and the powers that be forced Erasmus to incorporate that in the canon of the Textus Receptus into Greek. And then those 2 books were then translated, right, into English by William Tyndale. And then Sir Francis Bacon, William Shakespeare, under the orders of King James, both Masons, then compiled the King James Bible from, the William Tyndale, but they arranged it in a way that was acceptable to them. And so that is what we got at the end of the day. Now we're taking that and basically reading it and trying to figure it out, right? You can't. But that's a good start. You start there, you read the story in English in its entirety. Now you got to go and dig up all these texts and try to figure shit out. That's when you get into Sumeria. You know what I mean? You start getting into the etymology of the vocabulary. You're looking into Paleo-Hebrew. But then you got to figure out, all right, where did they get vowels from? Because Paleo-Hebrew has no, vowels. I mean, it's only vowels, right? So it's not only vowels. Hold on. Paleo-Hebrew has no vowel marks in it. It's just symbols. And then you have the New Hebrew, which is the Masoretic script with vowel points. So how the fuck do you translate the Paleo-Hebrew into the Masoretic unless you just basically invent it? Right? That you could have translated that in any way from the original Torah for the Old Testament. Right? So now when you look at the Paleo-Hebrew, right? For example, the vowels are in between the words, and you have to assume them based on the consonants and how they're structured together. So when you look at the name of the Almighty God that they propose in the Bible, right? Yod-He-Wah-He, for example, right? They're saying it means Yahweh, right? But that's impossible. And I'll tell you why it's impossible. Because you only have A, I, and U in the Paleo-Hebrew vowel sounds. And everything else is a contraction from these sounds. If you look in the original Arabic language too, you only have these 3 vowel syllables. So when you look at the Paleo-Hebrew, it's very similar to the Arabic, right? Elohim becomes Elohim, right? Eloah becomes Allah. You understand? So when you take the Paleo, it goes all the way back and it links to the ancient Arabic. And you'll get a lot of different things where I've had Arabic homies that are like, yo, when I was on my Hebrew shit, they're like, bro, you're almost speaking Arabic. You know what I mean? And so, because like, you know, Elohim becomes Elohim, bro. Like, you know what I mean? And it takes on a whole new meaning to the Hebrew when you go to the Paleo Hebrew. And so Hebrew Israelites are onto this, but they just decided to replace all the vowel sounds with A's to make it simple. They were like, we don't got to translate shit. It's just every consonant has an A after it. So instead of saying like, you know, they're like, yeah, it's just added A. You know what I mean? But we know that we had 3 syllables in the ancient Paleo Hebrew. You know what I mean?
Because we got simple.
Yeah, you know, you can't just throw A's on the back of it though. You know what I mean? And so it gets deep. And when I started studying the Paleo Hebrew, that's when I got into the, you know, where do vowels come from? And then, you know, you realize like the letter J didn't exist and all this other crazy stuff. Like that comes from the Greek. You know what I mean? And all this stuff is coming from the Greek. Like the alphabet, the alpha and the omega, these are Greek things. You know.
Yeah. I mean, the fundamental problem to me has always been like that you're in any attempt to channel something that is like allegedly infinite into something as finite and self-referential as like a language, you're always going to have people that are going to be able to go back and like reinterpret and like adjust words to kind of mean whatever they and not only what they want them to mean, but even if you study the history, like the history of the languages are so sketchy and kind of vague and amorphous, it just allows people to like to basically to kind of be their own God in some sense. That's what's always like bothered me about people that claim to have objective, you know, knowledge or like that they know some kind of objective moral system that God wants, is because it's like, well, there's a big gap between there existing some kind of like objective truth or moral system versus you knowing what that is and you gaining perfect access to that perfect truth of morality or of God, right? And so surely with written language, there's never going to be a way to have perfect access to that, like even if it were real. And I just wish that people had a little bit more humility in terms of just saying that, like, this is just how I interpret this book, that might not even get at anything objective, because you have thousands and thousands of denominations of religions. And it's just like, it's something that, I don't know, you can just you can't falsify any of it. You can't test any of it. And I find it all very, very confusing, to put it mildly.
So, I mean, it goes deep. You know what I'm saying? Like, I agree with you, because if you just take the Bible on face value, you're going to be in some bullshit. You know what I mean? You're going to be like on some crazy shit.
Right.
And that's how it's designed. You know what I mean? Like, if you just read the beginning of the book, the first couple words, you can see that there's crazy corruption going on. You know what I mean? Like in the meanings of the words themselves. Yeah, bro, these people are wicked, bro. Look at this guy. He's got a yarmulke on, bro. Why are you you're a Catholic with a yarmulke? What's going on? These people love hats.
What is this video?
More hats. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that looks like a little yarmulke. Is that what it is, or is it?
Yeah, they're yarmulkes, bro. Of course. But you see that little thingamajiggy? Because he's got that little doodad at the top, means he's on top. He's top G.
Yeah, top G, dude.
He's the top of the hats, bro. But that's only the white pope. Did you know that the way that the Vatican operates, they have a white pope and a black pope? And I don't mean like his skin color. I mean, it's the Jesuit top guy is literally more powerful than the pope that we know.
I didn't know that. Where's the black pope? Is he hidden under the Vatican?
He's the leader of the Jesuits. Yeah, the Vatican actually has a temple of Mithra under it. So does every other Catholic church in Rome. They all have temples of Mithra in the basement.
Who goes to that?
That would be the Black Mass.
Whoa.
As it is above, so it is below in the occult with the Jesuits, my dude. They believed they could bring on the Messiah by causing all kinds of evil and cause the cup of wickedness to fill up in the world. They are the
public. Can the public access these temples of Mithra, or is it like
Look at that? Who's that? That's Kissinger right there. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, Kissinger's he's probably the Jesuit Pope. I mean, I'm just saying. Look.
Oh shit.
I'm just speculating here on Kissinger, but they are like the Skull and Bones is a Jesuit order, like the Bushes, like they're all Jesuits, bro. You know what I'm saying? They're all connected. They all wear little hats. You could watch George W. Bush, Putin, and Xi Jinping all in the same Masonic Grand Wizard robes. Google it. You know what I'm saying? They're all on the same team. So under the Vatican, if you go online, you could actually access a virtual tour, and you could go. They have a temple to Lucifer in the Vatican catacombs, and you can go and look at it online, like Google Earth. You can look around the room and shit. Not even kidding.
Oh wow.
Temple of Mithra under all Catholic churches. Mithra mirrors the Christ of Christianity almost identically. He's the intermediary between man and God. He shed the blood. They did the blood and the bread ritual the same. Paul of Patmos was actually where Mithraism started in Patmos. And so you got Paul, who was never actually with Jesus as an apostle, who writes, who actually wrote the only verifiable parts of the New Testament, which is funny because they were letters from Paul. So we know who wrote at least 9 of the 13 of the letters of Paul. We know who wrote them. It was at least Paul, but there's a couple that are in question. But it's funny that he's from Patmos, and Patmos is where Mithraism started.
Who's from Patmos?
Paul, the apostle that never walked with Jesus.
No, that's John you're thinking of, right?
Paul the apostle, I believe. Hold on.
Yeah, because Paul was from Tarsus, remember?
That's what I mean, Tarsus. And yeah, Tarsus is where Mithraism was started. My bad. John of Patmos. Paul of Tarsus. Tarsus is where Mithraism was born. And so Paul
and it's also where Heraclitus was born too. Interesting, you know.
And they're telling you Paul was this Jew that was hunting Christians, but he was in a spot where Mithraism was embodied, and so he embodied the blood and the wine, and this is where all that shit comes from. It comes from Paul, you know what I mean? And you look at Paul theology, and it's not in line with everything else in the Bible, also, which is also strange. So I'm saying that's when they further, I believe, added that in to fully take Christianity, whatever was the remnants, into Mithraism. And that's why you see the Vatican operating with these temples of Mithra, and they would go down in these temples of Mithra into these basically like, you know what a deprivation chamber is?
Yeah.
So they got these deprivation chambers down in the basement of Mithra, right? And they would go down there and they would do all kinds of psychedelic mushrooms and shit, right? So that's why you see the Vatican, the cardinals, they all come out looking like Amanita muscarias and shit. And if you look in the cathedrals, you'll see mushroom pictures of Jesus with mushrooms and the apostles being mushrooms. And so what I'm saying is these Mithraists would go down in the basement and trip out on psychedelic drugs and deprivation tanks. You know what I'm saying? And they would come into contact with these archetypes, these deities, these beings. You know what I'm saying? And these were basically, you know, demons. Like, you know, I don't know if y'all ever tripped out on drugs and been speaking to some entities. But yo, they're really never cool. I'm yet to find one cool entity on one of my journeys. I mean, they all get crazy all the time. You know what I mean? And they be telling me to do shit that, you know what I mean? Don't make no sense.
They do be trolling the entities.
So that's what I'm saying. Them entities is real. These people in the underground.
They get real serious about it too. Like they'll
And
Like they will show you fucked up things in your mind about what you're about to do, almost visualizing it. They'll be like, yeah, it's so easy to pull this one off.
They run
Yeah,
psyops, bro.
Yeah, they do run psyops, those entities.
You know what I'm saying? They be telling you you're the chosen one. You know what I'm saying? We got the information.
Oh yeah, I've heard that one.
All that shit, bro. All that crazy shit.
They'll be giving you megalomania to
yeah.
pull some shit off that's really not in your best interest. Yeah, they'll be trying to trip you, and you could tell like they're half joking as they say too. So it's funny. Like you'll be like, man, cut it out, because like these motherfuckers are trying to come at you. And they do look like little elves and shit. They look like little little dog face, like gremlins and shit. Like it's like, what the fuck is it? Like like they look like kids and shit. It's like, man, y'all are
now,
some Keebler elves. You know what I mean?
I'm about to blow your mind, right? There's other cultures and civilizations that are also communicating with these entities, right? Now we could look in the Old Testament and see the manna that's appearing, right? Just appearing, and they got it in the tabernacles. And they got these incenses that they burn, and they talk to God in the tabernacle, right? Then we got the Vikings, who would have festivals and trip out on all kinds of drugs, and some of them would take them before war and become berserkers and enter the spirit realm. And we got shamans all over the place, tripping out on drugs, contacting entities. We got people in India making soma, a whole bunch of different psychedelic cocktails, and they're taking them and they're fucking talking to entities. And all these fucking entities all end up making people sacrifice humans at some point. All right. We got to start to draw the connection. All right. Who's operating this psychedelic fucking circus? You know what I'm saying? And who's working for these psychedelic entities? You know what I mean? What I'm saying is these psychedelic entities are also just entities that are here, but they're advanced beings. Like I've been saying, they're not from somewhere else. They're here. You know what I'm saying? Because I've taken some psychedelics and been able to communicate with other people that was on these psychedelics. All right. And I think these entities is in Antarctica in their bases being higher beings created by God, not man. Right. And they're sitting there, you know what I mean? Doing their weird ass fucking hacking reality. And they're communicating with people that tap onto the frequencies of these fucking psychedelics because it gives them access. You know what I mean?
How do you feel like what is the mechanism by which they communicate with people? Like, can you take any psychedelic drug, or do you feel like it's like specific drugs that do something to your brain that allows them to send thoughts to you or something?
What I know is that different psychedelic drugs put you in a different frequency and allows you to experience things on that frequency. It's like a band, right? So when everybody's all on acid, right, we're all kind of the same, but everybody else is bugged out, right? Is because we're all on the acid frequency. And so I believe these entities transmit on these frequencies, and it's quite possible that they invented the substances and put them out there. It's also quite possible that they take these substances and then transmit on these frequencies. The same way that like I was transmitting on this frequency on LSD and my friend was receiving what I was putting out without speaking. You know what I'm saying? I've taken different things like MDA, bro, and I've heard a dude's thoughts basically talking to me. I've also heard other people's thoughts that weren't talking to me. And we've confirmed that it was, you know what I mean? Like I've done some kind of experiments. We've confirmed these things. Like you don't have to believe me, but that's how I believe it operates. It's on a frequency band.
Yeah, I know. Like it's like before you're falling asleep or like after you wake up, like sometimes you'll just be laying there for a while and you'll be like half awake, half asleep, and you'll start seeing like weird shit. Like it's almost like you're picking up like radio signals and shit. It'll be like you'll just pick up like a flash of like a dream and then it'll like go away.
So when you're
like,
dreaming, right?
Daydreams and shit.
When you're dreaming, you're technically on DMT, right? So you're also in there with anything transmitting on that frequency.
Yeah, and that's what it is how you're talking about is like with the psilocybin, it's just an analog for all of those chemicals that are already in your body. So it'll try to mimic the effects of like serotonin and all of these other chemicals. And if you look at these different tryptamines in your body, you know, you look at like the little ants on the cordyceps mushrooms where it like hijacks their brain. And like that's exactly what we were talking about. We're talking about like something you cue into like this thing, and it's like telling you to do something, like almost like trolling you, like telling you to like accomplish some kind of goal. And that's the same thing with the cordyceps infected like ant. Like it's being led back. It's like, no, you like it can't control its own actions because it's being let because its mind has been hijacked. And it's like, so it's like, yeah, you tune into a frequency, and it's funny that. So I just think like the plant just created.
Cordyceps is a fungus, right?
Yeah, because the plant has an intelligence. So it just, yeah, so it just created this analog of a human tryptamine in order to kind of I guess either poison or trick or control humans from like engaging in certain parts of like, I guess like maybe the forest or some shit. I don't know. You mean?
So it's also the same thing when they do these black magic rituals, right? And they sacrifice people and shit. The reason why they're doing that is because they need to get to the demons on that frequency. You understand? Now, the demons on the fucking mushroom frequency are not as bad as the demons on the fucking murdering babies frequency. But that frequency, what that puts out, you understand, is what gives these people power in this earth because it's vicious. You see what I'm saying? These are the different demons that I'm trying to explain that people get bound to, and they become altars of these people. These people start to possess their bodies, you see, but not the whole body, a facet. That's the Sephiroth in the Kabbalah, and that's the top tree of the life, and that's the bottom tree of life. The demon names are the different demons, and then the facets are the Kabbalah's tree of life, and that's what they attach to. It's what I'm saying with the mental.
That's one of the things that came up when we read that Book of Enoch. They mentioned root cutting. Yeah. And it's like, wait, root cutting, that's got to be related to taking mushrooms, doesn't it? Because it's talking about witches taking mushrooms, you know, like how they do in Macbeth. You guys ever seen like Roman Polanski's like version of Macbeth where they're like taking these mushrooms?
Right.
And they're like, oh, or no, wait, that's what the guy says in the movie. He says they've eaten of the insane root that takes the reason captive or some shit. Like he says like about like the old ladies, right? Or have they eaten of the insane root?
Yo, the thing is they do a lot of stuff, right? And they do it to people generationally so that it builds into their DNA. Like you got to understand one thing about, I'll give you an example, slavery in America, right? The reason why they did this is not because they were ignorant. The people who perpetrated it were completely knowing of what they were doing, and they did things to these people, right? In order to create, right? In order to create the types of people that they wanted them to be. And they did this systemically, generationally. But they also did it with the people that were ruling. That's how they learned how to do it. It was done to them. So you got to understand, everyone up the chain was all abused satanically in line. So while it may look like, oh, look, all these people are perpetrating this shit, it's like, yo, you don't even know what's being perpetrated to these people all the way up the chain. You know what I'm saying?
What is the end game of like the entities or like all the beings that exist across every, like whether it's like different dimensions or whatever, like where is it all going?
Easy. I say this with ease. The end game has always been and always will be, they would like to replace, right, the ruler of darkness with the ruler of light in the hearts of mankind. So essentially, right? Essentially, there's something going on that's beyond my comprehension between the creator of all things and the ruler of darkness, which I'll call Satan, right? Just the evil that's spread throughout the earth. It's one single source of this evil. And so essentially, they want to create a system that pushes mankind into submission to the point where mankind accepts Satan as God and does not believe that there is even a God, believes that the only God is Satan and worships him. That has always been the goal. And I think part of the deal is that God is not going to like necessarily intervene in this man trying to deceive the entirety of the earth, because it's not possible. Right?
What do they get out of it? Like out of humans worshiping them, or like having humans do their will? Like what do they how do they benefit from that?
Honestly, I believe it all stems from, because you have to understand, Satan is created by God. Satan is a child of God. And I believe this stems from an argument. It's like, if God is to be loved and worshipped as God, right, and being good, right, what makes good the best God? And so essentially, Satan argues that the best God is evil. The best way is evil. Evil is correct. Basically, Satan is saying God is wrong, and God is proving Satan that he is not wrong, proving to him that it is actually right to be good, and that mankind will choose good. It's like God gave mankind the option to choose, right? But they had to have a choice. It couldn't just be, all right, you have good or good, right? It's that mankind has to choose to be good. And Satan is trying to create a world where that is impossible to your perception, where it is impossible for you to see that you must choose to be good, where your only option to survive is evil. And we just have to accept it, and basically wants to convince people that God does not exist. He is God. You know what I mean? And we are supposed to understand that by him being evil, he cannot be God. But if we can't see that, then we're deceived. That's like the end goal. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Satan is essentially wrong and will have to be judged, and wants also to collect as many souls as hostages, so that the amount of souls that would have to be judged with him would cause God to change his mind. Is that option also? I'm just speculating.
So like in this theory, like I guess like the totality of all of it just kind of comes down to like almost like a game or like a bet between God and Satan.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? My son ran up on me.
Oh, no worries. So just kind of like in this, so like if that's true, then like the totality of all of existence, like the battle between good and evil, essentially just comes down to like a game or like a bet between God and Satan.
Well, I don't think it's that. I think that God created, right? And creation is, but I don't believe creation is done. And I believe God wants to create perfection, but in order to do so, right, God can't just call it perfection, right? Because what if it's not perfection? Who would judge God? He called it perfection, and it's what he made, right? So I believe he wants to create perfection. And in order to know perfection, right, you have to create imperfection and then separate it. Say, all right, well, that's imperfection. You have to create everything, and then it has to be separated. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think creation is over. I believe this is all a process of creation in order to create perfection. I just think that we see it, right? Because I think it already happened, is my point. We are seeing it trapped in the time. So, hold on, my boy. Since we are bound by time, right, we don't see that it already happened. You get what I'm saying? When God created everything, he already created perfection, but we are existing in the process of that happening since we are subject to time. If that makes any sense. It's like that's how everyone that, you know, like it all gets sorted instantly, but to us it seems like this much time.
So do you think that perfection is a standard that exists outside of God that God is trying to discover, or
I think he already did it.
Perfection?
I think he already did it, and I think we are in the we are in the process, like we are in the lag of before perfection existed, but I think it already exists. Like in the moment he created it, it existed, right? But we are perceiving the process because we are behind in time. God is not bound by time. He already knows the end. It already happened. You know, that's what makes the entire reality an illusion. You know what I'm saying? Is in a sense, it's like, well, you can't necessarily find God. It's like, well, because God already happened. And he's still happening because he already set it all up. He set it all up so perfectly that he doesn't need to interfere. And this is the God that you have to discover. You know what I'm saying? The God that doesn't need to make a correction. All the corrections is someone else correcting for mistakes. God doesn't make mistakes. He already did it. It's done. You know what I mean? We are just like in a fucking temporal time fucking rift where we're experiencing what already happened. And while we are making decisions in free will, right? It is this illusion because no matter how much you think you can do something, you can try, you have the will to try and make the decision to do it, but you might not succeed. It doesn't matter. If you decided to kill someone and you fail, you're still a piece of shit. And that's all it was ever about. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You have free will, but you don't have free reign. We already know this. You could decide to do anything you want. You can try. You may not succeed.
Makes sense. That's crazy shit, man. Reality's wild.
I mean, this is the only way I could explain that my God is not walking around and just fixing shit. He already did it. Like I have faith in my God. I know he did it. I saw everything he did. This reality we live in is insane. It's incredible. But it was created by, I am without a doubt, a benevolent God. And what I see in masquerading everywhere as God is Satan. It's very apparent. He's a destroyer, a taker, not a creator, not a producer. You see?
Right. Satan and God. Well, which are you a Christian? Or are you kind of like where do you kind of ground your theism?
So I'm going to be real with you. I don't believe any religion is right. I think religion is bullshit. I think Ra-legion, the legion of Ra, or to rebind, the generational rebinding of an ideology. Ra-legion, religion, however you want to take it. It's either a sun worship cult or it's the rebinding of an ideology, generational mind control. Now, while I don't believe in Christianity, I believe in what Jesus taught, but I don't believe his name was even Jesus. I believe that his name was Yeshua, and I believe he taught things that were fucking fire. And so I'm going to be honest with you. I was a dark person in my life, right? Not like a Satanist, but I was very violent, right? And I did a lot of fucked up shit. And the reason why is because I walked around and I saw everyone around me as a sheep, and I was a predator. I was an apex predator. And so by the law of the jungle and by the law of nature, I had no problem with violence. You know what I'm saying? I had no problem with taking people's shit by force. It was not a problem for me. So I was not a wicked person in a satanic sense, and I never did anything to like women or children, but I beat people up and I robbed drug dealers and I'd done shit, right? And the only thing that really stopped me from doing that was the understanding that I gained from the teachings of Jesus, Yeshua, whatever you want to call it, right? It wasn't any religion. I was raised Catholic. I rejected it. It actually made me wicked. You know what I'm saying? Because it makes you believe you could just do whatever you want. And then you realize, well, that can't be right. So I'm just going to give up on that and still do whatever I want. And for somebody who actually doesn't give a fuck, who is not bound by the matrix, there has to be something to keep you from just doing whatever you want, because you can't just do whatever you want. There has to be some type of moral structure. Where do we get morals, right? What is it inside of you that makes you understand right from wrong, regardless of any instructional template, right? Because you reject the instructional template, but everybody resists violence. I was just able to overcome all the resistances. It doesn't mean they weren't there. You know when you're going to do something that's evil, when you're going to steal some shit, your heart races. I was just able to overcome that. I was able to overcome the fear that tries to stop you from doing these things. When you overcome the things, right, what's going to stop you then? You know what I'm saying? If you really look at who the apostles really were, the real apostles, regardless of whatever history or facts we have, right? I like the apostles that were fucking thieves and murderers and were changed because of the testimony of a man. You know what I'm saying? A man who claimed to be the Son of God, who they claimed died and came back to life, right? Did all these miracles and shit. And like literally was just telling people to just be good to each other and don't be an asshole and love God and only God. And so that changed my life in a way that I can't explain. And so I didn't want to be evil anymore. I realized what I was actually evil. And it brought me to a higher state of understanding that I was an animal, right? And that's literally what I was. I was the law of the jungle, bro. I was a literal fucking animal. And I've gone through different spiritual paths. You know, I didn't just land on Jesus and stay there. I went all over the place. You know, I'm not going to say I stayed good. I went here and there, bro. I became a banker, bro. I did this and that. You know what I mean? Studied Buddhism, took acid, took all kinds of millions of drugs. You know what I'm saying? You know, I went crazy. I searched for answers in everywhere I could find. And now that I've done all these things, now I've landed back on the teachings of Jesus. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like the whole entirety of the book, word for word, none of that shit really matters to me. I don't care about dying for my sins and none of that sacrificing blood rituals. I don't care about none of that, really. What's important to me is the message that there's some motherfucking things that are not human, that are controlling mankind, and they're making everybody fucking evil. You know what I'm saying? And they're masquerading as Jews, and they're masquerading as Christians now, and they're masquerading as everything. He was basically the first he was like the first epic Alex Jones. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, they killed him, but I don't think they really killed him as a sacrifice. I think the Jews made all that up. I think they killed him because he was exposing their fucking shit. Because I think he got into the mysteries, and he was like, yo, this shit is wicked. You know what I mean? So none of these like stories matter to me. What matters is an idea that affected my life for the better. And, you know what I mean, allowed me to have a better relationship with God, have children, prosper, become a better man, and not be an animal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, man, that is awesome. Respect. Which I'm curious,
really
just
care about
real quick, which part of the country you're from? I sense a northeastern accent in there somewhere.
I'm from New York, but I live in the Ozark Mountains now.
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
I wasn't gonna
Very
raise
cool.
my kids in Babylon.
Sure. Do you like the country better than New York?
Yeah, I was basically a banker, right? Selling business loans and shit. And I just said, you know what? I don't like this. This is hurting people. And I just said, I'm going to go be poor in the woods. And so I just went and be poor in the woods.
It's like some Henry David Thoreau shit. I like it.
I had it, bro. I had enough. I had enough of this fucking society, bro. I had enough of these fucking businesses, these corporations. I had enough of all of it. You know what I'm saying? I just want to have kids. I want to teach them about God. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I want them to be healthy. But at the end of the day, God brought me here on some crazy shit because shit has been going crazy all around us in this country, and I have not been affected. You know what I mean? I don't follow religions, and I don't worship anything but one God, creator of all things. And I think if everybody just did that, I don't really care what religion you are. I mean, if you just follow one God and try to be a good person, I really don't think you could fuck this up. And if the whole world did that, we'd be all right. But most people don't believe in God now, or their God is money, or their God is like sex or lust and, you know, Satan, whatever their God is. People are worshiping all kinds of shit. And that's why the world is in the place that it's in. It's like the evidence of God is that when you don't have them, look what happens. You know what I mean? But people like to see only what's there, and they don't like to see what's not there. That's what it is.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Hey, man, I hear you. Oh shit, guys! I better hop off here. It's getting late for me, but I appreciate the convo.
Yeah, actually, I was just gonna say really quickly, thank you so much for joining the panel. I'm actually gonna close it off here from my end too, because I've been struggling with a terrible migraine, head cold for like 2 days. So I'm actually lucky that I made it all the way to 7 hours into this, you know, so I'll be able to show some old footage that I made and close this off. But yeah, thank you, Rowan, for joining us. Do you want to hit everybody off with some closing words? And hopefully you'll join another time too. Go ahead, brother. Hit us with some of your wisdom. Yeah.
Hey man, absolutely. Yeah, I don't really have, I guess, too much wisdom to share here, but just
It's okay.
I appreciate the conversation. Love the pursuit of truth and goodness, and just how to be a little bit kinder to each other in this crazy life that we have. So I appreciate y'all. Thanks for having me on.
For sure. Bless you, brother. And everybody go and subscribe to Rowan's channel. It's just called Rowan, isn't it?
Yeah, just Rowan, same as it's spelled on the thing.
Yeah, go and subscribe to Rowan's channel. Hopefully
you,
the mods can put it up there so I could go ahead and promote that. And Bunny, this is the second time Bunny joined the panel. He's been a star of this show, you know what I mean? But yeah, man, bless you, Bunny, man. What's your whole thing? You got a lot of life experience and stuff, you know, we could all learn from, you know what I'm saying? So man, I appreciate you joining, and you're welcome anytime here, you know what I mean? And yeah, man, you're an honored friend. And yeah, man, go ahead and hit us with some of your wisdom, Bunny.
Yo, I appreciate you, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take up no more time. I know y'all try to wrap up. So, you know what I'm saying? Just thanks for having me, bro. And thanks for everybody in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Listening in and whatnot.
Bless you. That's Intelligent Imbecile, my friend from New Jersey, is it? Or yeah, man, bless you, man.
I'm from the Ozarks, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, now you're from the Ozarks, but originally
Staten Island.
Yeah, Staten Island. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, bless you guys, man. And thank you for all the the chatters. You know, I'm gonna be out here for a little while, you know, showing you guys some old footage I made on Nietzsche. I talked about Nietzschean philosophy on Flow State. I talked about the psyops that are going on today on Truther Comp. I'll show you guys if you guys missed that Truther Comp that I did yesterday. You know, we had an interesting interaction there because I've been talking to Truther Cop about a lot of issues, and also a reading of my book. You know, if anybody wants to look at what's in my book, you know, I'm gonna have Denise Matu doing a reading of my book on her channel there. You know, so you guys get to see and read some of the content there. But yeah, bless you guys for joining us right now. I'm gonna take a musical break, and and then I'm gonna show you guys some old content that I made in anticipation for maybe some sleep. Hopefully, yeah. I've been depressed. I've been sick. You know, this whole break. You know, I mean, I just spent this whole time alone in bed, sick. You know, it is what it is. You know, But yeah, hopefully there's better days ahead. You know what I mean? Yeah, Rowan.
Absolutely, man. I hope you feel better, Machine. That sucks.
Yes, yeah, it's been horrible. Yeah, but yeah, I've just been getting like fucking just I don't know. I've been feeling disenchanted. I'll just put it that way. But the thing is that, I'm really gonna do twice more with half as less. That's how I like to do it. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna be fasting. I'm gonna be praying. I'm gonna be bringing more content for you guys. On different issues. I barely got to cover anything about Enlightenment philosophy today. I had all these fucking books. Hobbes, Rousseau. John Locke. Machiavelli. But yeah, I'll bring that to you guys next time, man. And yeah, guys.
Hey, yo, now you also got to get Shortest Way with a Dissenter too, bro.
Yeah.
For that collection, bro, for that topic.
Yes.
It's right in there,
Yeah,
bro.
definitely. Yeah, that one. I got to look into that one. I got to look into Edward Gibbon. I keep getting put on that. See if Edward Gibbons has anything to say. But yeah, the one you mentioned too, that was a key find. You know what I mean? Interesting. Thomas Paine type stuff. Thomas Paine actually quotes Milton's version of Satan in Paradise Lost in his Common Sense. So I mean, if that's not an inversion of morality, I don't know what is. But yeah, bless you guys for joining us here, and yeah, man, thank you guys, man. And
thanks, man.
Yeah,
see
man.
y'all next time.
Thanks, bro.
Bless you, Rowan, man. Yeah, you have a good night.
Thank you.
And yeah, Bunny, bless you, man. Take care, man. Hopefully, Bunny and Rowan, they'll join us soon. Thank you to Hank. Thank you to Neurojack. Thank you to Wizard. Thank you to Adam Lanza. Who all joined the panel. Obviously, thank you to Cecil Drake, who's now asleep. Sweet dreams, Cecil, man. You know what I mean? And all the other beautiful people who joined. If I forgot anybody, you know what I mean? And yeah, man. Yeah, stick around. You guys will learn something, from some of these little presentations I did on different channels. You know what I mean? And actually, Denise showed up on one of these. And then I'll show you guys a reading from my book. But yeah, man, we'll pick it up in a minute here. Thank you guys. And yeah, I'm signing off here from me. I will be presenting some content to you guys if you guys want to stick around, as I said. But yeah, man, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends.
21,000 miles of space, staring into 70 degrees. 2 3 minutes. Azimuth and plus 46 degrees or 6 degrees. 5 whole minutes ecliptic.
The nightingale sang until the form pierced the heart, as loud as the morning lark till death do us part. Scantily clad nasty, you simply can't surpass me. I'm stalking to devour through the hourglass darkly, as bluebells will in the sway of midnight rain. I'm the beast preordained, running through my veins, blood-stained, pain and passion. You witnessed as it happened, since the crowds were massing the heavens. Came crashing, made amendments to my exemptions, still fondly remembered. My ribs grew into wings as my tail feather severed. In chariots and cherubs, the architect's perspective. I sent a death wish for you heathens to try catch this. The brave contender, you must venture with flailing temper. The wailing harsh winds came to pass through your splendor. Innocuous buffalo skull sends me overload. Flames bask around the castle, the last stronghold. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more erratic. confused in the views I gave. I caused panic, messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasantly pressing left bent in aggression. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more erratic. Confused in the views I gave. I caused panic, messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasantly pressing left bent in aggression. The bee runner pollinates the sun all day long. Many moments of her sadness placed inside a song. Rivers run backwards, all spirits flow as one. After many a summer dies, the lonely swan. Till the earth's access brought me back from the blackness. Sit back and watch me practice with an iron fist. Ludicrously dismissed on a flying wing disc. That residue of bitterness, what heart shall desire this? An unequivocal waste evaporates, tasted greatness. I formed in many shapes, interlaced, lifted weightless. In my palm where the vulture just landed on a strand. The diagram transcends the pioneer's plan. Move across and expand, obscured by the lure of money. All fates have now changed, most ever so abruptly. Entrusted in a clutch with order was disruptive. With every dagger thrust, the lust was interrupted. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more erratic. Confused in the views I gave. I caused panic, messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasantly pressing left bent in aggression. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more erratic. Confused in the views I gave. I caused panic, messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasantly pressing left bent in aggression. A sketch to remember, two lives drawn together. Slumped in all weather, waiting on a promise forever. Underpinned on the fringes where I dragged him in. Told him of a world I knew where the outcome remains dim. Descriptive imagery worked will astonish in words. Acknowledge, pay homage to the dead mockingbird. You still couldn't forsake, devastate, or wake me. I still treasure all these moments that you gave into where you chased me. Ever the innovator, I placed my faith in nature. It's not all that it could be, but nothing could be greater. The perpetrator was the one who couldn't stay true. I never even heard of you, still nothing remains new. A horseshoe for luck tucked inside my belt buckle. Everywhere I kept looking, but all I found was trouble. Dusty knuckles torn, we tear away the veil. Set ablaze on this trail, you was all designed to no avail. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more erratic. Confused in the views I gave. I caused panic, messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasantly pressing left bent in aggression. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more erratic. Confused in the views I gave. I caused panic, messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasantly pressing left bent in aggression.
He said, come wander with me, love. Come wander with me. Away from this sad world. Come wander with me. He came from the sunset. He came from the sea. He came from my sorrow. Come wander as I walk. Wander as I walk.
Behold the wandering stranger, molecule rearranger. Correctly calculate proportions of the king's chamber, golden ratio. Vibrate the space below your feet. From the dry desert sands, erase the wreckage of a fleet. Prehistorical, translate the tongues of the oracle. Allegorical, mathematic, metaphorical. As above, so below. Have love, let it show. Levitate as I meditate, illuminate a glow. Green emerald, staff of Moses spreads the waves. Invade the promised land to wage 7 deadly plagues. Mystic order of the mercenary, thirst for many bones. Of clones, druidic stones align with galactic homes. Poems cold, the Kabbalah nodes of electric thought. 7 strong macabre, esoteric schools are taught. Degrees of substance unite to form a body of light. Crown chakra burns bright to defeat the troglodyte.
Since the dawn of humanity, some 100,000 years ago, humans have sought to make sense of an unpredictable and often chaotic world.
I'm just a fisher of man. I step and fish of the land. Deeply inhale the smoke from the sacrificial lamb. He who bites the hand of providence. Evident, no common sense, mentally dead. Sealed shut like Tutankhamun breast. Death mask, pure gold, tempered in the furnace. Repetition of the diction articulated with earnest. Deliver us from evil. Shiver of the feeble. Quiver full of needles in the river of the beetles. Building blocks of masonry. Master builders facing me. Facade of the macabre. Behind which we placing me. Flashlights of black light. Map out the odyssey. Trace the journey through magnetic hotspots of the odyssey. I'm G-O-D, not a devotee. Elohim backwards is me holy. Divide and conquer. We ripped asunder. They slipped asunder. The spell of Kingu. Bring you the devil's plunder.
Why are we? Why do the seasons change? Why is life filled with suffering? What happened when we die? This quest brought human beings to consider matters spiritual, matters beyond the material world.
Paste. Boom. There's that link again. All right. I'm gonna put the thumbnail up. Yeah, one more. I love this song. This is the best song to sing to in the world, probably. Not gonna happen, but this is a good one.
So she wakes up in time to break down. She left a note up on the dresser and she's right on time. You don't know anything, right or wrong. I said I know, and she said so. I wanna panic, but I've had it, so I go. You don't know anything to anyone, but don't take your life, 'cause it's all that you've got. You'd be better off just up and leaving if you don't think they will stop. And when you wake up, everything's gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place, in a better time. So you're tired of living, you feel like you might give in. Well, don't. It's not your time. Look through the paper today, looking for a specific page. Don't wanna find her full name followed by date. 'Cause when I left her alone, she made it sound like a moan. You're known by everyone for everything you've done. Buying flowers for grave, I'd rather buy you a one-way non-stop. Do anywhere, find anyone, do anything, forget it, start again, love. She said she won't go. It hurts too much to stand by. You've gotta stop and draw a line. Everyone here has to choose a side tonight. The moment of truth is haunting you. Don't forget your family, regardless what you choose to do. You can't decide, and they're all screaming, why won't you? I'll start the engine, but I can't take this ride for you. I'll draw your path and I'll load your gun, but I hope so bad that you'll bathe and And I'm starting to forget about today, and I was planning for tomorrow. Tomorrow, and he said, just day I came across when I learned that life goes on without me. Without me, and I said, everyone has someone else. Well, I ain't got nobody, so I have to save me. Save me, and he said, I think I'll pass away tonight, cause these I'll never get it right. It's just me. Just me, and I said. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. I guarantee that you wake in a better place, in a better time. So you gotta live it. Feel like you might give it. Well done. It's not your time. You wouldn't mind if you never find a cure to all the problems. And he said, as long as she has someone here to make it clean, she doesn't need to solve them. Solve them. And he said, loneliness is killing me. It's filling me with anger and resentment. Resentment. And he said, turning it into someone that I never thought I'd have to be again. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. I guarantee that you wake in a better place, in a better time. So it's hard to live it. Feel like you might get it. Well done. It's not your When it's time to forget about today and always planning for tomorrow. Tomorrow, and he said, that day I came across is when I learned that life goes on without me. Without me, and I said, if everyone had someone else, well, I ain't got nobody to love to save me. Save me, and he said, think you'll pass away tonight, cause things I'll never get it right. It's just me. Just me, and I said. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. I guarantee that you wake in a better place and in a better time.
So you're trying to live in, you feel like you're not living. Well, don't. It's not your time, even if it was, I wouldn't let you go. You can run, but I'll follow close. Someday they'll say that's it, that's all. I'll be waiting there when they'll break up. I'll know that you think that you're on your own. Leaving you home if you're ready. That's okay. Anyhow, we have not one, but two honored guests waiting in the back. TML. I told you, I said, hey, come on up. Thank you, sir, for joining us. How you doing? I gotta put my headphones on now, though. And Eric, I see you there. Hold on. I told TML, but I'm honored to have you as well, sir.
Let's do it. Let's do it with Eric.
1 second.
Down. Let me get up on this.
All right. Can I hear you?
Change my name back.
You're still muted.
I'm muted?
Is it me?
Let me see. Am I muted?
No, you're still muted. Let me read the comments here for a moment. They got over 12 UFO remains, and they traced.
Hello.
Oh, wait. They tried.
Can you hear me?
TML, you're silent. What's happening? All right, I'm letting Eric up. It's weird. I don't know. Is it me? I don't think it's me. Yeah, drop. Eric, good to see you, bro. How's it going? Might be me. Can you hear me? Can I hear you? I can't hear you. All right. It's me. It's my fault, TML. I'm sorry.
Yes, I can about that.
What the heck? Mm-hmm. Audio. Speaker. Oh wait, let me plug these back in. Mm-hmm. I might have to run it through speaker test. Oh my goodness, what happened? All right. I'm gonna take the headphones out and hope that works. Can you hear me? Can I hear you? You're muted now. Unmute. So you have to unmute. You're muted now.
Yo.
Oh, you know what? Can I hear you guys now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yo, what's up? Truther, what's going on?
Can you guys hear them?
Yeah, they can.
You guys talk. And until I can
shit.
hear you, I'm not going to say anything. I can't hear y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all hold me down.
Peace to you, brother Eric. How's it going?
Peace to you, now. Enjoy vocals there in the back room. What's right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, man. All three can be heard. Yeah, I don't know. I think he just can't hear us for some fucking reason. I think it's just his type of, yeah. Yeah, I think he's running that shit through OBS. He's getting like some audio fuckery going on.
Oh,
But
yeah.
man.
He had to on chat.
Yeah, peace to the brothers and sisters in the chat. Homie, Silver Tongue Cavalier. That's the homie. Bluebird, what's up, homie? Destroyer is the truth. Yeah, for real.
Destroyer can hear us all.
Yeah. Yeah, J6. Psyops.
Definitely. I witnessed the style firsthand. Been trying to tell people forever, and I'm kind of tired of playing to get along, to get info game. I'll be quite honest with you.
Yep, it gets hectic, trying to hide information, trying to be duplicitous, like it wears you down, you know what I mean? Like selectively approaching people and shit. Like it's fucking retarded. Like I'd honestly like to just yeah, I mean it really wears you down, I mean, especially the type of the fake community shit,
Yeah, and that's what's getting to me the most, man. I think I get a lot of people calling me, wanting to tell me like their day, like their account of their day, what they've seen, what they witnessed, and it's always an ulterior motive. There's always seems to be an ulterior motive. This person wants to talk about that person. That person wants to talk about this person. This person was talking about that person's not working for this person's fundraiser, and it's like it's a big pipeline of drama. I try to avoid it wherever I can. But you want to be able to talk to these people too. You don't want to just call them all out immediately because you want to hope that maybe you can catch them slipping and get a little piece of information out of them that you might not have had. I'm like a month away from my trial, and I think it's time, which will probably, I'll come on here again the 29th with Kruther, and I think Roth from Woods News is going to come in. Because I've been sort of keeping him in the loop, like anytime another January 6th defendant that say, I like this topic because that happens to be a streamer, right? Like there were so many streamers there. Like Ashley Babbitt was surrounded with streamers. More streamers in the room than people that don't stream for a living. and it's kind of odd, right? And it's like all of them call me. They have this streaming platform that they do, and so I've been kind of running everything that these people call and tell me. Like every 2 months, I'll hit up Woods News and talk to him about what these people have said, that people have said, just as an avenue to kind of vent. And because he does really good work at connecting dots.
Yeah, it really went down on that day. I remember how many people got banned on that day, you know, because I was watching the Kill Stream and Adam Green. They got shut down that day on the D Live platform, you know, and I remember everybody was on the D Live platform. They got shut down. They had Baked Alaska, some guy named Baked Alaska. I never watched, you know.
I know you. I've never watched till after January 6th because my court filings, they accused me of being a white supremacy in the statement of facts because I was less than 6 feet away from this Baked Alaska character, and I'm like, I don't even know who this dude is.
Oh really? Oh really? So you got popped just for being around him. Yeah.
COVID, you got to be more than 6 feet away, or you're gonna catch it.
That's fucking weird. Yo, that's weird that they used the exact same 6 feet. They said 6 feet. You gotta be 6 feet away, you know, from the white nationalists. So, yeah, that's funny. That's crazy. Yeah, yeah.
All right. I don't know what the heck happened. Is there an audio loop? Let me know because I'm playing it through the speaker of the TV now. It seems to work. Sorry about that, guys. I haven't heard a word. I hope you guys are getting along. You guys behave.
Sure. Oh yeah, yeah. We've been getting along. Yeah.
Yeah, we may wait for you.
So let me see. I'm gonna plug my headphones back in. Hopefully, it doesn't cause that again. All right. It's good to see both. Eric. Obviously, so Eric is, you know, present yourself, please. Like the way you want to be presented. I'm going to be listening. I'm just listening.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. My name is Eric Clark. I got my name on here. I've been on here a few times under Guy Fox. I typically don't turn my camera on. But that's me. I'm Eric Clark, Guy Fox. I'm a January 6th defendant. I had trial in just over a month, January 29th. Pro se, no lawyers. They all want like 50 grand. And if you call these fundraisers that people donate to try to help January 6th defendants get lawyers, right, you got to kind of have to use their lawyers, and most of them in my mind are pretty correct. So I'm doing this on my own, and I'm probably not going to fare very well, but at least I tried.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, you have trial in a little over a month, and we're scheduled to on the 29th, this Friday. You, me, and Wood.
And you and Wood in different topics. That's over the phone.
Let's see how it goes.
Let me turn that AC back on.
All right. Eric, what's your mic running through? We all have issues here. I have the worst ones right now.
Can y'all hear me just fine? I'm running through my cell phone right now because I'm staying in like People City Motel, and the Wi-Fi here is crap. Pardon my language. Sorry about that.
Are you using Bluetooth at all?
I am. Should I shut that off?
Oh yes, please. Yeah, use the direct speaker.
I just didn't want like the audio loop.
Try speaking now.
That better?
Yes. Yes. The Bluetooth messes things up quite a bit. Sorry, I have my own audio issues. I'm running through this. I'm running through my headphones. Be all whatever. So what were you guys talking about when I was totally like trying to figure out these
Shit,
issues?
I was trying to open up the topic of J6, and the brother here told me that he was actually got in a court case connected to the Baked Alaska. Like I was just talking about the players that were involved, and I just mentioned Baked Alaska, and then he started talking about it. Lo and behold, that was exactly the court case there.
Yeah. Eric is Guy Fawkes is very involved in this. He's more in tune with this than anyone else. Really, to be honest. He's on the ground and in the courts directly. So representing himself. An intense perspective to be a part of.
Absolutely, and I feel like what I saw, right? It says a lot of the things that Wooz has been saying. What my eyewitness account from January 6th, right, is like summed up in the in TML's tag, right? The machine lies. That's what it does. It lies, and seemed like a whole lot of crisis actors to me. Smoke and fire extinguishers trying to be passed off as tear gas. Not to say some of that stuff wasn't real, just probably really watered down. My experience with those chemicals in the past is that they produce a whole lot of mucus, and you don't really see any of that on January 6th, right? Like the whole Onion Girl situation. If I know you've got that footage and have been wanting to try to get an opportunity to really play it when you can get some background information about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna play that. I'm pulling that one up right now. That's a fascinating.
Right, that encounter, an encounter with Ray Epps, where he just flat out said that, you know, it was pretty much planned and that his plan involved timing. I mean, it was just so obvious from standing right there at the very front of that whole line to the Capitol doors that it was pretty staged. The only thing that really got me was my encounter with the Onion Girl. And then, like, I saw this footage of her 2 years later and realized that there was a whole onion involved and realized just how deep this really was.
You helped Onion Girl down the steps at some point before this footage, right?
Before this clip, not long before this clip, I had approached the Senate wing door approximately 2:30. Right, I didn't get all the way up to the door. I got to the ramp before the door, and this girl right here you see in the footage, she says her name's Elizabeth of Knoxville, and she's actually from Maryland. She went to school in Maryland. She may have been born in Knoxville, Tennessee. I don't know, but she went to like school in Maryland, works in Maryland. She lives in Maryland. So I carry her she grabs onto me, talking about she's pepper sprayed, and like sort of clings to me. So I grab her and I carry her from the top of the Upper West Terrace up by the Senate wing entrance where that first breach was, all the way down to the reflecting pool, and then kind of washed her eyes out. I didn't notice any mucus then, but I'll be honest, I thought the girl just needed help. I didn't suspect any crisis acting from this individual. It just seemed maybe she did just get caught up, got sprayed, and needed some help out of there. So I carried her down to the reflecting pool, and then 2 years later, about a year ago, I find this footage, and I retrace my steps through footage back to where I ran into this girl. Of course, I can't find that particular encounter anywhere on the footage, but what I was able to determine was that there was no pepper spray released in that area, except for one little big cannon on that first guy that went through that window. Wasn't her. Till after 4:30, when the police are starting to actually push everybody off the grounds after Donald Trump had told everybody to leave. So where she was at, there wasn't even any pepper spray till hours later. But yet here she is talking about she's pepper sprayed with a big fat half of onion in a towel.
All right, let's play this clip here, sir. It's a very short one. It's very fast. But.
What happened to you?
I got maced.
You got maced.
Yeah.
And what happened? You were trying to go inside the Capitol?
I made it like a foot inside, and they pushed me out, and they maced me.
What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Elizabeth. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And why did you want to go in?
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
Thank you. Ma'am, what
She
happened to you?
literally has an onion
I got
in her
maced.
hand the whole time, and she's saying this. And you met her. You helped her
I
down
did
the
not-
steps before she ever entered. Before she ever entered.
Absolutely, absolutely, truther. And not only that. So when I go to leave, right? When I go, I hear people talking through bullhorns talking about Trump told everybody to go home. I checked my phone. I finally got some reception back. I called my mom. I'm like, Mom, everybody here saying Donald Trump said peacefully go home. Is it you hear it too on the news? She's like, yeah, Eric, that's what Donald Trump's saying. So I leave. I go back down to that reflecting pool where I dropped this girl off at. And the reason I had taken her there is I had carpooled there with a few other people that I didn't know. But that's where they were posted up at, was the corner of the reflecting pool. So I take her down there and go on about, a couple hours later, I come back down there when Donald Trump says to leave to meet the guys I carpooled with and walk back to our hotel room, and they're gone. I'm starting to get messages from them saying, they'd meet me back at the room. They'd already left. And this girl's standing there with two kids and somebody in a long brown trench coat saying that she can't get an Uber back to her hotel. Can I get her a ride back to her hotel just across in Virginia, right, not that far away, a couple miles. So I'm like, yeah, sure. We walked back to my hotel. Her two kids, and the person in the trench coat. I never saw their face. They had one of them big, large brimmed hats on. Wait in the lobby, and we give them a ride back to. We're giving them a ride back to their hotel, but we didn't drop them off at the hotel. We dropped them off on a street corner. They said the hotel was just another block up. They wanted to walk from here. I was a little bit insistent. I'm like, you sure it's kind of late? We'll take you all the way to the hotel. And she's like, no, drop us off right here. And she said it was a block away from her hotel, which I don't know. I didn't see where she went afterwards. We kind of left, but it was definitely 1 block away from the Pentagon. We even went to the Pentagon parking lot to get her.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, DC, who knows what type of operations are running down there. And I see DOAs in the chat, and I challenge you to come up here earlier. If you want to come up here and be respectful, you're welcome. But we did cover, we were talking about your content earlier with the WYSIWYG stuff. And I do want to actually get into that again, maybe.
I like this coverage. I liked what you had to show at DOA's coverage, right? It says something that I've already been suspecting anyway, right? Especially the more I've watched you and looked through all this footage. I find it highly, highly suspicious, right? Like I was saying earlier, that there are more people that do live streaming for a living surrounding Ashley Babbitt when she's shot than there are just normal people around her, right? Like, if you watch that Woos video, some people you might not even recognize as streamers because maybe they're local, maybe they like the Parrot Blocker guy. That dude's a streamer right here in my own city in Louisville. He was at Mitch McConnell's house streaming the day that it was vandalized during the 2020 protests, on the same day that Nancy Pelosi's house was vandalized, right? Sure, it's not a coincidence. But that guy's name's Bill King. And I got more information on this guy because he gets charged this last January. He pops into an old friend of his house, right, which is a girl I grew up with, talking about, I see you're Facebook friends with this Eric Clark, and that Eric Clark is a defendant in the January 6th case. The FBI has contacted me and asked me to self-report and give them a statement, and I'd like to know what to expect. Can I have his phone number? So the girl calls me up and was like, Eric, this weirdo popped into my house, right? Me and this girl had been sober for about 3 years, about 4 years at this time, right? And we had fallen out of contact. We just grew up together, right? When we were kids, like played hide and seek, what had little kids. She moved on, became an addict. I moved on, became an addict in my life. We both sort of got sober around the same time frame. Right. So we had some common connections, right? And she calls me and tells me, Eric, this guy's wanting to get in contact with you, but I'd be careful, right? She says she said 5-6 years ago I knew this cat, and I stopped hanging around him because he got in some trouble because him and his girlfriend were having sex with his daughter, and his daughter got pregnant. He lost custody of his kids.
Oh my God!
It's like nobody
dude.
wanted to be around him no more. He's a
freaking-
weirdo.
The drama. So, what I've realized in talking with you and everyone, whether it's live stream or real life, there's elements of drama in certain actors and characters. And we talked about one specific individual contacting you daily and all that. Like, and I told you the personal story, and I told people here. I mean, anyone who's hearing this information could piece it together. Who I'm talking about. I'm not trying to call him out right now, but there's people out there operating in bad faith intentionally to deceive people and keep people in the lie, the illusion, in the machine that lies, perhaps. TML, what do you think about all this, man?
I'm sorry. I have a terrible migraine all day, you know, so I'm just trying to cope with that. But yeah, I think it's fascinating because if you look at you know, capitalism and democracy and technology, you know, these three key words, you know, really the illusion in them is that people are doing whatever they want, so there's no manipulation going on. You know, like capitalism, people just say, well, people just buy whatever they want. They support what they like. You know, they buy the things they like. The economy guides itself. You know, in democracy, they say the people guide the rule. You know, and in technology, they say, well, people make the machines, so they're in control of this process. So you have this illusion of control. But with propaganda, it's the opposite. You know, I'd like to read from Elul here. You know, in his work Propaganda, you know, in the preface, it says that there's two aspects to propaganda. You know, it says integration propaganda. It says that, let me get to this part. It says that the most trenchant distinction made by Elul is between agitation propaganda and integration propaganda. Integration propaganda is needed especially for the technological society to flourish and its technological means. Mass media among them, in turn, makes such integration propaganda possible. But then on the other end, there's preconditioning. You know, the conditioning amounts to the conditioning of minds with vast amounts of incoherent information. So, you know, it's exactly what you were just saying, you know, about the you know, taking somebody off the center, and then the illusion of, you know, centralism that's being pushed, you know, and one thing he says here in the preface is really interesting. He says that through by design by designating intellectuals as virtually the most vulnerable of all to modern propaganda for three reasons. One, they absorb the largest amount of secondhand, unverifiable information. Two, they feel a compelling need to have an opinion on every important question of our time and thus easily succumb to opinions offered to them by propaganda. And three, they consider themselves capable of quote unquote judging for themselves. All right. So, you know, it goes back to, you know, people have this illusion of control, but who actually controls things in a democratic society? You know, who has power in the democratic society? It's the people who educate for democratic values. You know, like those are going to be the people who are actually in power. You know, of course they say, oh, you know, democracy means power for the people, but no, it doesn't. You know, what it actually means is that education equals power. You know what I mean? And propaganda equals power, because then you're dealing with mass information. And it's two things that even the founding fathers saw that could usurp democracy. You know, they pointed out things like banks and parties, you know, political parties and newspapers. You know, they really did point these things out, you know, as usurpers of a democracy. Yeah.
The reason we hear about the Boston Tea Party today is because John or Sam Adams, I always forget which one. I think it was Sam Adams, controlled the newspaper.
Yeah.
And he made the headlines at the time.
Yeah, it was Sam Adams. Yeah.
And that's how we hear about the Boston Tea Party, because he was in control of the main media influence in that area. And that's how the story spread out.
Yeah.
And we still hear about it to this day. Allegedly. I mean, in DOA, I dropped the link. I offered for you to come up here earlier. You're still welcome. You know, I don't know what we're going to talk about specifically with you. We can get into the WYSIWYG thing here in this video, but I'm not getting into the trauma and all that, you know?
Yeah, one of the most fascinating works of propaganda is the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin. You know, he talks about how he's like joining occult organizations, he's doing crazy things like starting libraries and book clubs and stuff. This is the kind of way that he spread his sort of view in the world. And he even went so far as to write fake puritanical pamphlets, like Poor Richard's Almanac. You know, he pretended to be a Puritan named Poor Richard to subvert the Christian population. You know, so he would do it.
Even back then, people like we do on YouTube, The Machine Lies. That's not your name. Truth or Cops is not my name. Even back then, they were pseudonyms. They wrote under pseudonyms to present whatever they were trying to do. And that still carries forth to this day. They were the Guy Fawkes of their time, you know. It's ironic that, well, perhaps not ironic. I mean, it is part of creation. That Eric Clark is also Guy Fawkes. I mean, you were wearing the Guy Fawkes mask. It's such a fascinating aspect to your whole case, because that's been such a major symbol of like the anonymous, the people speaking forth and representing the people and what they're standing for, and then trying to accomplish it.
Simply reading the book. I have some other videos in which I started to do a review, but today I was talking with the author, and it's Christmas Day 2023, and he gave me permission to actually read the full text of the book. I don't know how many videos this is going to take. I'll put them all in a playlist. But I think today I'm going to try to get all the way through chapters 1 and 2. If I have to stop early because it's a good lot of material, but I think I can do it in one sitting. If I can't, I will simply stop and edit the title to reflect it, and I will go on with other videos, and I will take as long as it takes to finish the series. So we begin with the title, Christ Protagonist or Logos Dethroned. Subtitle, Transforming the Symbol of Roman Power into Jewish Salvation in the Slander of the Prophet of God. The author is M.H.T. Kang. It's published in 2023 by Creative Fire Press. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, transmitted in any form, or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise. I did ask specific permission from the author. So anyone who uses clips from any of my videos must, in this particular case of these book videos, must restrict yourself to journalistic fair use of short clips. And as a courtesy, please include a link back to the channel. Creative Fire Press is a division of the Walden Group, a Michigan nonprofit educational publisher. Library of Congress has Library of Congress number, includes bibliographical references. It's listed under History of Christianity, printed in the United States of America. Dedication. This book is dedicated to two people. My baby brother, Sally, who was my only true supporter, editor, and the first person to read it. His confidence in me and continued encouragement is always an essential piece of anything I do. Since a baby, my baby brother, Sally, has been my only student and has endured both the criticism of fake friends and the challenges necessary it takes to be a philosopher and to stand steady with the truth over and against anything that comes your way. I have no doubt that Sally will surpass me as a philosopher and great communicator, and if anyone cannot find me to explain portions of this book, only he would make a fine replacement. What a bad credit one pays one's teacher if one only remains a student. Seek knowledge, even unto China and the ends of the earth, and may you grow smarter and wiser than all your teachers. Second, my late best friend and greatest example of what a Christian was to me is Mark Sumter. Mark was a youth minister at a Pentecostal church in Ypsilanti, Michigan, with whom I went to school and spent countless hours debating the meaning of Christian doctrine. When Mark would show up to my house to talk about the various philosophical systems that attempted to explain God, it was not clear to me that he was also someone respected in his community, beloved by his parents, and working a full-time job to get himself through school, taking on twice the responsibilities that I had. And he did so always with a smile on his face and kindness for whoever he met. I never saw Mark get angry, and one day he told me to reflect on the verse, quote, "He who is slow to anger is better than a warrior, and he who controls his temper is greater than one who captures a city," unquote. Mark was in the process of reading my book when he passed away on Christmas Eve of 2020. The last text message that I received from him explained that he had bought a book on Kierkegaard for us to study together. My fondest wish is that we will study that book one day, no matter what, my dear friend, as we both were always painfully aware that death is not the end, and especially not the end of a philosopher or a believer in God. Mark Sumter is always the example of a real Christian to me, and one that I will always respect, and a true philosopher of the heart. How to read this book. This book is a book about Western civilization and is a workable introduction to philosophy textbook, hoping to take the discipline in a new direction, one that combines theology, philosophy, and political theory into one historical or chronological progression. The central motive in this progression is the figure of Christ, who is cast as a heroic figure within a false dialectic of Oriental versus Occidental and religion versus science. Paul is cast as one that forms the main values of the West, such as, quote, all for one, unquote, separation of church and state, faith in the future, progressive revelation, Gentiles coming into the Jewish salvation, the reversal of symbols of Roman power, salvation by faith alone, grace through suffering, and his characteristic false humility or false bragging. This is the application of the themes of Paulinism to the full breadth of the progress of Western civilization and even the scientific and secular worldview which developed in Europe. The result was a horror show which allows one to realize that Paul's preaching in Europe and the Jewish diaspora in Europe caused the formulation of what is now being termed a, quote, Judeo-Christian, unquote, synthesis to promote a pseudo-eschatology of the coming kingdom of God. This book is organized into 4 parts. It matters not in what order one begins, but only that each chapter be read as a coherent unit from start to finish. One should start in order of importance, relevance, salience, and or focus first on the areas where one feels most deficient. Part 1 is composed of historical critiques of the first century Palestine. Part 2 is a transition from the historical world of the experts to the historical and political narratives of the theologists and co-religionists of the Christian movement. Part 3 is composed of the subversive role of philosophers in spreading the Pauline synthesis or Christian message, which led to the unification of Europe, and therefore the development of the secular and scientific worldview. We attempt to show how some of the most relevant chapters of philosophical thought brought forward this progression in history. Finally, we look at history on its own terms, focusing and narrowing in on the doctrines and teachings presented to us in the works now known as the New Testament. There we present a full exegesis of the Pauline epistles. For those who are not well versed in Pauline theology, we recommend beginning at the exegesis located near the end of this book. Special thanks. A special thanks is reserved for Dr. David Skrbina for always believing in me and challenging me. It was kind words offered by the doctor in the presence of his wife at a Jesus hoax debate that gave me the confidence never to shrink from my task. More special thanks are reserved for everyone that financially supported this book or has taken time to listen and consider the arguments here. I only wish we could sit together longer, my friends, even the ones who abandoned me. As a man who will never give up on anyone, I humbly wait your reconsideration. Okay, we then have the table of contents. Part 1, the mysterious origins of the arch protagonist. Chapter 1, an unlikely introduction. Preface, before we get into the chapters. Preface. Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase in learning. Proverbs 9:9. Speak not in the ears of a fool, for he will despise the wisdom of thy words. Proverbs 23:9. In chapter 81 of the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu says, quote, "True words are not always beautiful. Beautiful words are not always true," unquote. What is the relation between beauty and truth? Plato says that wisdom, truth, and beauty are divine muses for the highest semblance of human consciousness. But the truth is much stranger than either wisdom or beauty. While beauty is sometimes dangerous and wisdom mysterious, in reality, only truth seems to guide knowledge. But knowledge can only tell us the difference between right and wrong. Wisdom, which comes by experience and cannot be rendered purely in the domain of abstract thought and imagination, not only differentiates between right and wrong, but also finds out what then to do with that information in application of activity in the world and in application to projects of political organization or to the deep-rooted questions of trust and morality associated with one's conscious and psychological engagement with other humans. Ultimately, any philosophy that refuses to answer the question, then what, is doomed to failure. Hence, just as truth and imagination are superior to knowledge, which is limited by other forms of knowledge, and just as the way in which organization and rhetoric are superior to logic and argumentation, wisdom and experience are superior to truth and beauty, and courage is superior to knowledge. Ultimately, the goal of knowledge is moral action. Beauty is not superior to truth or power. Power is not control or justice through the rule of the righteous, but can sometimes engender mistrust and fear. He who uses fear for control must rely on anger and retribution as a tool, and those who play with fire may get burned or may go free. But this is for sure. Power relies on the weak, just as beauty requires ugliness by contrast, and love is part of hate, just as form requires emptiness and space. Movement and time require stillness and impermeability or ubiquity. Truth is singular, like light and consciousness, sound, but falsehood, density, has many layers. Falsehood has many varieties and versions and parts, and is compartmentalized into types of knowledge, while the truth is whole. Truth is heard but not seen, while falsehood leads by false representation and disinterested idealism of a mass conscience, and is thick like thieves in the belly of the beast. This attunement brings us to our current endeavor. Our endeavor is not future-oriented, but past-oriented. Those who know not where they come from know not where to go. And to those who know not where they are going, any road will take them in their aimless direction. These are the Sumyun, Bukmun, Umyun, or the deaf, dumb, and blind. They know not where they go, leading each other because they are not enlivened by the tradition of the past. Why do you not have any rights? It is because your rights were exchanged for rights. R-I-T-E-S, exchanged for R-I-G-H-T-S, and equality under the law. We believe history is superior to science, and that philosophers should distinguish themselves from the cold and patient truth of scientists. History is superior to science because science and philosophy themselves have a history. Science is a methodology that is determined in part by past research and in part by the cultural disposition of those called scientists. Granted as such, it must function under the bounds of social agreement and is imprecise as any other tool. Since in the modern world, social organization is itself determined by technological advance, and the forms of social organization are themselves technocratic means, science is determined on the one end by historical processes, and on the other end by advancements in technology, which is the goal of science and not science itself. Hence, the notion that technology is created by scientific enterprise is false. Science does not create technology, but it is technology that creates science, both via the knowledge of the past and the drive for technological advance which exists in the future. Primary to technology is man's creation of symbols and the architectonic arts of history, religion, and philosophy. These determinations are where we situate ourselves in our quest for knowledge, dear listener. God is truth manifest. Only the truth can sober us, and let the truth be all our guide and our highest allegiance. Okay. This will be chapter 1. The mysterious origins of the arch protagonist. This is part 1, mysterious origins. Chapter 1, an unlikely introduction. 1. According to Kierkegaard, source unknown, when all ethical determinants of evil are excluded and only empty metaphysical determinants are used, the result is the trivial, the comic. In an age chained by its own seriousness, God is a comedian. Where people no longer believe in true human goodness, and indeed no one clamors about virtue, there is also a distinct feeling that we have become desensitized to all forms of deeper emotion, and even tragedy and pain. This apparent numbness seeks to deliberate the world through the medium of either light humor or grotesque sympathy. In such an age, God is an imp and a trickster, just as the devil is a deceiver. Thus, while the believer sees the world as a playful prank or a subtle joke, the one who follows the devil sees that the only way to gain power in the world is by fooling others. Indeed, God is a comedian, for God is the one who laughs last. And whoever laughs last laughs the finest of laughs and bears the most satisfaction. God as the trickster, or the one who hides in the shade of reminiscence to ensure a more distraught yet discerning ensemble to envelop the day, is the divine that hides in plain sight. Seriousness is the enemy of truth, just as propriety is the bane of virtue. We shape a dialectic between a trickster and a fool. When one spreads untruth knowingly or unknowingly, either one invents lies or is a useful idiot. But God knows the liar and the fool as one. God knows the liar and the fool as one is a quote by rapper Jus Allah in the song Vengeance by Blue Sky Black Death, as far as I am aware. To paraphrase Rumi, they say Jesus rode on a donkey, but how could a zephyr ride on an ass? Second, a man often finds a piece of truth on the ground, as it is said. Soon enough, he finds the devil tapping him on his shoulder. A nice truth you have there, says the devil. If you hand it over to me, I will do you the favor and save you the time by reorganizing it for you. Since the truth is barely discernible to the man, he agrees to hand it over to the devil, thinking maybe he will help make some sense of it. When the devil returns to offer the man a newly organized version of a newly found truth that is very old, it is barely recognizable to the man. He thinks and ponders to himself if it is even the same truth that was handed to the devil in the first place. The devil assures the man that he does not deceive and only works with the truth he was given. He does not lie. The devil cannot invent his own truth, and the devil is in the details. Indeed, the devil is in the details and the truth is hidden in plain sight. The devil knows that organization is more important than even the logic of argumentation and puts reason above faithfulness and discernment of righteousness and truth. Knowledge is knowing the difference between right and wrong, but wisdom is knowing what to do with that information. That quote is from L. Kohr, Kohr, 1978, The Breakdown of Nations, published by Dutton. The following quote can be found on page 83 of this work. The statistician is expelled from heaven. Arriving in hell, he immediately asks to be brought before Satan and, hoping for better results this time, submits a similar plan. Satan, he begins, unpacking again his charts and diagrams. I have a plan for organizing hell. At this, Satan interrupts with laughter that shakes every rock in the fiery caves of the underworld. Organize hell, he roared. My dear professor, organization is hell. And so is unity, which organization creates and from which it results. The parable in the second paragraph is loosely adapted from this tale. Okay, that was a footnote. I find my place again here. The truth cannot simply be reorganized to one's satisfaction without the risk of error. But we must also realize that truth that is built on a lie is a faulty foundation, as well as a truth that leads us to a lie and leaves us lost. We must seek out the living truth instead of inert organization. We have indeed too often been told that the truth exists apart from us and apart from God. We wrongfully discern truth as something that exists besides us, without us, outside of us, and beyond us. When the light shines in the dark and the dark knows it not, if we are to be discerned by truth, then we must find truth within ourselves. For this very reason, the truth is manifest. If this is true, then only the truth can set us free, and we are bound by truth. With this deeper truth, we begin our inquiry. We must not be afraid where the truth leads us, because if we do not know where we come from, we do not know where we are going. And without knowledge of where to go, every road will look the same. Every lie is based on a truth. The lie has to stand upon a truth, But the truth cannot be brought forth from a lie. The truth is more sinister than logic, just as reality is stranger than fiction. 3. In an age of rampant individualism, morality has come to mean only to be true to ourselves. And since this means that everyone can only be held responsible in circumference to their own beliefs, we must endeavor to hold people responsible this way if it is our only recourse. To go against oneself is the ultimate contradiction and the ultimate preparation to engage in sinful behavior. For a sin is a contradiction against oneself. If your right eye offends thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. Any hesitation in this is clear spitefulness and vengefulness, and turning against oneself, and hence turning against God. If one cannot love oneself, how successful will one become in loving anything else? The final commandment in our day and age seems to read, quote, "Do not do unto thyself which thou shalt not have done." A second one perhaps reads, "To go against oneself is to go against God." Shouldn't we at least hold accountable everyone for what they themselves are always preaching? Are we not to condemn each man by his own rules that he picks for himself? An old Hindu saying by Chanakya reads, "God is not present in idols. Your feelings are your God. Your soul is your temple." But has our age not become infested with idols?
Oh my gosh. There's no point in talking about it.
I love it, Flo.
Okay, let me then reshift or kind of adjust a little bit. Machine Lies, are you familiar with Nietzsche on morality?
Nietzsche on morality?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I read Genealogy of Morals.
I just sort of learned about it the other night, and it's fantastic and very interesting. We should move it there.
He's got some
oh yeah,
great
you know about it too.
He's got some great.
You guys know? Am I the last one to learn about this?
Yes.
Look at I highly recommend the Machine Lies episode 7. I read hundreds of passages of Nietzsche and describe his moral system. So I would definitely look into that one. We could definitely have a very long discussion. I gave almost a 3-hour lecture on Nietzsche and philosophy, but yeah, on my channel. But yeah.
So originally, when I kind of started going down the stream, I was going down the path of if God's this thing, if this, then this, and this, and I don't think, and where I left off on that train of thought is I don't believe that that right and wrong or good and evil is actually a thing from God's perspective. I think it's our interpretation of our experience, but that part of free will is that we're given the right to do with it what we want. And if we choose to be miserable, we've chosen that.
Well, he just thought that.
Well, that's where I left off with the. I was kind of trying to walk one into the other because I think that just a little brief introduction I've had to Nietzsche's sort of 3 things, right? Like
he's great.
Kind of like it's like, well, this makes a lot of fucking sense, and it walks easily into sort of my.
I want to talk about your shit, Flo. I heard you talk about it earlier, but I'm talking to my girl right now. But I definitely want to talk about that theory.
Are you familiar with Nietzsche's perspective on morality? What is it, a treatise or I don't know? You know who Nietzsche is and what he thinks about morality?
I don't know what perspective you're talking about, though.
Yeah, he's got the concept of slave morality and master morality. That's kind of the walk in to the discussion. It's usually like Nietzsche 101 is this concept, you know, and he actually claims that the master morality is involved with richness, beauty, health, and power, you know, and it's not concerned with poorness, suffering, you know, weakness, you know, that it simply affirms strength, wealth, power, and all of these things, and it doesn't care a shred about people who think like, you know, the goal of life is to end suffering, for example. He says that that's a totally ridiculous goal. The best thing you'll do by thinking that is create a society of sufferers. You know what I mean? But he says, but he says, if you actually consider, you know, the goal, you know, as not healing the negative aspects, but in actually affirming the positive aspects of human nature, that you will actually create a like a fucking dope society. I mean, right? It's kind of what he says, yeah. And he further claims that not many people will end up on the top of that type of society. It's gonna be like
he also went through sort of like a history of morality and how the idea of good and bad sort of originated out of aristocratic thinking, right? The good was the rich and powerful, and the bad was the commoners. And then I don't remember. It morphed somehow to where there's the aristocrats, and the priesthood. Since the aristocrats had the power, the priesthood had to get clever. And so they started really implementing morality and right and wrong and good and evil, this system of to leverage it as their power source. And I believe that he sort of associated them, like the priesthood was associated with the Jews, and the aristocrats were with the Romans, right? As sort of references.
Yeah, master and slave morality. Aristocrats, master morality. Priesthood, slave morality.
Yeah, and
so then you get slave morality, which is basically the virtue of weakness, right? It's
exactly the virtue
and
of
master morality, which is more sort of proactive and positive, and less like, well, you know, being rich is evil and fucking turn the other cheek.
He's got this whole passage where he talks about how the lambs despise the vultures. You know,
hold on, sorry, pause. Rocky, you have got to be fucking with me with this comment right here. Okay, go ahead.
Well, he had this concept. He tells this funny story about how these hawks you know, they really are despised by these lambs, you know, and the lambs always tell each other about bad stories about the hawks. They say hawks are like horrible, you know what I mean? They eat first of all, they eat lambs, so it's terrible, you know what I mean, right? And somebody tells the hawk this, and the hawk laughs, you know, and says you know, I love nothing better than a fat docile lamb that hates hawks, you know what I mean? You know, because that's the kind that's not going to do anything to run away. You know what I mean? Right. So when I'm trying to eat it, you know what I mean, it's one that's already accepted its fate. And that was kind of Nietzsche's whole proposition, that it can't be that nature is mute, you know, the way that Plato and the Bible tell us. And he was one of those people who actually claimed, this idea that secular science comes from or is an extension of Platonism through Christianity. That concept actually comes from Nietzsche. He believed that the secular worldview is an extension of the religious worldview, because it believes that nature is mute and it has nothing to say, where Nietzsche proposed that nature actually prizes richness, beauty, health, and you can even see it in the animal kingdom, you know. Yeah.
So good and evil. All right, this is where I'm weird about it. Is like the idea of or good and bad. Let's not use the word.
I have to leave, brother. If you want to stick around, brother Adam is here as well. But I would have to call it a
Most
night.
definitely.
But yeah. So the machine lies. How are you doing? I'm sorry, I didn't ask you. Um, it's your first time on this stream, right? Or have we
Yes.
spoke? Okay.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. Can everybody hear me? Yeah.
Wa alaikum assalam. So you're a Muslim, Akhi?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh,
Alhamdulillah.
right.
Right. Subhanallah.
Salam.
Yeah.
So would you like to add something to the topic that we were discussing?
Oh my God. Oh yeah, I could add a lot to this particular topic. Yeah, definitely. Because I seen you guys going into this particular topic. I actually, try to regard myself as somewhat. I mean, I don't want to say, I'm, I know everything that happened, but I mean, Subhanallah, I studied this area. Actually, I wrote a book on this. Roughly 400 pages. If you guys want, I could send you guys the book, and it could really help you guys with the dawah. But yeah, I mean, the main topic of my book is about Paul, Saint Paul. But I think in the first century, because of Saint Paul, you already see that there's so many different sects of Judaism in the first century. That like what is a Jew in the first century is already quite unclear. But yeah, I don't want to disturb the topic that you guys are going into, but yeah, definitely I could come in on this topic. Thank you guys.
Actually, before we actually get there, can you tell us your name real quick?
Oh yeah. Well, my name is Muhammad, so it doesn't really, I don't think that'll clarify much. It's Subhanallah.
No. Hey, Muhammad, my name is Ali. Muhammad Ali, let's do this. I'm the greatest. Anyways, so actually, I think even talking about Paul actually is conducive to the stream because we're talking about where the Christians go wrong. So talking about Paul and how his views different to that from what he did, his influence and everything like that, is actually pretty huge when it comes to the topic of the discussion. So if you want to add on anything about Paul, by all means, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then I mean, if in the first century we're talking about Paul and we're talking about his connections to Judaism, I mean, this is extensive, in terms of that he mentions that he's a Pharisee of the tribe of Benjamin, yeah, so that goes back to what you were talking about right before with the lost tribes, and they had Benjamin and Judah were the tribes that weren't part of the rest of the nation of Israel, and actually Judah and Benjamin worked together to conquer Israel, under King David, and then they got thrown out, and that's why you see in Romans, you see that Paul gives he actually starts Romans verse 1 with this dual conception of Jesus. Once he's born through the line of the King of David, and then he's born through also in the spirit. So he, Paul does everything twice. He does one thing with the flesh and one thing with the spirit. He's got this dual approach, that the one order for the flesh and one order for the spirit. And he continually makes this distinction throughout Romans. He says the flesh and the spirit are two different things. For example, he uses the term the circumcision of the heart to refer to Gentiles that follow the Torah. They fall in line with the Torah, but they're not Jews. You know, so he says that actually they have the law inscribed on their heart. So he invents this term. He actually says in Romans that Gentiles who follow the Torah yet are not of the nation of Israel are a law unto themselves. So
I mean, the law in sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt, but
Yeah,
the
go
law
ahead, yeah.
inscribed on the heart, it's mentioned in Jeremiah as well. So
Yeah.
this is not something that only he's alluding to, and I actually, it makes a lot of sense to me. You know, like when I read something like that, I feel that, you know, whoever the author of Jeremiah was, he was referring to a Gentile nation, as in like non-Jewish nation, and probably Muslims, because who are the ones that actually have the law in their hearts? It's us Muslims, because if the Quran is the law, we have it memorized, so it is technically in our hearts instead of just on on tablets, and we're the ones putting it in practice. For the Jews, the law was written on tablets. They never memorized it, at the same time did not practice it. Whereas we Muslims and the companions of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, you know, and even till today, you can see like millions of Muslims that have memorized the entire Quran, and we practice it. You know,
Yeah,
so
I think.
I see it that way.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I definitely get what you're saying. I do think it's a beautiful passage. I think the danger comes in when he uses the term circumcision. You know what I mean? When he says it's
Oh yeah, yeah,
circumcision of the heart. You know,
yeah, yeah.
because then he's dealing with a prescription that's found in the law, and then we all know that Paul has his own special view about Gentiles being circumcised. You know,
Yep, yep, yep.
so this is one of the things that the Jerusalem Council, you know, in Acts, it really struggles with this fact. You know, they have this whole disagreement about Paul and his him setting up two sets of laws, you know, one for Jew and one for Gentiles. And then it goes to the book of Galatians. That's where you see this really clear, because in the book of Galatians, he actually challenges Peter. He calls Peter and also in Corinthians, sometimes he calls he refers to certain apostles as quote unquote Judaizers.
Yeah,
You know, so he actually calls them Judaizers, and says that they're trying to corrupt the faith by bringing in these Jewish customs. But then later, as we've seen, in Philippians and those other letters, he actually says, "I'm a proud Jew, from the tribe of Benjamin, a Pharisee, circumcised on the on the 8th day and all of that stuff." You know what I mean? So he says that he's a perfect Jew, perfectly in line with the law as well. You know, and then he says that actually, if you're a Gentile, you don't have to follow this law. And then part of the example he gives is, if you go to Galatians 4, he puts a curse on the Arabs. You know, kind of says that, he compares, Hagar to Sarah.
Yeah, like
In
this
this
is
very strange passage. You know what I mean?
yeah, the duality that you're talking about, and you actually see that in John as well. Like we're supposed to be doing a stream on John 1.
Uh-oh.
And this is, yeah,
That's
this
gonna
is
be a long
because
one.
yeah, that's why, like, we're, because I'm technically on vacation, and
Yeah, I think
Brother
I
Ali,
think I did a stream just on the word logos. It's
Yeah.
just here's the word
Yeah.
logos. Guys, you could just do
logos
a whole
theology.
stream
Yep,
on that.
yep.
Yeah, you could do a whole stream on that.
Yeah, it's just, it gets brought up whenever we're trying to debate Christians or trying to do that. This gets brought up all the time, and unfortunately, Christians, they just have not studied the Logos theology, and they don't understand like how it was understood, back at the time of Jesus, peace upon him, and then how it evolved during the time of Justin Martyr and the likes of Origen, Tertullian, etc. How the Hellenistic understanding, the Neoplatonism understanding of the Logos theory is, or was, because for them, they just only have one interpretation. But even among the Christian circles from the very beginning, even till this day, like, I don't know if you were listening earlier, but like if you look up even Michael Brown, the likes of Michael Brown, he actually admits that it is not referring to Jesus, rather it is referring to the Shekhinah. So you know,
Uh-oh.
or yeah.
The
So
Shekinah.
yeah.
Uh-oh,
So
yeah.
so I mean,
Yeah.
and he's like, you know, one of their champions. So if the likes of him actually doesn't believe that, and you know, we see the same thing like in the earlier Christian circles, there were the dynamic monarchians versus you know, likes of Justin Martyr, who had a totally different understanding
That's
versus like
interesting. I thought he would have put the Shekinah in the Holy Spirit, you know,
yeah,
because
yeah,
obviously it would have, you know, if you were to pick out of the three, it would obviously be that one, but I don't know.
yeah.
You know, I guess that's
It's
up to
supposed to
him.
be like the personification of
Right.
God, you know. But as I said, like, you know, it's because of these dubious terms is why like we were mentioning this earlier, right? That there's so much confusion, right? Like, for instance, the Bible uses terms like, you know, children of God or son of God. Like, what does that mean? You ask a Jew, it means completely something different, versus a Christian, he would mean it to be completely something different, right? And the earlier church fathers, they had their own understanding of some of these terms, but a lot of them, they you know, they were coming from it, especially like Justin Martyr, you know, he was you know, inspired by these Greek philosophers. So I
Yeah.
mean, and you know,
Especially Aristotle, you know.
exactly.
Yeah.
And that never really left his system, you know. So he
Yeah, and
had to
that's one
yeah.
of the main things that I come in on is the philosophy, because I actually studied the philosophy in the university. So that's one thing that I really get big
Yeah,
on,
same.
and that is
I studied
one of the main
philosophy too.
topics. Yeah. Wait, was that brother DeAndre?
Yeah, I studied philosophy too. So
Oh, nice, nice, good stuff, brother. Yeah, especially the Greek philosophers, because I think the Greek philosophers, you know, some of the passages I have by Saint Eusebius, you know, and even Clement of Alexandria, comparing Plato to Moses. You know, I mean, this is serious
Yeah.
stuff. You know, they say
Yep.
that the pagan philosophy was seeded in the world to prepare the world for Christianity, a concept that a lot of them call logos spermaticos, and other things, that certain ideas could be seeded to prepare the world. So they actually say, I mean, especially Saint Eusebius explicitly says that pagan philosophy was there to prepare the world for the Christian teaching, and they work this out. You know, I think it's either Clement or Eusebius that actually compares St. Paul's letters to the Phaedrus of Plato. You know, and in the Phaedrus of Plato, you have this tripartite soul. You know, you have three parts to the soul, and of course, Logos is the charioteer that's pulling the other two parts, which is Eros and Thumos, which is the spiritedness of man and his pleasure-seeking capacity. So, like, it's reason that's pulling those other two. And if you think of logos meaning reason, you know, you would obviously be wrong, because it's reason for Plato, but it's different for Aristotle, it's different for Heraclitus, and it's different for the sophists. You know, so this word is utterly trashed in terms of Greek philosophy. You know, it could refer to the ontological transcendence of Heraclitus. It could refer to words themselves, as in the sophists. It could refer to transcendental forms, as in Plato, or it can refer to principles and ideas, as in Aristotle. So, you know, it's yeah, bless you guys, man. You know, I'll try to be here as many times as I can. I've been trying to watch too, you know. So, you
Yeah,
know, thank
for
you,
sure,
Aki, man.
brother.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bless you guys. Thank you, Aki, man. I appreciate that. You know, I try to stay humble, but you know,
So tell us a little about yourself. So you said that you're still studying philosophy. You said, or do you have a degree in philosophy?
oh yeah. Well, I dropped out as soon as you know, because I was studying under somebody named Dr. David Skrbina, and actually I traveled to Athens to study Greek philosophy too, with Dr. Skrbina, and he was having trouble at the university, and that's kind of when I dropped out and I started writing on my own. So as of now, I'm a dropout and an independent writer, because the philosophy programs in the universities are not conducive to the type of, yeah, exactly. Isn't philosophy haram? Well, yeah, it's getting more and more haram by the second, you know,
Yeah.
especially when they move into
Philosophy haram.
postmodernism.
Who said that?
Jack's brother Jack. I mean, if you read the writings of Imam Ghazali, you know, it gets he takes it to that level.
Philosophy within itself is not necessarily haram because of the it depends on which type it is. Because if you look at actual Muslim philosophers like Ibn Rushd, they're actually many not many, but they're actually philosophical Muslims that are in the occupation of philosophy. Now, the only issue was before the time of, I think in medieval times, before the time of like the 12th century, philosophy was seen as the anti-religion. Like if you were not religious, you'd be a philosopher. Only people who were not necessarily dealing with Christians or even to a certain extent Muslims would be philosophers. That's why they'd say, well, philosophy cannot be in conjunction with religion. That was the thought until I think most of the philosophy that was Aristotelian philosophy. That's what that was the main branch, I believe. But then later on, within like in the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, around that time, that's where more and more philosophical reasoning that was actually in conjunction with religion came out of nowhere. Like guys like Ibn Rushd, even Christian philosophers as well. And that's when the notion that philosophy can actually be in support of religion. Because I remember I don't know when Baruch Spinoza, I don't know when he lived, but
it's the 1600s, Aki.
Yeah. So guys like even Christian philosophers around that time would come around more and more as soon as it's actually been.
He was actually Jewish and kicked out of the community. Because of his view. Actually, they expelled him from the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and this was a joint decision by the Christians and the Jews, because he actually said he actually wrote in his writings, and I have his philosophical tracts. He says emphatically in his writing that nature is God. So he actually totally, because see, they believe that God was immaterial. Now they actually even believe in a different heresy that God is just totally a spirit, you know.
Well, just Jesus. Except for Jesus.
That's what they think, that that Jesus is the material expression or the image of the invisible God, you know. So they came up with this terminology. Even Paul and even the Gnostic writer Valentinus, he even stated that as well, But yeah, they had this concept because Spinoza was
my friend. It was and that was actually one of the things that we kind of strayed away from. But it's just more along the lines you saw around that time was where you saw more and more religious philosophers come out of nowhere. Now, which begs the question: philosophy within itself, its entire nature is to be subjective, because philosophy does not deal with objectivity, because anybody can come in with their own difference of opinion, difference of views. They can add on their own touch into it. You can never get. That's why for me it's good to learn philosophy, but it's not good to rely on it, to use it as a primary, because you will never come to an actual conclusion. You can ask a philosopher, is 2 + 2 4 = 4, and he'll just say, well, what is 2?
Exactly. Yeah, there's as many philosophies.
Because I've studied philosophy, and the ramblings that I've had to read, because I had a philosophy book, and the ramblings I had to read from Aristotle and from these guys talking about the self and knowledge and what was it, freedom, like free will, and all these ramblings of what makes a chair a chair. I'm saying, what?
Thank you. Why are we here?
What makes a chair a chair? The chair has a self that is underneath its physical appearance that makes it a chair. What makes you you? Is it your body that makes you you? Is it the chair that makes the chair the chair? I'm saying, what are you talking about?
Brother DeAndre, strangely enough, I use a similar argument when I speak with Christians who talk about the crucifixion, because whenever you say, well, who died? Did God die or did a human die? And they'll say the body dies. So what I say is, well, wait a minute. The body dies? It's like, yes, the body dies. Bodies can die. So what are you talking about? Wa alaikum salam, Brother Faisal. Oh, by the way, guys, for those of you who are everyone listening, Brother Faisal is not necessarily feeling too well. He's got a fever and he's not feeling. He's actually he's feeling unwell right now. Guys, please make dua for him. Please, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant him shifa. May he heal all of his. May he heal all of his ailment, all of his issues, everything that's going on with him physically, everything that's going on with him, like everything whatsoever. I'm not necessarily good at this, but anyways. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala heal you, Brother Faisal, and may he give you a speedy recovery. I mean.
Oh, I mean, absolutely.
Brother Ali.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Faisal, you're soft. Gotta turn up, brother.
Wow.
Rain, hail, shine.
Wait.
Gotta
In the
turn up,
words,
brother.
in the words of Brother Saifullah, weak.
Yep.
That's offensive.
So,
because a few months ago so in August I was out of town and I got like really sick. My immune system is terrible.
heal all of his. I mean, may he heal all of his ailment, all of his issues, everything that's going on with him physically, everything that's going on with him, like everything whatsoever. I'm not necessarily good at this, but anyways. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala heal you, Faisal, and may he give you a speedy recovery. I mean.
Oh, I mean,
But yeah.
I mean, absolutely.
Brother
So,
Ali.
without go ahead.
Sorry. Faisal, you're
Go ahead.
soft. Gotta turn up, brother.
Wow.
Rain, hail, shine.
Wait.
Gotta
In
turn
the
up,
words,
brother.
What?
Can't
in
do
the
Ali
words of
full softy.
in the words of Brother Saifullah, weak.
Yep.
That's offensive.
So,
because a few months ago I got, so in August I was out of town and I got like really sick. My immune system is terrible. I got like extremely sick and I didn't show up to streams for like 2 weeks. And the day that I showed back up, like the day I showed back up, someone accused me of being this one person that took their shahada. And I was like, who even is this person? I was literally sick. I was like literally doing nothing for like 2 weeks because I was sick. And then I show up and then they were like, are you that one guy that came up like last week? And I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. So, I would say, when a Christian would say, well, like this right here, the human flesh die, a body cannot die. Not in the term that we use in religion, because there's two definitions of death. There's a colloquial secular definition, and then there's a definition that Christians and Muslims and even Jews call death. What is death? Death is literally when the body and the soul separate. The body itself cannot die. I mean, death is literally when your soul separates from your body. So when you say I died, that means my soul and my body separated. That's what death is. Now, here's where things get trippy. When a Christian says, they try to get out of this argument when they say, well, it was the body that died. Well, for one, the body's not God. 2, it becomes a human sacrifice. And 3, and I'm going to say this again, bodies cannot die. Because if that's the case, if I die, does that mean there's 2 of me now? Literally, if my body separates from my soul, does that mean there's 2 Alis now? There's one right here. There's one right here. There's one. Does that mean there's 2 of me now, or am I only one? Because again, we would say we are the spirit. We are the spirit. Like me, I am not this body. It's like Iron Man in a way. I use this body to function, but I myself, I am not this body. God gave me this body. So if my body separates from me, my soul is still here, but my body is decomposing. That's what Christians confuse as dying. It's actually decaying and decomposing. Your body does not die. Your body decomposes. So anytime a Christian will say, well, it was the flesh that died. Well, again, flesh can't die. It's literally when it says, oh, God died. That's where the headaches start to form, is when they try to get out of the, oh, God can't die and it's not a human sacrifice. They try to literally get out of those 2 things, but it doesn't really work either way how they put it. So
this is actually like an analogy that people, like, just a few things to comment. This is actually an analogy people use for like the Trinity. They say, oh yeah, everyone is a Trinity because your body, soul, and mind. And off the bat, I'm saying, what are you talking about? That makes absolutely 0 sense. And I can go through that because a body is not the soul is not the mind, and the mind is not they're parts of each other, right? They need each
but
other.
DeAndre, you don't understand. It's like an egg.
The shell, the white, and the yolk. The shell, the white, and the yolk. That's what they.
Oh, okay.
And by the
that
way,
doesn't make any
so
which one's the father?
Yeah.
Bro, anytime a Christian says that, DeAndre, just say, well, how many persons are there? Because what they're actually doing, which is what for why didn't I need to have an actual conversation, actual stream about Christian heresies? They just committed a heresy. That's partialism, where they say because again, without the shell, without the yolk, is it still an egg? Without the white, is it still an egg? It's partialism, meaning parts that make up a whole. An egg is these three things, but if you remove one of them, it no longer becomes an egg. So now they go to the idea of Christian heresy of partialism, which is what they can't use. So even just arguing the idea, oh well, God, God didn't die, the flesh died. Flesh can't die because the term of death is defined in the Bible. Soul, spirit. A body itself does not have a spirit. It's not a spirit. It's flesh. So how can it die? It decomposes, but it doesn't die. So now what died? Well, so now it's a human sacrifice. So either way, you just literally everywhere you turn, if you don't commit a heresy, there's no way out of that loop unless you want to say God died, which is again goes against your teachings, or you can say it was a human sacrifice.
It's like a loop. It's like you get cornered whatever path you take. You go to the left, you hit a wall.
Yeah, the answer is no.
You hit a brick. You go to the right, you hit a bus. Like it doesn't. Whatever path you take, you still get cornered.
Honestly, Amelia, the answer to that question is no, because if my soul separates from my body, what happens to my body? Because she's saying when your soul separates from your body, is your body still alive? Is your body still living? No.
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
it literally begins to decompose.
Yeah, it goes down, and if you guys want to play games with this philosophy, I could tell you guys it's very dangerous because we're dealing with the first of all, there's as many philosophies as there is philosophers, so that is the one thing, every philosopher has his own system, and that system explains everything from God to the universe to logic to epistemology and how you gain knowledge in the first place.
That is true.
So that's the problem. And in terms of this idea of ontological transcendence, I mean, you can go so many ways with this, and it really comes from the notion of having fixed laws. So actually the philosophers, they believe that God doesn't have a body. They believe God was immaterial, which goes back to Spinoza. Even in the 16th century, they kicked Spinoza out of the community for saying that nature is God because nature is material.
Yeah.
They said, how could that be?
Yeah.
God is pure spirit. So this goes to the idea of empiricism itself, because once you have fixed laws, see, Avicenna believed in fixed laws. And Ibn Rushd was just copying him. And see, when it came to Imam Ghazali, that's why he was so blessed, because he was able to see through this deception. And he actually said that, the concept of nature's laws, it cuts off God's hands from creation. If you believe in nature's laws, then you believe these things existed alongside God since the beginning of creation. Well, they thought they had already solved that problem because the logos exist with God since the beginning of creation. Right, it's right on his side, on the right hand side of God is the logos, so they thought, well, God creates the world through the logos, so that partially for them solves the problem, because here is something that's eternal. And actually the philosophers believed that God doesn't have a body, and B, that the world was eternal. So God simply molded the world through the void. So three things existed in the beginning. There was God, there was the world, and then there was void. And God molded the matter through the void. So God simply I guess imposed his reason on the world to give form to a formless world. This is the thought of Aristotle. But of course, we know that that's not true. Allah created the world from scratch. Allah even created nothing and then created the world in within that nothing. Because without Allah, the totality of existence is Allah. If there's nothing else other than Allah in existence, then Allah would be the totality of all existence.
He has to be basically. It's like an arguing it's a necessary being, because if everything is created, everything has to, in order to kind of in order to not go into the idea of the fallacy of infinite regression, you literally, by necessity, in its coherency, everything had to come from one source, because. And there's a reason why it has to come from one source, because if it came from two sources, then that alone makes one of them conditional. It makes one of them contingent. So it has to be one, because one by necessity. If one whatever fulfills this need, that's what it is. Meaning, meaning there can only be one. Now that one necessary being has to be the first cause, that he himself or the necessary being himself wasn't caused, because again, infinite regression. So everything came from this first cause when nothing was actually there, meaning absolute nothing, which hence the question, can something come from nothing? Well, yes. Wait, repeat. Let me take that back. Can something come from nothing? No, because there had to be a first cause. Now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because he is the first cause, he can make something out of nothing, but he himself is something that was not created. So in a sense, if you ask us,
now I'll ask you, brother, where does this argument come from? Do you know?
The idea of infinite regression, or the idea of like the cause and effect theory. The infinite regression, I don't know who first started using it.
It comes from Avicenna.
Oh
yeah. So see,
wow,
so
I did not know that.
Here's what I'll tell you. So here's what I'll tell you. This is one, and you know, he believed that because he believed in all of the qualities of God that I said earlier that we believe is totally false. You know, so you know how Ghazali argued against this. You know, he said actually, you know, cause and effect, you can't empirically verify cause and effect because if you observe something caused an effect, there could be a third thing in between those two things that you missed to observe, and so what you're looking at is correlation and not cause. And actually, Hume used this argument later. You know, yeah, because he talked about billiard balls, you know, kind of crashing into each other, you know, and he said, you know, essentially, it's an exercise in radical empiricism, you know, that kind of rejects the foundations of empiricism itself. See, Ghazali said you can burn a piece of cotton. You know, he said if you burn a piece of cotton, then you say that I lit the fire and the cotton burned. And he said, I say that's completely false. I'll tell you what happened, Aki. He said, I lit the fire, and then God decided cotton should burn, and then cotton burned. You know, so he said there's actually three things that happened, and you missed the middle thing that happened. You know, and you're saying that fire,
the independent variable.
Yeah, and you're the one saying that fire caused cotton to burn.
Of the vortex with devil dust concept. Start with a chainsaw for speaking out of context. You can't suppress our skills or the little fucking content. Terrorizing rappers with lyrical bomb threats. Non-technical parables, history of mechanics. Graveyard society, Stargate Atlantis. Crowd swiftly time got switched to the madness. Crazy Russian dancing, schizophrenic antics. Unlawful legislation advocates atrocities. Systematic crime with the sonic blood prophecy. The syndicate of shadows authorizing policies. Vindicated crazed products of democracy. Riots in the street, diplomatic global sorcery. Civil unrest is the populace of poverty. Glamorized propaganda can sell for prognosis. Doctor diagnosis with terminal psychosis.
Rapide, à coups de lyrics explicites, sur un beat apocalyptique, la résistance plébiscite, la violence, le génocide, de toute forme de parasite, destruction à la racine, de tous les mouvements racistes, la liste des fils de pute paraît interminable, il faut agir comme un virus à partir du terminal, comme il n'y a pas de bon juge, ni que le tribunal, c'est la ruche qui doit décider si pour toi ça termine mal, sentence verbale, ton mental n'est pas infaillible, combien se sont mis une balle en écoutant un sale type, un gourou, un moyen, un chanteur, un extrémiste, le plus joyeux des hommes, de devenir dépressif, tout ne tient qu'à un fil, serré autour du cou, ceux qui se disent marteaux, ne sont rien que des clous, ne vis-toi plus des clowns, car ceux qui te font rire ont aussi le pouvoir de facilement te faire souffrir.
Die home, from the cradle to the grave, using buckets from to blow dust off my rusty blade. Family members choose but a killing of free relatives. Socialism, politics, 2,100 years not a complicated. 40 month of it with fashion paths and lands and filthy magic mirrors. Governments depressing, my outlook is negative. We are the product of Glasgow street negligence. Space age, MCs, artificial intelligence. Vast quantities of blood outrage on a similar page. Crack coded lyrics, too vast they can't be explained. Surrounded by a dead plane of wreckage, managed exposure. Anti-cooperative moving forward, develop army forces. Syria moments, modern day history poisoned by Thatcher. Reincarnation of my forgotten heritage. Genocide, minerals, their blinds makes my mind elevate into the situation of a political debate.
They say if you took it all away, this love would fall apart. I say no way. You don't know the size of my heart. Vicious, suspicious. It doesn't matter what I say. Users and losers. There's nothing here to make me stay. Blood stain on a blue vein. Take it with no shame. Love tracks on a loose train. Blood stain. No gain with no pain. My scars are deeper than you think. Timing try me one more time before I sing. Big lines, big times. This love is not what we're about. It's too late, and I'm too straight. It's time to blow this fire out. Blood stain on a blue vein. Take it with no shame. Love tracks on a blue string. Blood stain on a blue vein. Take it with no shame.
Decide